Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1480. The tree continued to ramble on, but Lu Yin was too focused on reciting the Stonewall scriptures to hear anything else. In the distance, Nong Lai and the rest were stunned. He lasted that long. Even father couldn't last that long. Nong Sanyang was astonished. That long qi was really surprising. Back then, Wang Su had lasted for 5 sentences, and Bai Xiaohong had also come and lasted for a few sentences. However, this long qi had actually lasted for half the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. This was no longer a matter of a few sentences. How did he do it? Bai Shui stared at Lu Yin's back. Why was he here? He hadn't revealed his surname, had he? Uncle Tree, let me tell you. Lu Yin growled as a chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He used the secret plan to move and slip away. The tree was stunned, and its mouth fell open. Shameless rascal, you've fallen, kid. Lu Yin used the secret plan to move closer to Nong Lai and the rest. This was the first time Nong Lai and the rest had seen it, and they were shocked. Lu Yin placed his hands on his knees and panted as he looked at the tree in the distance. Every word had the power to shake one's mind, and talking to it was the same as courting death. But then again, he seemed to have heard something about a third continent. Was that so, Wang Tian? What did it feel like? Nong Lai asked, taking pleasure in Lu Yin's misfortune. He had been in a bad mood when Grandmaster Shi had been exposed as a spy, but now he felt much better. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. You knew. Didn't you want to see the tree? Our ancestors taught us that every disciple has to chat with it once in a while. I just talked to it a few days ago, so you won't lose out, Nong Lai smiled. Shangqing was curious. What's going on? Lu Yin replied, experience it for yourself. Shangqing fell silent. Experience it. He wasn't an idiot, and Lu Tianmu hadn't even asked. Fatty Bai's pitiful fate was something that even Lu Yin couldn't bear. Very few people can walk out on their first try, and even fewer can chat with the tree for such a long time. Long 7, you're very surprising, Nong Sanyang said, sizing Lu Yin up. Lu Yin smiled. Maybe my ears aren't good. Nong Sanyang smiled, obviously not believing him. He looked at Bai Shui, and this is. My name is Bai Shui. I'm in charge of taking care of the big face tree in the seed garden, Bai Shui replied with a faint smile. Her tone was gentle. She was beautiful to begin with. Back on Earth, she had been praised endlessly by Zhou Shan. Now, her smile was devastatingly beautiful. There was a kind of pure beauty to it. Shangqing stared at Bai Shui. He had seen many beauties in his life, and many of them were comparable to Bai Shui in terms of looks. In fact, Starsabil was even more beautiful than Bai Shui. However, he did not know why, but at this moment, Bai Shui was extremely attractive to him. Her natural purity had deeply attracted him. Snow White. Are you from the Bai family of the frigid immortal sect? Nong Lai replied, of course not. There are quite a few people with the surname Bai in the Middle Realm, and there are many with the surname Lu and Xia. Bai Shui is just an ordinary cultivator. Back then, she was accidentally saved by my Nong family, so she stayed behind to take care of Uncle Big Face Tree. Lu Yin nodded. I see. Long Qi, I heard that you're here to capture spies. Nong Sanyang asked. Nong Lai's expression turned ugly. Sis, I'll tell you about it later. He then turned to Lu Yin and said, let's continue with the tour. My seed garden is huge. Lu Yin replied, no, I still have matters to attend to. I need to return to Huayuan. Nong Lai nodded and did not try to keep him. In that case, I'll see you out. After watching Lu Yin's group leave, Nong Sanyang turned back to look at the big-faced tree. Her mind was still replaying the scene of Lu Yin's interaction with the tree. It was inconceivable that he had been able to last so long. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. If Lu Yin had communicated with the tree, would he have gotten the information they wanted? Sanyang, who is this Long Qi? Bai Shui asked. Nong Sanyang replied, he's the son-in-law of the White Dragon clan's main bloodline. He looks harmless, but he hides very well. He's exposed more than one redback, and he has the guts to scheme against the four cardinal scales. He's not afraid of becoming a public enemy of the four cardinal scales. She paused to organize her words before continuing, he's a man with guts. Oh, right. I wonder what he managed to grow. I'll have to ask Nong Lai later. Bai Shui looked into the distance with a strange expression. The son-in-law of the White Dragon clan's main bloodline. Him. The White Dragon clan's main bloodline. That was inconceivable. He saw Kai Shu outside the seed garden, but he didn't follow her, and even though Nong Lai had invited him. Superintendent Qingchen told you to protect me, Lu Yin joked. Kai Shu smiled. If something can happen in the seed garden, then it doesn't matter if I'm there or not. By the way, what did you grow? Lu Yin shrugged. Nothing. I forgot. Forgot. Kai Shu was taken aback. How could that be an answer? The white fatty woke up and rubbed his head and ears. It hurts. What happened to me? Lu Yin replied, you communicated with the big-faced tree. The white fatty recalled what had happened, and his face paled. That was terrifying. A tree can make people faint just by talking. How come there are all sorts of strange creatures in the seed garden? Big-faced tree. Did you guys see it? Kai Shu asked. The white fatty replied, I saw it and heard a few sentences. I don't know anything else after that. Kai Shu was amused. Very few people dare to talk to that tree. How long has that tree existed? Lu Yin was curious, as he had clearly heard Su Wangtian's name being mentioned in the third mainland. Kai Shu thought about it. Master said that this tree existed when the Daosaur sect first existed. Lu Yin was horrified. Daosaur sect. That was truly incomparably ancient. Daosaur sect. Is that the former ruler? Shangxing asked, as he rarely spoke. Kai Shu nodded and said, yes, the former ruler. The Daosaur sect existed, the Lu family, and the ancestors of the four-way scales all existed. Some fell, while others were born. At their peak, they formed the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. The 9 mountains and 8 seas. That was the power of the 5th mainland's Daosaur sect at its peak. Did that mean that this continent had once been connected to the 5th mainland? Or perhaps it had originated from the 5th mainland. However, the 9 mountains and 8 seas had probably been 9 progenitors. In this part of the universe, the four-way scales, the Lu family, the Nong family, the Ghost Abyss, and the Frigid Governor all had similar numbers, so Kai Shu didn't feel as hopeful. Could there be more to the 9 mountains and 8 seas? The ruler was from the Daosaur sect. Isn't it that family? The fatty asked. Kai Shu replied, you're talking about the Lu family, right? The Lu family was indeed a ruler, but in ancient times, the Daosaur sect ruled the entire continent. I'm not sure how the two were divided. Forget it, this matter is too ancient, and I've only heard Master talk about it a little. However, even Master doesn't know much about this history, so don't take it seriously. Senior Kai Shu, the 2 manors shouldn't be too far from here, right? Lu Yin suddenly asked on the way back to the humble Huayuan sect. Kai Shu replied, "It's not far." "Why do you ask?" "There's a spy there," Lu Yin said. Kai Shu wasn't surprised, as Lu Yin had captured too many spies during this time, to the point that she was numb. The spy and the two manners had also been reported by an old man. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The old man had told Lu Yin to capture the spy on his way back, and he had even said that it was convenient. Capturing the spy was convenient, and if anyone else in the humble school heard about it, they would all scold him. The two manners were just a small power, just like the Shengling family. Lu Yin wasn't interested in personally taking action, as his gains from the farmer's school had made him uninterested in these small families. Thus, when he reached the two manners, he told the fatty about the spy he wanted to capture and asked him, Shangqing, and Lu Tianmu to take action. At that moment, the Cloud Connect stone vibrated, and Lu Yin accepted the call. The image of a middle-aged man appeared, and Lu Yin was shocked to see this person. It was Long Long, the head of the White Dragon clan. It was an honor for the head of the four cardinal scales to contact him. Lu Yin quickly bowed. Long Seven greets the head of the clan. Long Ku looked around and then at Kai Shu. Kai Shu nodded politely and then moved away. Long Seven, given your relationship with Long Shi, how should you address me? Long Ku asked in a low voice. Lu Yin quickly corrected himself. Father-in-law. Long Shi grunted. You've been very active recently. Lu Yin replied, it's my duty to capture spies. Previously, in order to expose Yun Mubai as a redback, you blackmailed the person transporting the astral source liquid. One of the two was from my White Dragon clan, Long Ku said. This was an act of revenge, but why had it dragged on for so long? Lu Yin respectfully said, please punish me, father-in-law. Long Ku smiled. Capturing a redback is no crime. Thank you, father-in-law. Lu Yin pretended to be relieved. Did you just go to the farmer's school? Long Ku asked. Yes. How many spies does the farmer's school have? Lu Yin thought about it. Although he had promised the farmer's school not to spread the news, Long Ku obviously knew. 4. Long Ku wasn't surprised. The farmer's school has taken in too many people, so it's normal for them to have 4 spies. What about my White Dragon clan? Do we have any spies? Lu Yin didn't understand. Father-in-law, what do you mean? What do you mean? Long Ku met Lu Yin's eyes and said seriously, my White Dragon clan has spies and redbacks. Lu Yin was confused. What did that mean? Like the old man for him to capture. For him to perform meritorious deeds. My White Dragon clan definitely has redbacks. Long 7, with your sources of information and your ability to see through people, do you think that Elder Long Quan might be a redback? Long Ku asked. Lu Yin's mind flashed, and he understood that Long Ku was trying to frame him. He had long heard that there were branches within the White Dragon clan that didn't get along well with the main branch. Among them, Long Quan's branch was the most prominent. Long Ku wanted to use his current reputation to frame Long Quan and completely eradicate this branch. Ever since Lu Yin had entered the humble class, he had directly and indirectly captured dozens of spies, including the 3 Guan brothers and Yun Mubai. His reputation was very high and was relatively rare in the Middle Realm. He was also not afraid of becoming the public enemy of the 4 cardinal scales. He had done everything he could to expose Yun Mubai's matter and attracted countless people to join him. Even the farmer's school had invited him. His current reputation for capturing redbacks and spies was not low. Long Ku wanted to use his current reputation to get rid of Long Quan's branch. Lu Yin lowered his head. What a vicious method. He actually wanted to use such methods to deal with his own clan. He believed that when Long Ke contacted him, he had prepared evidence. As long as Lu Yin pointed out that Long Quan was a redback, Long Ke would immediately take out the evidence and make sure that Long Quan would never be able to make a comeback. Lu Yin had used the Scarlet Vertical Eye token to falsely accuse the Guan brothers because he knew that the Guan brothers were redbacks. Long Ke had deliberately framed him, and this move was ruthless. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1481. Long 7, tell me, is Long Quan a redback? Long Ke asked again as he stared at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. Lu Yin felt his scalp go numb. Father-in-law, this is, Long Ke growled, when you tried to expose Yun Mubai as a redback, Elder Long Quan stopped you multiple times. What was his intention? Have you been suspecting him ever since then? Lu Yin was speechless. He had even found a motive. You suspected Elder Long Quan and used the information channels behind you to investigate. You finally found out that Elder Long Quan is a redback. Is that right? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Right? Or wrong? This was a problem, as he did not care about Elder Long Quan's life or death. This person was his enemy, not his friend. The entire White Dragon clan was his enemy as well. Even though he had not been able to find out the truth, it was an indisputable fact that the White Dragon clan had exiled the Lu family. Long Shi's bloodline had not been the main bloodline back then, but because of a major event, it had overthrown the main bloodline. That major event had obviously been the exiling of the Lu family. Long Ke had relied on the exiling of the Lu family to become the head of the Lu family. This person was Lu Yin's enemy. These people were all enemies, and Lu Yin did not care how to deal with them. However, it was too early to intervene in the White Dragon clan's internal disputes. Elder Long Quan had been in such a hurry to get Lu Yin to release Yun Mubai, which meant that the Star Source liquid was likely to be used by the important person behind him. That person was at least a half-ancestor, and it would not be easy to frame this person. If this person was exposed, then Lu Yin would be the only one to suffer. Long 7, I'm asking you a question. Long Ke shouted. In the distance, Kai Shu looked over and frowned. She could not hear Long Ke, but she could feel that Lu Yin was being forced. She looked at Long Ke with disgust. The 4 cardinal scales were truly disgusting. Lu Yin looked up and seriously said, there is currently no evidence to prove that Elder Long Quan is a redback. Long Ke frowned, and his gaze turned cold. Is that so? If there's no evidence, then look for evidence. I just want to know if you think that Elder Long Quan is a redback. Lu Yin frowned. This feeling of being forced was quite unpleasant. He was the acting headmaster of the humble family of Huayuan, someone who had made great contributions to the humble family. He was someone who was valued by Superintendent Qingchen and was treated with respect by the humble family. This Long Ke really treated him as his father-in-law and spoke to him as if he was lecturing his grandson. The more Lu Yin thought about it, the more unhappy he felt. At that moment, the 2 manners collapsed, and sword chi filled the air. Lu Yin looked over. Had Lu Tianmu made a move? The 2 manners actually dared to resist. As the sword chi tore through the clouds and the earth, it revealed the underground prison. Many imprisoned girls raised their heads and looked outside with despair and hope. Lu Yin's pupils suddenly shrank as he saw someone amongst the girls. He immediately hung up and vanished. Kai Shu was shocked, and she looked down to see Lu Yin's body appear beneath the collapsed manners, right next to the imprisoned women. Luoshin. Beneath the manners, the group of girls trembled as they looked outside. Lu Yin's sudden appearance terrified them even more, but when they heard the name Luoshin, one of the girls trembled and looked up to see Lu Yin. Her eyes reddened, and she was about to speak when Lu Yin spoke first. I'm Long Chi, Luotian. This girl was Luotian, and she had actually been imprisoned beneath the manors. Lu Yin hadn't expected to run into her in this part of space. He hadn't even been this surprised when he'd run into Bai Shui and the seed garden. What was she doing here? Luotian was ecstatic to see Lu Yin, and she leapt into his embrace. Lu Yin hugged her and felt the warmth of her body. He had too many questions hidden in his heart, but now wasn't the time to ask. Remember, I'm Long Chi, Lu Yin reminded her, but when he looked down, he saw that she had already fainted. Above him, Lu Tianmu walked over and held his sword in reverse. The 2 manors have been destroyed. What's the reason? Lu Yin asked. This chapter isn't finished. Please turn the page. Luotian walked out. Inhumane, Lu Tianmu said indifferently. Lu Yin nodded. The eyes of the imprisoned girls had been filled with despair, so he could only imagine what the 2 manors had done. Shang Qing walked over. These girls were going to be sold, and some of them were even used as test subjects. Lu Yin stopped him. There's no need to be so detailed. If they're destroyed, then so be it. Shang Qing's expression was calm. As the number 1 disciple of the Hall of Honor, there was nothing he hadn't seen before. Lu Yin's inkstone vibrated again. It was clearly Long Ke trying to contact him again. If he didn't take the call, then he would be treated like a coward. With his current reputation, even Long Ke wouldn't be able to touch him that easily. Who's she? Do you know her? The white fatty asked curiously. Lu Yin replied, an old friend. Shang Qing and Lu Tianmu exchanged glances. An old friend? Someone from the 5th mainland. Right, what about the resources here? Lu Yin asked as he thought of something. Kai Shu spoke up, which was a rare occurrence. Since the 2 manors have been destroyed, we can't touch the resources. Otherwise, people will think that we attacked for the resources. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. Then let's go back. He then placed Luotian on the white piece of paper. The destruction of the 2 manors was a small matter to the central realm, and while it affected the surrounding areas, it didn't affect the wider area. No one even asked about it. On the 2nd day after returning to the humble Yuan sect's headquarters, Luotian woke up. She was truly exhausted, and she had lost a lot of weight. Lu Yin had been watching over her the entire time. When she saw Lu Yin, tears welled up in her eyes. I thought it was a dream, but it really was you. Lu Yin looked at her, and his heart clenched. He gently asked, why are you here? Luotian pursed her lips, causing blood to seep out of them. Lu Yin hurriedly helped her wipe it away. You went missing on Jupiter, so I went to look for you, she said softly. Lu Yin was puzzled. You can get close to Jupiter? She shook her head. I couldn't at first, but I went there every day. Maybe it was a coincidence that I ended up here. Lu Yin's heart trembled. He looked at her uneasy expression, but also the unconcealable joy in her eyes. He didn't know what to feel. This woman had blocked an attack for him and waited for him on Earth. Now, she had chased him all the way to this part of the universe. The 2 fell silent. Luotian looked at Lu Yin and saw his complicated gaze. She hurriedly said, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to know if you were safe. Don't think too much. Lu Yin laughed and rubbed her head. I'm not thinking too much. Rest well. Remember, my name is Long 7. She nodded seriously. I'll remember. Lu Yin knew that she would remember every word he said. That gaze was one that would last forever, and it made his heart ache. Rest well, Lu Yin said before leaving the room. After he left, Luotian buried her head in her blanket and cried tears of joy. She had finally found him, and he was still alive. Lu Yin walked out of the room and returned to his own residence. He was a bit tired. Feelings could make people happy, but they could also be heavy. Luotian's feelings were too heavy. Women, the old man's voice rang out. Lu Yin was startled and unhappily retorted, couldn't you have said something earlier? The old man laughed strangely. Kid, do women make you tired? Lu Yin subconsciously nodded. He suddenly felt that the old man's words weren't quite right, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Lu Yin looked at the old man's strange smile and said, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm not in the mood to talk. This chapter isn't finished. Please turn the page. You're going around in circles. The old man stretched lazily. That girl reminds me of her past self. Ah, I can't go back to my youth. Sigh. Lu Yin was speechless. You have to admit that you're old. What's there to miss? The old man sighed. Kid, you'll understand when you're old. The greatest joy of that time is to reminisce. Lu Yin looked outside. Do you want to know about redbacks? The old man asked, his words shocking Lu Yin. Redbacks and spies were two completely different concepts. Capturing 100 spies wasn't as important as capturing a single redback. Lu Yin looked at the old man. You know about redbacks as well. The old man was pleased. Of course, kid. This information is enough to raise your status once again. You might even be able to meet the governor of the humble academy. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Aren't you tempted? The old man was curious. Lu Yin solemnly replied, a tall tree attracts the wind. It's not good. The old man rolled his eyes. Who told you to do it yourself? You can sell this information to Qingchen. Lu Yin was surprised. Sell. The old man smiled. Although it's called sell, it's actually an exchange of resources. You tell Qingchen about redbacks in exchange for the resources or information you want. That's the deal. Lu Yin was tempted, as this was a good idea. If he captured redbacks, those freaks would definitely treat him as a thorn in their side. He didn't want to spend his days on guard against assassination attempts, especially since those freaks had sinister methods that were impossible to guard against. He still wanted to return to the Fifth Mainland alive. However, if he sold information about redbacks to the humble academy, not only would he be able to hide himself, but he would also be able to obtain the resources he wanted. It was killing two birds with one stone. Some people needed prestige to increase their status, but Lu Yin did not need that in this part of the universe. As he thought about it, he looked at the old man with a fervent gaze and a rare smile appeared on his face. Senior, please enlighten me. The old man laughed. Kid, you're too snobbish. This old man has already opened up a path for you, but you've changed your attitude so quickly. Lu Yin pursed his lips. This really was an open path. In the future, if he obtained information about a spy, he would just sell it to the humble academy. In any case, he wouldn't need to do anything, and 1 billion star essence would be enough for him for now. The old man sneered, and then his expression became serious. Redback isn't that easy to capture. This old man needs to confirm this information. Tell Qingchen that there's a spy in the Red Garden, and I need you to confirm it. Then, find a person. If that person is in the Red Garden, this old man will be able to confirm where the redback is. Lu Yin was puzzled. The Red Garden. It's a strange place in the top realm that most people have never heard of. Qingchen can take you there, the old man said. Lu Yin was troubled. Is it that troublesome? The old man was speechless. Capturing redbacks isn't that troublesome. This old man can tell you that redbacks are even more important than Yunmu Bai. As long as you can confirm their identity, then this contribution will allow you to do whatever you want in the top realm. The humble academy will definitely become your greatest support, and that contribution will be enough to leave your name in history. Lu Yin thought about it. Will Superintendent Qingchen take me to the Red Garden? Definitely, the old man said. He then drew in the void and drew an image of a person. Confirm if this person is in the Red Garden. If he is, then this old man can confirm that it's Redbacks. The old man did not see it, but he continued to draw in the void. After drawing the image, Lu Yin felt as if he had seen an inconceivable scene. During this period of time, Lu Yin had experienced many dangers, and he had also seen Bai Shui, Luoxin, and other people who he found inconceivable. However, all of them added together were not as shocking as this image. Wasn't that the old man from Drift Charge Planet? End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1482. Lu Yin's eyes changed, and his shock was indescribable. The elder from Drift Charge Planet was actually related to this region of space, and he had even been drawn by a half-progenitor. What was going on? How were they connected? Lu Yin had initially thought that the elder had come from the Neoverse. After all, the elder had wanted Lu Yin to bring the Stonewall scriptures and numbers to the Neoverse. But how was he related to this region of space? The old man turned around. Did you remember it? It's this person. Lu Yin lowered his head the moment the old man turned around. Yes. The old man frowned and asked, did you see it? Look more clearly, it's very important. Yes. Lu Yin then looked up and returned to normal. Who is this person? The old man casually replied, you don't need to know. If you see this person in the Red Garden, don't say anything or ask anything. Just come back and tell me. What about the spy? Lu Yin asked. The old man rolled his eyes. How can you find a spy every time you act? Qingchen can understand that. Lu Yin nodded, and the image in the void gradually dissipated. The old man asked again, did you remember it clearly? Lu Yin replied, understood. Draw it for me to see, the old man said sternly. Lu Yin had a feeling that this old man wanted him to perform a meritorious service for the sake of doing what he was doing right now. If the old man had drawn someone else, Lu Yin might not have followed his instructions, but this was an old man from Drift Charge Planet, which was a different story. Even Lu Yin himself wanted to uncover these layers of secrets and find out the old man's identity. The reason he had been able to cultivate to this day, or rather, live to this day, was all thanks to the elder from Drift Charge Planet. Without the arcane art of life and death that the elder had taught Lu Yin the Stonewall scriptures, Lu Yin would have died long ago. The old man clearly did not trust Lu Yin, but he was also worried that Lu Yin would become suspicious, so he did not say anything else. When should I contact Supervisor Qingchen? Lu Yin asked. The old man replied, we'll talk about it after you accompany that girl for a few days. The next day, Luoxin was in better spirits. Commoners did not lack medicine, nor did they lack ingredients to nourish the body. Lu Yin gave her a huge pile of food, but she only ate a few bites. He watched Luoxin lower her head and smile as she ate. She looked very blissful, and Lu Yin felt guilty. In all fairness, Luoxin was very beautiful. After all, she was the most popular celebrity in the Outerverse, and she had the qualifications to become the Great Eastern Alliance's public face. However, the universe had no lack of beauties, and it was impossible for Lu Yin to fall in love with every beauty that he saw. He didn't have many feelings for Luoxin, but it was hard for him to let her go. This woman had done a lot for him, even sacrificing her life for him. Your Highness. Luoxin was just about to shout out when she suddenly thought of something. Brother Long, can you stop looking at me? Lu Yin was taken aback. Sorry. He had been thinking about something, which was why he had been staring at Luoshan all this time. He hadn't even realized it himself. A girl would always feel embarrassed if someone stared at her while she ate. Luoshan smiled. Thank you. Lu Yin turned to look outside. Not long after, Luoshan said, I'm done. Lu Yin looked over and saw that there was still quite a bit of food on the table. Eat some more, your body needs some nourishment. Luoshan then replied, okay. After that, he continued to sit down. Half a day had passed by the time Luoshan finished the table's worth of food. She ate very slowly and gracefully. I'll take you around, Lu Yin said. Luoshan nodded, as if she wouldn't reject any of Lu Yin's requests. Bring her along. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Luoshan felt like he was carrying a little tail, and she followed wherever Lu Yin went. How long have you been on Jupiter? Lu Yin asked. Luoshan thought about it. I went there after you went missing. Lu Yin sighed. When did you arrive in this part of space? A few days ago. I was captured as soon as I arrived. Luoshan was still a little afraid. Are you hurt? Lu Yin asked. Luoshan shook her head. My body is weak, but I'm not hurt. The atmosphere was a little heavy, as Lu Yin wasn't used to walking around with a girl. If it had been Ming Yen, he would have been happy, as she was his lover. Even if it had been Madame Naylan, he would have felt more comfortable, as the feeling was different. However, Luoshan's feelings were too heavy. Brother Long, I really don't have any requests. I just want to see you alive and well, Luoshan said softly. Although her voice was soft, it was firm. Thank you, Lu Yin said after a moment of silence. At that moment, a group of people walked over from the distance, led by the white fatty. He was a tyrant in the humble Huayuan school. When the fatty saw Lu Yin and Luoshan, he hurried over. Bro, I caught a spy. Lu Yin was surprised. Spy? Where? The fatty pointed at the group in the distance, where a dejected man was being held captive. That brat wanted to sneak into the headquarters, but I saw through him, the white fatty said. The man wailed, I'm innocent. I just wanted to take a shortcut to join the humble school, not a spy. Shut up. If you want to join the humble school, why don't you take the test? You're sneaking around, and I can tell that you're up to no good, the fatty barked. He then looked at Luoshan and smiled. And this is sister-in-law. Luoshan's face turned red. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. The atmosphere was already awkward, and this bastard was still doing this. Do your thing and don't cause trouble. Understood, ha. Fatty White laughed loudly, then left with his group in a very imposing manner. Not long after, Blind Chin found Lu Yin and reported that the headquarters lacked resources. Lu Yin remembered that the humble school of Huayuan had always been superior to the other humble schools because of Yun Mubai's contributions. Now that Yun Mubai had been captured, the resources had plummeted. Lu Yin sullenly gave Blind Chin 20 million star essence, and Blind Chin left in satisfaction. Lu Yin's heart was bleeding, but it didn't matter. If he wanted to be a good sect master, he had to pay a price. The two of them then bumped into Lu Tianmu, who was practicing her sword. Lu Tianmu also saw Lu Yin and Luoshan, and her gaze lingered on Luoshan for a moment before she continued practicing. Luoshan looked at Lu Tianmu enviously. This sister is amazing. You've definitely heard of her before. Lu Tianmu, Lu Yin said. Luoshan was puzzled at first, but then she suddenly remembered, and her face paled. Lu Tianmu of the 10 Arbiters? Lu Yin nodded. Luoshan was shocked. Why is she here? Lu Yin replied, I'll tell you later. Aside from me, the only person you can trust here is her. There's also someone called Shang Qing. I'll take you to him. There was no need to look for him, as Shang Qing had taken the initiative to find him. He's Shang Qing. You should have seen him during the sovereign tournament, Lu Yin said. Luo Shen glanced at him. I think so. Shang Qing ignored their conversation and asked, Is there any way to contact Bai Shui? Lu Yin was astonished. Bai Shui. Luo Shen was shocked. Bai Shui. Shang Qing looked at her in confusion. You know her. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Luo Shen was shocked, and she glanced at Lu Yin before quickly shaking her head. Shang Qing's eyes flashed, and he looked at Lu Yin. It seems like I was right. You know Bai Shui. Lu Yin was confused. Why do you want to contact Bai Shui? Shang Qing was very frank. I think I like her. I want to take her back. Lu Yin realized that he had been surprised by one thing after another over the past few days, so much so that he didn't feel anything when Shang Qing said something like this. Why is Sister Bai Shui here? Luo Shen asked in surprise, but she was also a little happy. After all, she had a good relationship with Bai Shui. Lu Yin replied, She was sucked in just like you. No wonder I couldn't contact Sister Bai Shui. She then looked at Shang Qing. You like Sister Bai Shui? Luo Shen asked curiously. Girls were always interested in such things. Shang Qing looked at her. Are you close to Bai Shui? Luo Shen pursed her lips and smiled. Very close. Shang Qing said seriously, Introduce her to me. Lu Yin was speechless. Let's find a chance. We're in danger right now, and whether or not we can make it back alive is another matter. Shang Qing frowned. I've met many women, and I've even gone through the Hall of Honor's trials. None of them give me the same feeling as Bai Shui. She's pure and natural. That's just your imagination. Lu Yin was annoyed. Shang Qing was very serious. I'm not joking, and of course, I'm not trying to force you. If possible, remember this. I hope to bring Bai Shui back to the fifth mainland. He then turned and left. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. All of them had their own personalities. Brother Long, this guy seems pretty good and reliable. Sister Bai Shui should like him, Luo Shen whispered with a smile. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. I don't have the time to play matchmaker. I'll take him away if I can, but it's unlikely that I'll be able to take Bai Shui away. Luo Shen was dejected. Even with your abilities, you can't do anything. What do you take me for? Lu Yin asked. Shang Qing's interference had broken the silence between him and Luo Shen, and their conversation gradually became more casual. Lu Yin sighed in relief. He accompanied Luo Shen for 2 days and showed her around. He saw her happy smile, which somewhat eased his guilt. On the 3rd day, Lu Yin contacted Qing Chen. There's a spy in the Red Garden. Qing Chen had been in a good mood and was leisurely sipping tea, but when he heard this, his expression changed and he almost spat out the tea in his mouth. What did you say? Say it again. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The Red Garden was indeed very important. Qing Chen hadn't even been this nervous when he'd heard that Yun Mubai was a spy. It was obvious that the Red Garden was no less important than the Cloud Ladder. There's a spy in the Red Garden, Lu Yin said solemnly. Qing Chen's expression turned solemn. Information from Boundless. Lu Yin neither confirmed nor denied it. Qing Chen frowned. Name. Lu Yin replied, no name. The information only says that there's a spy, but I can only investigate who it is myself. Qing Chen wasn't surprised. That's right. Even Boundless can't understand the Red Garden. Knowing that there's a spy in there is already the limit. He then looked at Lu Yin. How do you plan on investigating? Lu Yin answered seriously, I really do have the ability to see through people, but I need supplementary information. Now that I have the information, if there really is a spy in the Red Garden, I'll definitely be able to tell. Qing Chen obviously didn't believe him. As a half-ancestor, his ability to find spies wasn't bad, but this matter was too important. Wait a moment. He then hung up. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1483. Lu Yin looked up at the top realm. If everything went according to plan, he would be heading there. The top realm was a place where only the most powerful people could live, and he wondered what it would be like. After waiting for an hour, the Cloud Connect stone vibrated, and Qingchen's image appeared with a solemn expression. I'll take you to the Red Garden, and we'll search for spies based on your judgment. I'll accompany you throughout the search. Lu Yin nodded. All right. I'll be right there and take you to the top realm. With that, the image disappeared. Lu Yin asked, Superintendent Qingchen is already here. Are you sure he won't discover you? The old man walked out. Of course not, he's not stronger than me. As long as we stay here, he won't be able to find us. Lu Yin walked out. Kid, look at everyone in the Red Garden. Don't let anyone escape, the strange old man said sternly. Lu Yin turned around and looked at him mockingly. Old man, you're acting completely different from before. Can I assume that you care about this matter? The old man laughed strangely. I know you're smart, kid. So, can you answer my question? Was the abandoned land fun? Lu Yin's expression changed. The old man knew that they had come from the abandoned land. This is a deal. You and I both know it. As long as you help me seriously, I won't say a word about you, said the old man seriously. Lu Yin frowned. The person you're looking for might not be in the Red Garden. Don't blame me if you can't find him. I know how many people are in the Red Garden, and I know the characteristics of some of them. When you return, you must answer a few questions. If you answer correctly, it means that you're serious about helping me. If you don't, then Qingchen will be disappointed. Who would have thought that the most brilliant genius of the humble school and the acting sect master would be a stowaway from the abandoned land? If I remember correctly, you went to the sovereign realm with the fourth young ancestor, and a group of people went missing. Do you think the four cardinal scales will believe that you had nothing to do with them? Will they believe that you had nothing to do with the fourth young ancestor? The old man laughed strangely. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The old man really dared to guess. The missing people were all in his cosmic ring. Don't worry, senior. I'll complete this task seriously. Don't worry, little fellow. I'll give you the promised red back. You'll become one of the most important figures in this starry sky, said the old man. Lu Yin did not believe the old man, but he had to do as he was told. At the very least, Lu Yin had not found any reason for the old man to harm him, and he also wanted to know the old man's identity. Although the majority of the people in this region of space were definitely hostile to stowaways, there were also some who did not care, such as Wu Tai-bai. This old man in front of Lu Yin acted in a secretive manner, and it was obvious that he was not on the same side as the mainstream powers in this region. Lu Yin would rather believe that Wu Tai-bai did not care about his identity as a stowaway. At the very least, his master's summoning technique. He was looking forward to seeing how powerful Mr. Mu was. After bidding farewell to Luo Xin and leaving the humble Huayuan school's headquarters, Qing Chen had already arrived. He had rushed over as quickly as he could and brought Lu Yin to the escalade. Ever since Yunmubai had been captured, Lu Yin had not come to the cloud ladder. This time, his appearance immediately attracted the attention of the Yanyun sect. The people from the Yanyun sect looked at him with complicated expressions. It was unclear whether it was hatred or gratitude. The cloud continent rose towards the topmost realm, and as he watched the ground grow smaller and smaller, Lu Yin looked up at the topmost realm. "This is your first time going to the topmost realm, right?" Qing Chen asked. Lu Yin grunted. "Yes. As a member of the White Dragon clan, this is your first time going to the topmost realm. Isn't that a little embarrassing?" Qing Chen laughed. "How lowly were you in the past? Once you have the chance, you become incomparably arrogant. The 4 cardinal scales are a classic example. They used to belong to the middle realm." Lu Yin replied, "I've heard that the 4 cardinal scales work together to banish the Lu family and replace them as the rulers of this region of space." Qing Chen said, "Don't think about the Lu family, or else the seal in your mind will activate. This is a sourcebox array set up by the 4 ancestors of the 4 cardinal scales. Those below the level of an emissary cannot think about the Lu family, and even those at the level of an emissary cannot mention too much about the Lu family." "Got it," Lu Yin replied. He now understood why that person's head had exploded. It was actually a sourcebox array set up by the 4 ancestors of the 4 cardinal scales. It was all to put an end to the Lu family and completely take over this region of space. "You don't care about the 4 cardinal scales. Is it because you're from a branch family?" Qing Chen asked. Lu Yin replied, "Perhaps. They're high and mighty, and I'm no different from an ordinary person to them." Qing Chen sighed. Long Ke is the head of the White Dragon clan, so his attitude is normal. You're from a branch family, and you're the son-in-law of the main family. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Don't be angry with him. Once the Red Garden spy is found, I'll personally accompany you to Dragon Mountain to apologize to him. After all, your roots are in the White Dragon clan, and you'll need their support in the future." Lu Yin understood why Qing Chen had told him all this. Long Ku must have been unable to contact him, so he had contacted Qing Chen. "Thank you, Superintendent, but I just want to stay in the humble class. Once I go to Dragon Mountain, it might be difficult for me to come out," Lu Yin said. Qing Chen smiled faintly. "You underestimate the humble class. As the acting leader of Huayuan, you've made many contributions, and you've already entered the eyes of the governor. Although the White Dragon clan is the ruler of the 4 cardinal scales, the real ruler of this starry sky will always be the progenitors. The governor is a progenitor, and if he speaks, even the White Dragon clan's ancestor will not give him face. For a mere son-in-law like you, it's not worth the 2 ancestors to be angry. To the White Dragon clan, you're just a son-in-law, but to the humble class, you're someone who has made great contributions. For you, the governor will come forward. The White Dragon clan also knows what's at stake and will not make things difficult for you." Lu Yin was helpless. He really did not want to go to Dragon Mountain. He was afraid that it would be troublesome if his bloodline was tested again, but looking at Qing Chen, he would definitely take him there. Qing Chen was doing it for his own good. He understood that even if he stayed in the humble class in the future, he could not openly be enemies with his own family. Qing Chen was trying to resolve the gap between him and the White Dragon clan's main family, but Lu Yin was sure that Long Ke definitely did not tell Qing Chen that he had wronged Elder Long Quan. As he thought about this, a shadow loomed above him as the top realm grew closer and closer. The closer they got to the top realm, the greater the suffocating pressure. This was a pressure that came from the entire top realm. It seemed to be telling him that the difficulty of climbing an ant represented some kind of authority, suppression, and supremacy. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the endless underground of the top realm. He suddenly had a strange thought. What would it be like to shatter this continent? There was a whoosh, and a gale swept past. It was quite powerful, and even a hunter might not be able to stand firm. However, it did not affect Lu Yin and Qing Chen at all. Their vision darkened, and all they could see was the underground rock formations of the top realm. Soon, they passed through the rock formations, and traces of light entered their eyes. Lu Yin had finally arrived at the top realm. Unexpectedly, the top realm was not bright at all. Instead, it appeared rather dim. There was no sun, and the light that illuminated the land came from an endless distance. There is no light source in the top realm, and the top of our heads is blocked by the branches of the sovereign realm. There are no stars between the top realm and the branches, and the 4 Libras do not allow any stars to cover the top of our heads. The only thing they can accept is the sovereign realm. Thus, this distant light comes from the 4 Libras. In the entire top realm, only the 4 Libras can have light, Qing Chen explained. Lu Yin was amused, as this was an extreme display of authority. The cloud continent stopped, and Qing Chen led Lu Yin onto the ground of the top realm. In the distance, astral sources swept past, but they immediately retreated after sensing Qing Chen's aura. Because Lu Yin was from a poor family and was following Qing Chen, his cosmic ring was not inspected. Otherwise, anyone who entered the top realm would have their cosmic rings inspected, and weapons would not be allowed. Qing Chen placed a hand on Lu Yin's shoulder, and then tore through the void with him towards the red flower garden. As they traveled through the void, Lu Yin was unable to ask any questions. The top realm was very large, and a considerable portion of it was occupied by the 4 Libras. There were not many public areas. As Qing Chen carried Lu Yin through the void, no less than 5 astral sources swept past them. One of the astral sources even forced Qing Chen to stop and say something to someone. You can actually withstand the pressure of the astral source universe. That's beyond my expectations, Qing Chen suddenly said. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. He had forgotten that Qing Chen had taken him through the void in the astral source universe. As an enlighter, it was generally impossible for him to come into contact with the astral source universe. Even the 4th young ancestor had only come into contact with it for a short period of time, but he had not reacted for such a long time. The white dragon's physique is really good, Qing Chen sighed and did not ask any more questions. One day later, the two stopped. The humble Middle Realm's 9 Gates Superintendent, Qing Chen, and Huayuan's humble school's Long Qi have applied to enter the Red Flower Garden, Qing Chen said to the empty space in front of them. Lu Yin looked at the empty space in front of him. There was nothing there. Was this the Red Flower Garden? In other words, there was a hidden world here, just like the 3,000 realms on Glory Mountain. In the sky, a beautiful and enchanting flower tore through the void and appeared out of thin air. Lu Yin looked at the bright red flower and was shocked. This was the red flower that had appeared in the last memory of the Lu family in the person who had fused with him. It was also the same red flower that had appeared in Bai Xiaohong's cosmic ring. Was this the Red Flower Garden? Qing Chen looked at the birth of the red flower, and fear flashed through his eyes. He raised a hand and touched the red flower with a finger. The two suddenly disappeared, and the red flower disappeared as well. It was as if it had never existed. Lu Yin was already used to the sudden changes in scenery. When he stabilized himself, he immediately looked around and was stunned. This was the Red Flower Garden. Enchanting flowers fell from the sky like a rain of red flowers. It was endless, just like the memories of the person who had fused with him. The red flowers covered the sky, and they were enchanting and beautiful. More red flowers bloomed on the ground, and streams flowed into the distance. Flower petals floated on the river's surface. The bamboo forest was quiet and serene, and the mountains in the distance were all red. The entire world was red. This was the red flower garden. There was no one here, and it was empty. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1484. When they arrived at the Red Garden, Qing Chen's fingers trembled as if he had remembered something. His eyes were full of fear. This is the Red Garden. Remember, don't tell anyone that you've been here. Lu Yin was puzzled. Is this place important? Qing Chen replied, it's more important than you think. Why isn't there anyone here? Lu Yin asked. Qing Chen replied, if there's no one here, we'll go find them. I'll take you to see everyone here. If you find any spies, don't say anything. Someone who can hide here is definitely not simple. Lu Yin nodded and didn't say anything. Qing Chen didn't say anything either and led Lu Yin along the direction of the stream. If Qing Chen had been a woman, this would have been the most beautiful place for a rendezvous. However, in the face of such beauty, Qing Chen's eyes were filled with fear and vigilance. Lu Yin was the same. This place was beautiful, but it was so beautiful that it made him panic. Red flowers rained down from the sky as if they were about to be buried. They had not walked far when Lu Yin's ears suddenly twitched. He looked ahead and saw the soil moving. He was on high alert. Qing Chen narrowed his eyes and stared ahead. The soil suddenly burst open, and a figure rushed towards them. Qing Chen waved his hand and the void split open, sweeping towards the figure. The figure was hit by Qing Chen's attack and flung into the distance with a strange cry. Lu Yin saw clearly that it was a man with disheveled hair and a dirty face. He looked like a madman with a red flower in his mouth. With a bang, the man fell into the stream, triggering another scream. How dare you trespass into the ancestors' territory? Do you want to die? I'll destroy your entire family. Qing Chen and Lu Yin looked into the stream and saw the madman laughing strangely. He was lying flat on the surface of the water, not moving at all. Qing Chen's attack had not been able to hurt him. At the bottom of the stream, a pair of eyes stared at them. His eyes were red, and he looked even crazier. Why don't you kneel and salute the ancestor? When the ancestor gets angry, you won't have a chance to live. Lu Yin was puzzled. Qing Chen said, the Red Garden is a prison where the most powerful madmen of the astral tree are imprisoned. The old man had never told Lu Yin what the Red Garden was. He had asked, but the old man had remained silent. Qing Chen hadn't mentioned it on the way here either, so it was only now that Lu Yin found out that the Red Garden was actually a prison that specialized in detaining lunatics. Who are these lunatics? Lu Yin asked. Qing Chen said, you'll know later. After that, he continued to walk forward. Lu Yin met the gaze of the person at the bottom of the water, and the pair of eyes stared fixedly at Lu Yin. As the water rippled, Lu Yin was able to see the person clearly. It was an old man with tattered clothes, but he could tell that they were luxurious and exquisite. The way he sat made it seem like he was sitting on a throne. He was clearly a madman, but he was filled with dignity. If you dare look, I'll wipe out your entire family, shouted the crazy old man. But all he could do was talk. He didn't move. Meanwhile, the man lying flat on the stream was still grinning and mumbling something. Copy this scripture 100 times. You're not allowed to be naughty, and you're not allowed to look at the ancestor. The voice grew softer and softer, and Lu Yin couldn't help but turn back to look at the crazy old man at the bottom of the stream. Don't worry, these people are too obsessed. They're just lunatics, said Qing Chen. They didn't walk far before the ground trembled slightly. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The old woman was squatting on the ground, fiddling with something. As the two drew closer, they could see clearly. The old woman's arms were constantly striking the ground as if she was chopping something, but she didn't have a knife. Her arms had already rotted away, revealing her white bones. Don't worry, it's almost done. What else do you want to eat? Fried iced fruit. Grilled fish. I'll cook anything, huh? Don't worry, it's almost done. What else do you want to eat? Fried iced fruit. Grilled fish. I'll cook anything, huh? Don't worry, it's almost done. What else do you want to eat? Fried iced fruit. Grilled fish. I'll cook anything, huh? The old woman kept repeating this sentence, as if it was engraved in her soul. Lu Yin looked at the old woman's rotting arms and didn't know why, but he felt sad and uncomfortable from the bottom of his heart. He stopped looking at her and continued walking with Qing Qin. Along the way, they saw one lunatic after another. They saw a little girl running by, giggling. She turned around and said something to someone, then returned and repeated it infinitely. They also saw a man talking to himself, pretending to be someone else. The plot was even coherent, as if the man was angry at the person who was talking to him for not being able to fight back after being beaten. After crossing the Red Mountain, there was a large piece of land in the distance. Lu Yin looked at the lunatics one after another. They didn't look like lunatics, but more like they were immersed in some kind of scene and couldn't extricate themselves. How is it? Did you see anything? Asked Qing Qin. Lu Yin shook his head. Not yet. Qing Qin looked calm. He couldn't see anything, so he didn't expect Lu Yin to see anything. Bringing Lu Yin here was just a glimmer of hope. How many lunatics are here? Asked Lu Yin. Qing Qin said, I'm not sure. Lu Yin nodded. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. Young master, you're back. Young master, I missed you so much. Young master, Lu Yin and Qing Qin turned around and saw a man with disheveled hair and a crazed look in his eyes rushing towards them. He was as thin as a bamboo pole. Lu Yin and the man looked at each other, and he was sure that this person was staring at him. Young master. Qing Qin waved his hand, and the void split open, throwing the man out. However, the man didn't feel any pain or itch after landing, and he continued to rush towards them, shouting, Young master. There's no one here. Let's go, said Qing Qin. After that, he pressed a hand on Lu Yin's shoulder, and the two disappeared. Before he left, Lu Yin glanced at the skinny man once more. The man seemed to be in a frenzy, as if he was trying to break free from something. Young master, you're back. This old servant has missed you so much, young master. The scene in front of them changed, and the two returned to the empty place from before. Didn't you find anything? Asked Qing Qin, looking at Lu Yin hopefully. Lu Yin was helpless. Your subordinate is useless. I couldn't find anything. Qing Qin said in a low voice, It's not your fault. Even I couldn't find anything. Let's go, I'll take you to Dragon Mountain. Lu Yin knew that he had to go to Dragon Mountain, or else he wouldn't be able to explain himself. Even cultivators couldn't break free from the shackles of their thoughts. After all, he was from a branch of the White Dragon clan, and unless he encountered a life-or-death situation, no one in this region of space believed that he could ever leave the White Dragon clan, much less willingly leave. The sky of the top realm was dusky, and there were only 4 directions. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Wherever the scale was, there was light. On the way to Dragon Mountain, Qing Qin gave Lu Yin some knowledge about the top realm. For example, the White Dragon clan's Dragon Mountain emitted light from beneath Dragon Mountain, or rather, the entire mountain was glowing. Dragon Mountain was surrounded by lakes, which caused the underground light to reflect into the sky, creating a mirage-like scene. No one knew where the underground light was coming from, but some guessed that there was a giant sourcebox array set up beneath Dragon Mountain. The light from the frigid immortal Sex Mountain Gate originated from white clouds. The sky of the frigid immortal sect was blue, and the clouds were white. Every cloud emitted light that was gentle, comfortable, and beautiful. No one knew why these clouds emitted light. More importantly, the light emitted by the clouds had a certain healing effect. Not only could it heal the body, but it could also calm one's mind. It was inconceivable. The entire Wang family lived on a severed palm. Since ancient times, countless people had tried to find the origin of this severed palm, but no one had been able to find anything. The severed palm was enormous, and it supported the entire Wang family. Thus, the Wang family's location was the highest of the four scales, as if it were among the clouds. There was also a sphere that emitted light from the severed palm. It wasn't a celestial body, but rather a manifestation of some sort of power. Speaking of the Wang family's severed palm, Lu Yin suddenly recalled the palm that Wang Su had visualized. Could it be that severed palm? Shenwu Plain's light source was the strangest, as it was a hellworm. There was a hellworm locked in Shenwu Plain, and it was the source of light for the entire plain. This was the four scales, and each of them had their own methods. In other places, it was easy to produce light, as any expert could pull a celestial body to emit light. However, this was not allowed in the top realm. Above the four scales was the sovereign realm, and no celestial bodies were allowed to exist. My humble class has a special status. Due to the existence of the governor, there are many times when even the four-way scales can only endure. But this special status is due to the four-way scales' fear of the governor. They can't tolerate redbacks. This special status is given to us by the four-way scales. If you think you can rely on your merit points to make the four-way scales helpless, then you're wrong, said Qingchen indifferently. Tolerance is mutual. You can ignore the elite disciples of the four scales, their elders, and even the junior ancestor, but you cannot ignore the family head and the half-ancestor. Do you understand? Lu Yin could feel that Qing Chen was truly being considerate towards him, and he nodded. Yes, Superintendent. Qing Chen grunted and then led Lu Yin through the dusky sky, heading towards Dragon Mountain. In that direction, the light was growing brighter and brighter. Lu Yin could often sense the star energy fluctuations of cultivators on the ground. Clearly, the top realm was not a paradise, and the battles here were just as intense. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion that shook the void and tore apart the space above them. Lu Yin looked up and looked towards the south in shock. The sky there had changed. What should have been a dark and calm sky was now replaced by a pair of crimson vertical eyes. These crimson vertical eyes were deathly cold, like a corpse looking at another corpse, and the other corpse was the entire starry sky of trees. Qing Chen saw it as well. Compared to those eyes, even the top realm did not seem as large. His face went pale as he stared blankly. The astral tree realm has split open. The scarlet eyes looked towards the top realm, and countless people saw them as well. Endless fear rose up spontaneously, causing their scalps to turn numb. Lu Yin's back went cold, and he could not help but tremble in fear. Those eyes brought with them a sense of despair. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1485. The moment the scarlet eyes appeared, a huge triangular shadow rotated in the southern sky. Then, another triangle rotated, one after another, until there were a total of 5 triangles. Each triangle was several times larger than the pair of eyes, and it was as if a gear had been installed in the topmost realm. They slowly rotated, and each rotation caused the topmost realm to tremble. Lu Yin was certain that each triangle was incomparably large, and if all 5 of them were added together, they wouldn't be much smaller than the topmost realm. The array base has been activated. Not good. Qing Chen gritted his teeth and grabbed Lu Yin before vanishing. He had never looked so nervous before. It wasn't just Qing Chen. Lu Yin also saw an Envo-level powerhouse shuttling through the void not too far away, but Qing Chen quickly left him far behind. Qing Chen used his fastest speed to find a suitable location. He then pressed down with one hand, causing the ground to crack and shatter. The void was pierced through, and the area of destruction grew larger and larger until Lu Yin could no longer clearly see what was going on. A moment later, a huge square platform was revealed, and that platform was the source box. Lu Yin did not have time to be surprised as Qing Chen's voice sounded out. We need to replenish the astral source for the array base. If anyone destroys it, we must stop them even if it costs us our lives. He then leaped down and landed on the platform, sitting down cross-legged. A vast amount of astral source rippled out before disappearing along the ground. At that moment, an old man arrived and did not even look at Lu Yin. He also appeared on the platform and sat down cross-legged like Qing Chen. Star energy flowed along the ground and into the square platform. Not long after, 2 women appeared. They were both exceptionally beautiful with enchanting features that could intoxicate anyone who laid eyes on them. Their expressions were solemn, and one of the women glanced at Lu Yin before saying something to the woman behind her. Both of them landed on the square platform and channeled their astral sources into the ground. The other woman looked worriedly to the south and saw the 5 triangles rotating. She then saw the scarlet eyes again, and there was fear in the depths of her eyes. She then looked curiously at Lu Yin, but she just stood there in the sky without speaking. Lu Yin did not speak either, as he could sense the urgency of the situation. This square platform and the 5 triangular gears in the distance were probably the largest sourcebox array in the cosmic tree domain, and they were specifically used to defend against those monsters. Those scarlet eyes had to be a progenitor to be able to activate such an array. Could the ancestors in this region not stop them? Another emissary arrived, bringing with him a large group of people. They were all riding on paper tools. They all landed on the ground uneasily, not daring to look at the scarlet eyes. Their faces were filled with worry. Qing Chen, the elder, the bewitching woman, and the man who had arrived last poured their astral sources into the square platform. The other 3 were fine, but Qing Chen was a half-step ancestor, so Lu Yin could not even begin to imagine how terrifying his astral source was. A day passed quickly. The pair of scarlet eyes were still there. Their gaze was cold and lifeless, without any emotion. The 5 triangles spun faster and faster, forming a strange force that constantly suppressed the scarlet eyes. Lu Yin guessed that it might be the effect of Qing Chen and the others' astral sources. At this moment, a man arrived and charged directly towards the square platform. The beautiful woman who had arrived the day before immediately shouted, "Stop him." She raised her hand, and a rainbow-colored handkerchief spun towards the man. The man sneered and easily caught the handkerchief before throwing it back at the woman. The woman was shocked, as the handkerchief was so powerful that she could not even dodge in time. She could only watch as the handkerchief approached her. Suddenly, a gust of wind shot out from the side and shattered the handkerchief. At the same time, the wind followed the handkerchief and smashed towards the man. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The man frowned and retrieved a sword from his cosmic ring. With a slash, the sword shattered with a bang, but the gust of wind did not weaken in the slightest. It viciously smashed into the man's chest and pierced through his body before blasting into the void, causing ripples to appear in the void. The beautiful woman was stunned, and she turned to look in the direction that the gust of wind had come from. It was Lu Yin. Lu Yin retracted his finger. It had only been a single finger attack, and the man's strength was equivalent to 300,000 enlighters. The woman was only a hunter, so she naturally could not withstand the attack. However, even with her strength, she could not withstand a flick of Lu Yin's finger. Lu Yin's external appearance was that he had just broken through to the enlighter realm, and one could imagine how much of a shock this woman had received. It had also shocked the group of people below. The man's corpse fell to the ground. The beautiful woman gritted her teeth and flew over to Lu Yin. "My name is Luo Fan. Thank you for saving me." Lu Yin was astonished. He had thought that a woman with such heavy makeup would speak like a prostitute, or at least like Madame Naylan. He had not expected her to speak so gently. Draconic 7. The woman was astonished. "White Dragon Tribe." Lu Yin calmly replied, "A branch." The woman grunted in acknowledgement, but her face was still filled with worry. "Master and the others are pouring astral source into the array base to resist the monster. The monster's spies in our cosmic tree domain will definitely act to destroy it. We'll have to trouble Brother Draconic 7 for the rest." Lu Yin nodded, as he finally understood why Qing Qin had asked him to protect her. "How much longer?" Lu Yin asked, but regretted it as soon as he asked. How would this woman know? She shook her head and did not speak. Below, Lu Yin heard a few discussions. "Isn't that Luo Fan from the Misty Rain House? What's she doing here?" "Of course she came with her master. Didn't you see Muyu? I was wondering why that woman looked so familiar." "Have you been to the Misty Rain House?" "Yes." Misty Rain House. This title was not ordinary. Lu Yin looked up at Luo Fan again, and his eyes lit up. Without the heavy makeup, this woman's appearance was absolutely extraordinary. What a pity. Luo Fan clearly had no intention of speaking, and she looked at the square platform with a worried expression. "You can go down first." "I'll guard it," Lu Yin said. This woman was only a hunter, so not only would she not be of any help, but she would even be a burden. Luo Fan's face reddened. "Thank you." She then landed on the ground. An hour later, another spy appeared and tried to destroy the square platform, but this one only had a power level of around 200,000. Lu Yin destroyed it with a wave of his hand. Over the next few days, several more spies appeared, but none of them had much strength. On the fourth day, a blue fish appeared, causing Luo Fan's expression to change. "Brother Draconic 7, be careful. He's Blue Ghost, and his cultivation is infinitely close to that of an envoy." When the people below heard the name of Blue Ghost, they were terrified. This person clearly had a bad reputation. Lu Yin looked at the fish warily. Then, the fish began to transform into a man covered in scales. He looked down at Luo Fan and grinned. "Girl, what's the meaning of this? Do you think I'm a spy?" "What a joke." Luo Fan's face paled. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the man. Was this guy's innate gift? He had actually turned into a fish, and Lu Yin thought of the fish on Shi-Chi's head. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. What are you looking at? I'm here to guard. If anyone keeps looking, I'll gouge their eyes out. Blue Ghost barked as he stared at Lu Yin threateningly. Lu Yin remained calm and fearless. Blue Ghost was flabbergasted, and his eyes were filled with savagery. "Kid, aren't you afraid? I'm Blue Ghost, and I've killed countless people. The top realm has even banished me a few times. What does that have to do with me?" Lu Yin asked. Blue Ghost raised his brows. "Kid, you're pretty cocky. Be careful, or I'll kill you." Luo Fan hurriedly transmitted to Lu Yin, "Brother Draconic 7, don't provoke this person. He's a madman, and he might not dare to kill you because of your status as a white dragon, but he can still be heavy-handed. He once crippled a disciple from the Cold Immortal sect, but he didn't kill anyone. The Cold Immortal sect didn't openly retaliate, and they could only issue missions to the sect and let the disciples deal with their own problems. This person is the greatest training target for the younger generation of the four cardinal scales, but no one has been able to do anything to him. How? The junior ancestor didn't make a move. Lu Yin was puzzled, and he asked Luo Fan the same question. Even if no one in the Cold Immortal sect could defeat Blue Ghost with their own power vessels, they should still have some sort of power vessel. Besides, there was also Yu Qin, so scheming against Blue Ghost would only be a matter of time. Luo Fan replied, once the junior ancestor makes a move, he'll escape. He's a master at escaping. Kid, I'm talking to you. Blue Ghost barked, and it looked like he was about to attack Lu Yin. Lu Yin suddenly turned to look underground, and Blue Ghost's expression changed. He looked down and grinned. There's a rat. He then transformed into a fish and disappeared. Lu Yin was shocked, and he stepped forward. Before he had broken through to the Enlighter realm and the Upper Wisdom Gate, he had needed to use the spring water from the lake to see the astral source universe. But now, he no longer needed to. The junior ancestor could use his speed to temporarily enter the astral source universe, and Lu Yin could do the same. When he moved, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He could see the world in the eyes of ordinary people, but he could also see the astral source universe. He saw the blue fish swimming quickly through the astral source universe and heading underground. It was no wonder why the four-way scale's younger disciples were unable to do anything to him. It turned out that he could use his innate gift to wander through the astral source universe. Blue Ghost quickly traveled underground from the astral source universe and viciously slammed into a person. This person was wearing a mask, so Lu Yin could not see his face. The void around the mask distorted, and it was obvious that it was a power vessel. Lu Yin was speechless, as there were too many power vessels in the universe. Blue Ghost viciously slammed into the person who had emerged from the astral source universe. As long as one was not an enlighter, they would not be able to do anything to him. However, the blue fish that Blue Ghost had transformed into was caught. The masked person grabbed Blue Ghost and said, "Scram." He then exerted force, and the fish's body cracked open. Lu Yin's expression changed. Not good. It's an emissary. He struck out with his empty palm. Just as the masked person was about to crush Blue Ghost to death, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He quickly retreated and stepped into the astral source universe. The empty palm brushed past his scalp and landed on the ground. The fish that Blue Ghost had transformed into was almost hit, and it flipped a few times before reverting to human form. It spat out a mouthful of blood, and its face went pale as it fell to the ground. Luo Fan and the others were shocked. What was going on? Within the astral source universe, the masked person looked up and saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin took out some spring water from his cosmic ring and dripped it into his eyes. This way, he could see the astral source universe without moving. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1486. Lu Yin lowered his gaze and looked at the masked man. The masked man frowned. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He then opened one of his hands and bent his fingers, causing the void to crack open as a strange eagle-like creature appeared. It pierced through the void and smashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised both hands and unleashed a series of palm strikes that contained 350 stacks. Bang bang bang, the void exploded as a gale swept out in all directions, distorting the horizon and tearing the void apart. The masked man was shocked. How was this possible? An enlighter had actually blocked his battle technique. Lu Yin retracted his hand. Not good, he had used too much strength. His character was not one that could challenge an emissary by himself. He immediately retreated and put on the giant's right arm. The giant arm looked very strange, and he then charged towards the masked man. Die, spy. The masked man frowned. He did not know why, but he felt a sense of danger. It was as if he was being targeted by someone terrifying, but this person was just an enlighter. When he thought about how this person had used a series of palm strikes to block his battle technique, he felt even more uneasy. No, he had to first destroy these people's astral source. There was a loud boom as Lu Yin's giant right arm slammed into the ground, shattering it and causing a gale that blew Luo Fan and the others away. Lan Gui also flew out uncontrollably. He silently cursed Lu Yin as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He had almost been finished. Underground, the masked man cursed as well. The giant's right arm could unleash an attack with a power level of 500,000, which was equivalent to an emissary's attack. It naturally did not pose much of a threat to the masked man, but this person had used a palm technique to block his attack. Now that he had a power vessel, it was truly troublesome. While everyone was being swept away by the gale, the masked man took the opportunity to dodge the giant's right arm. The star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet, and he moved. The masked man had just retreated and was about to move past Lu Yin to attack the people on the square platform when he suddenly felt a chill run down his back. He turned around and raised his hand, causing his astral source to surge. The star energy in Lu Yin's body was uncontrollably suppressed, but he did not use any star energy. Instead, a golden battle force was imprinted on his palm as he unleashed an empty palm. The masked man's eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously dodged when he saw the golden battle force. He had thought that he could avoid it, but he had not expected Lu Yin to also have a greater transfer array. Lu Yin's palm was still aimed at the masked man's original position, but his body's direction had changed. Lu Yin had used his great transfer array to shift himself behind the masked man, and his palm landed on the masked man's back without any resistance. The masked man spat out a mouthful of blood, and he could not believe that an enlighter had actually injured him. Intense pain spread through his body, and the masked man felt as if the bones in his back had been shattered. He couldn't stay here any longer, so he borrowed the force of Lu Yin's attack to flee without hesitation. Lu Yin was stunned, as he hadn't expected this person to flee so quickly. The star-scattered chessboard appeared under his feet. He moved again, trying to make this person stay. Suddenly, in the distance, the 5 triangular gears spun faster. The pair of scarlet vertical eyes blinked and then shattered. The top world was shaken, and countless people looked over. Soon, the sky returned to normal. The scarlet vertical eye was gone, and the 5 triangular gears were also gone. All that could be seen was the dusky sky. By the time he wanted to chase after the masked man had already left. This was the first time he had used his true strength to deal with an emissary. Even though his astral source had been suppressed, he could still suppress the ordinary emissaries with his golden battle force and emptiness palm. Luo Fan and the others had not been able to see the battle clearly, and the only one who had seen it was Lan Gui. At this moment, Lan Gui struggled to get up, and his limbs were twisted. The masked man had not been gentle, and he had almost been crushed. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw that the sky had returned to normal. He then looked back at the square platform. Qin Chen and the others opened their eyes, but they did not get up. Finally, Lu Yin looked at Lan Gui. Lan Gui's expression changed, and he pursed his lips. Old dash, he was about to call himself Lu Yin's father, but when he recalled how Lu Yin had attacked the masked man, he did not dare to say it out loud. He guessed that this brat was one of the four-way Libra's most elite disciples, so he said, "I'll be leaving now. Thanks for saving me." Lu Yin quietly watched him leave and did not stop him. This person might have been difficult to deal with against others, but Lu Yin had dealt with him easily. A single palm was enough. Many of the people who had been blown away were injured, and some of them were quite seriously injured. Luo Fan's arm had been cut, and she struggled to get up. She saw Lu Yin's serious expression in the distance. Had he forced an emissary to retreat? Everything returned to normal, and the sky in the distance darkened. Only the four-way Libra still had light. Lu Yin landed not far from the square platform, and Luo Fan came over. "Where's the attacker?" "Lan Gui forced him to retreat," Lu Yin said. Luo Fan was stunned. Lan Gui had forced him to retreat. She had clearly seen Lan Gui spit out blood and fall to the ground. She looked at Lu Yin seriously and did not ask any more questions. Not long after, Qing Chen left the square platform, and Lu Yin stepped forward. "Superintendent, 6 spies attacked and were forced to retreat." Qing Chen replied, "I know. Thank you for your hard work." She then looked into the distance, her eyes still solemn and filled with worry. On the square platform, the remaining emissaries left one after another. Qing Chen moved and pressed the platform down, restoring the ground to normal. "Senior Qing Chen, Muyu greets you." "Greetings, Senior." The emissaries hurriedly bowed. Qing Chen solemnly said, "This old man also thanks everyone for supporting the array base." "It's our duty to protect humans," the old man said. The beautiful woman looked at Lu Yin. "Senior, who is this?" Qing Chen introduced Lu Yin to them. They had not expected to see someone from the White Dragon clan here. Even though they had been sending astral source to the array base, they had been able to see what was happening outside. They had just been unable to interfere, but Lu Yin's display of strength over the past few days had truly amazed them. Especially in the last battle. Although he had relied on external items, he had still managed to force the emissaries to retreat. They had also seen that Lu Yin had a secret technique that was not simple. Mu Yu smiled at Lu Yin. "Little brother, if you have the chance to visit the Misty Rain Tower, I'll treat you well." Behind her, Luo Fan blushed and lowered her head without speaking. Although they were all emissaries, they did not necessarily know each other. There were many emissaries in the astral tree domain, and some were even wary of each other. Not long after, Qing Chen brought Lu Yin back to Dragon Mountain. "Superintendent, what happened?" Lu Yin asked. Qing Chen replied, "The situation at the back of the mother tree is not good. The sovereign's realm was unable to stop all of the enemy's progenitors, which caused the astral tree domain to crack open." "Can't stop the progenitors?" Lu Yin was worried. Qing Chen replied, "The astral tree domain has always been at a disadvantage against those monsters. Once they attack with all their might, it's very difficult for us to stop them all. That's why a long time ago, we set up a huge sourcebox array behind the mother tree, known as Unlimited Power. The base of this sourcebox array is made up of 5 enormous triangular landmasses. If those monsters want to destroy the array base, they have to climb up from the bottom of the triangular landmasses. For us, it's very easy to defend against them, but that's only against ordinary monsters. Monsters that surpass the strength of an emissary, or even progenitors, are either blocked by the ancestors or by the commanders of the array bases working together with the array core. The reason we weren't able to stop them this time is probably because the array core isn't there." Lu Yin was surprised. "Array core? What's that?" Qing Chen's expression turned ugly. "A person." Lu Yin was stunned. The commanders and array cores are the most important parts of each array base, and they're both progenitors. If one of them leaves, the array base's defensive capabilities will be greatly weakened, and it might even disappear, Qing Chen explained. Lu Yin's expression changed. Could it be that the progenitor seniors who went to the sovereign realm to rescue the junior ancestor had an array core among them? Lu Yin blurted out. Qing Chen nodded. That's right. Lu Yin understood now. It was no wonder why those monsters had not directly killed them when they set up the trap. They had only wanted to trap the junior ancestor. To trap the junior ancestor and rescue him, a progenitor had to be mobilized. No matter how many progenitors there were in the astral tree domain, the 5 array bases had already divided up 10. How many progenitors could there be? Furthermore, the 4-way scales could not be at ease with others rescuing their junior ancestor. They had been faced with a choice. They could either not save the junior ancestor and still protect the array bases, or they could risk the array bases being destroyed to save the junior ancestor. Clearly, the 4-way scales knew that the junior ancestor's importance surpassed the array bases. For many years, nothing has happened to the array bases, and the battle at the back of the astral tree domain has never been that intense. Only recently did it become more intense. The 4-way scales did not expect that the departure of the array core would lead to such a situation. We can only say that we fell into the enemy's trap. Qing Chen's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin felt a chill in his heart. From Long Xian's scheme to the sovereign realm, to the trap that had trapped the junior ancestor, and now, to breaking through the array base's defenses and causing the astral tree domain to tremble. It could be said that the enemy's actions were linked to one another, and they had not taken a single step out of the enemy's calculations. This level of scheming was terrifying. And this was only one aspect of the situation. The redbacks and spies had caused everyone to panic, and they had even caused the astral tree domain to transfer experts to form the humble school. All of this had caused the astral tree domain's experts to split apart. What was even more frightening was that no one could confirm the identities of the redbacks. Lu Yin looked to the south and suddenly felt as if the astral tree domain had been grabbed by a large hand, just like how Lan Gui had been grabbed by the masked man. The astral tree domain could not break free, and it was getting closer and closer to death. Are the progenitors of the astral tree domain inferior to those monsters? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Qing Chen's body trembled. Of course not. The ancestors of the 4-way scales in the astral tree domain are all invincible powerhouses. More than 1 or 2 peerless experts were born in the past, and the 9 mountains and 8 seas were glorious to the extreme. After saying this, he fell silent and no longer spoke. After all, the 9 mountains and 8 seas had existed in the past. Back then, there had been Progenitor Qin, Progenitor Hui, and the symbol Progenitor. To Lu Yin's knowledge, these were the true powerhouses. Progenitor Qin had beaten the 6th mainland to the point that they did not dare to record it, and the symbol Progenitor had caused the 6th mainland to not dare to acknowledge his existence. Progenitor Hui had even calculated the passage of time. In comparison, how could the current ancestors of the astral tree domain compare? Lu Yin felt that the ancestors of the astral tree domain were about the same level as the 6th mainland's 3 progenitors, and even the 3 progenitors combined might not be able to defeat Progenitor Qin. Humanity was regressing. Lu Yin suddenly had this feeling. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1487. Along the way, Qing Chen was silent, as if he was thinking about something. A few days later, the sky was completely bright. Looking up, it was like a mirror. In the mirror, there were fish, water plants, and all kinds of beautiful scenes. Below them was a lake. This was the lake around the Dragon Mountain. The light was emitted from the inside of the Dragon Mountain, reflected by the lake, and displayed in the sky. The lake was huge, just like the White Dragon Mountain in the Middle Realm. Each peak represented a civilization, and planets rotated slowly in the lake. These planets also had civilizations. There were not many members of the White Dragon clan, and it was not enough to support a four-way scale. Therefore, most of the cultivators in the White Dragon clan were ordinary people. These cultivators came from the various planetary civilizations of the White Dragon clan. Those planetary civilizations were like cages. Once a cultivator with extraordinary talent appeared, they would immediately be brought into the White Dragon clan and step out of that world. Dragon Mountain was right in front of them, and it was full of holiness. When Qing Chen arrived with Lu Yin, someone immediately came to greet them. It was an elder with the strength of an emissary. He was not a White Dragon tribe member, but an ordinary cultivator. They crossed the lake and stepped into Dragon Mountain. The rocks here were white, and the trees and flowers emitted a soft halo. It was holy and beautiful. It was obviously not Qing Chen's first time here. The emissary elder said respectfully, "The chief asked me to take you to the Purity sect. He said that you like peace and quiet." Qing Chen recalled, "I came here once 10 years ago to talk with Elder Long at the Purity sect. I didn't expect Chief Long Xing to still remember. Lead the way." Lu Yin quietly followed behind. They passed through many peaks and saw many cultivators, and those cultivators also saw Qing Chen and Lu Yin. They were no strangers to Lu Yin, as he was a legendary figure to them. Many of them had already planned to humiliate Lu Yin to deal with the main bloodline, but things had changed because of the battlefield at the back. "That kid is lucky. Elder Quan was transferred to the battlefield at the back and can't deal with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to leave," a young man said hatefully as he looked at Lu Yin's back. Someone behind him said, "The main bloodline won't be able to survive for long. Long Tian is trapped, and Long Shi is missing. The main bloodline has no successor. What can this son-in-law do? Once Elder Quan returns, the situation will change. What if that son-in-law escapes? Think of a way to keep him. I'll contact someone." Dragon Mountain was surrounded by lakes. Not only did the lake water appear in the surroundings, but it also flowed into Dragon Mountain, forming beautiful streams. Pure Heart Building was a bamboo house in the center of one of the streams. When Lu Yin saw the Pure Heart sect, he felt a sense of familiarity. It was very similar to the bamboo house in the lake where Long Shi had trapped him in the White Mountain. When Qing Chen arrived, Long Ku hurriedly welcomed him. "Senior Qing Chen, welcome to Dragon Mountain." Qing Chen smiled. 10 years ago, Old Dragon and I discussed cultivation here, so I'm not unfamiliar with Dragon Mountain." "Where is Old Dragon?" Long Ku said solemnly, "We're already rushing to the battlefield on the other side." Qing Chen nodded. "On the way here, I saw the White Dragon clan sending reinforcements one after another. Is the situation on the other side that grim?" As the head of the four-way balance family, although Long Ku's cultivation was not as high as Qing Chen's, he knew the situation of the entire Starry Sky tree far better than Qing Chen. Although Qing Chen was a half-martial ancestor, in the end, he was a person from a poor family and was only responsible for dealing with Red Back. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. It was not his place to meddle in the overall situation. It's not ideal. From what I know, the ancestors of the four-way balance have personally ordered half of the family's experts to rush to the battlefield on the other side. A large number of experts from the entire top realm, including the middle realm, have been called upon, Long Ku said solemnly. Qing Chen frowned. It's worse than expected. It's been so many years, but there hasn't been any problems with the array base. This time, we've been schemed against by those monsters, Long Ku said. The two did not hide their conversation from Lu Yin, and as he listened, he recalled the time when the Outerverse had been invaded by the Sixth Mainland. They had also conscripted the entire Outerverse experts. Actually, the Outerverse experts had not been enough to deal with the sixth mainland, and they had only been able to hold out in the end because Luin had invited Mr. Mu. Then, with this desperate situation, would those ancestors be able to turn the tide? Luin thought of Mr. Mu and shook his head. Even those ancestors could not stop the Outerverse, let alone Mr. Mu. Senior, let's not talk about that. With so many experts heading to the battlefield on the other side, the situation should be stable. I've prepared your favorite 100-dragon wine. This way, please. Long Ku smiled. Qing Qin nodded. Long 7, follow me. This was the first time Long Ku looked at Luin, and his gaze was cold and dignified. Luin bowed to Long Ku. Greetings, father-in-law. Long Ku put on a fake smile. Your cloud passage stone isn't broken, right? Luin had not answered his calls, which had completely offended Long Ku. Because of this, Qing Chen had brought him here to apologize. Luin bowed deeply. It was just repaired. Long Ku was stunned. He had thought that Luin would sincerely apologize and at most come up with some excuses. Who would have thought that this kid would take advantage of the situation? Was the cloud passage stone that easy to break? Even if it was broken, couldn't he just find another one? And if it was broken, Long Ku would be able to sense it through his own cloud passage stone. This kid was shameless. Your cloud passage stone has been broken before. Long Ku raised his brows. Luin answered seriously, it has been broken before, but I don't know the exact reason. Fortunately, it was just repaired. Qing Chen was speechless. This excuse was too bad, but it was still a good one. When he saw Long Ku's expression turn uglier, he hurriedly said, let's go to Purity Sect and drink some 100-dragon wine. I haven't had it in 10 years, and I'm still craving it. Long Ku forced a smile. Senior, please. He then glanced at Luin with a cold gaze. As the leader of the White Dragon tribe and one of the most respected people in the Cosmic Tree Galaxy, he had never been played by a junior like this. If it had been anyone else, he would have slapped them to death. Even if Long Shi dared to play tricks on him, he would have punished her severely. But facing Luin, he suddenly did not know what to do. Luin was the leader of the humble Yuan sect. Qing Chen would not look good if he was punished severely, but he would feel aggrieved if he was not punished severely. However, this kid did not seem to be afraid of him and did not even care about his identity as a white dragon. How could this be? When Long Xian had been sent to the flying armor pass by the main tribe, the remaining members of that branch had been scattered. It could be said that the entire branch was finished. Even so, they still obediently stayed in the flying armor pass and did not dare to leave the White Dragon tribe. As a member of the four-way balance, it was impossible for them to leave unless they were forced to the bottom line. But why did Long Qi not care about his identity as a white dragon? With complicated thoughts, the three of them arrived at Purity Sect. Luin naturally stood behind Qing Chen, as there was no place for him to sit. Qing Chen and Long Ku chatted for a while before the atmosphere eased. My humble school has been established for so many years, but there has never been a hunter who has become a sect master. Patriarch Long Ku, your White Dragon tribe has produced a true elite genius. Congratulations. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Long Ku glanced at Luin and then smiled at Qing Chen. I wouldn't dare. I was just lucky. Qing Chen looked at Luin. The Cloud Connect stone broke some time ago, and Patriarch Long Ku could not contact you. You should have thought of a way to contact him instead of focusing on capturing spies. Come here and apologize to Patriarch Long Ku. Qing Chen was also helpless, as he had not intended to say such a thing. Now, he could only go along with what Lu Yin had said and continue making up the story about the cloud flow stone being broken. As a half-ancestor powerhouse, Qing Chen rarely lied through his teeth, but Lu Yin had forced him to. Long Ke smiled and took a sip from his wine glass. Lu Yin pursed his lips, walked out, and bowed to Long Ke. I was thoughtless. I only wanted to capture spies and made father-in-law anxious. Before Long Ke could speak, Qing Chen reprimanded him. Capturing spies is a good thing, but don't overwork yourself. Patriarch Long Ke is very worried about you. Yes, Lu Yin replied. Qing Chen was satisfied. That's right. You should communicate more with your father-in-law in the future. Lu Yin nodded. Long Ke was speechless. He had not spoken yet. Long Qi, I want to ask you about Long Shi. Long Ke put down his wine glass and looked at Qing Chen apologetically. Senior, I want to talk to Long Qi alone. Qing Chen smiled. You father-in-law and son-in-law can talk about whatever you want. Don't worry about me. Just prepare the 100 Dragons wine. Thank you, Senior. Long Ke looked at Lu Yin and stepped out, leaving the Purity sect. Lu Yin had no choice but to follow. 100 miles away from the Purity sect, Long Ke stood on a mountain peak with his hands behind his back. Lu Yin had arrived. Long Ke turned around and stared at Lu Yin with a cold gaze. You're really bold. You're the first person who dared to ignore me in so many years. Even Elder Long Quan never dared to ignore my calls. Lu Yin no longer pretended and calmly said, Long Qi, am from a side branch and have never been taken care of by the main branch since I was young. If the Patriarch wants to use the main branch's authority to oppress me, then you've found the wrong person. Long Ke said sternly, if you didn't come from the White Dragon clan, you would have died a long time ago. Lian Shan has not been annexed by the surrounding families because of the existence of the White Dragon clan side branch. If you didn't come from the White Dragon clan, how could you marry Long Shi and join the humble class? Do you dare say that you have never received the main branch's favor? Lu Yin retorted, that's because I have value. Long Ke nodded. You used to have value, but Long Shi went missing. Your value became a sharp blade used by the Long Quan side branch to suppress the main branch. If I hadn't promised Senior Qing Chen to let you stay at Qingchen Mountain, you would have ended up in a miserable state. You should be glad that you have value. Otherwise, do you think that a mere enlighter like you is qualified to see me? Are you qualified for Senior Qing Chen to bring you here to apologize? He values you, and so do I. That's why I'm giving you this chance. Long Qi, don't make a mistake. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. My value to Senior Qing Chen is to capture spies and capture redbacks. That's how I establish myself in the humble class. If I had promised you to frame Elder Long Quan, then once this matter was exposed, how would I be able to establish myself in the humble class? At that time, you won't care about me anymore, right? After all, I no longer have any value. Long Ke had already made himself very clear. The people of this region had a fixed mindset, and they would not betray their families unless it was absolutely necessary. This was especially true for the four-way scales, but Lu Yin did not have such thoughts. He had been hostile to the four-way scales from the very beginning. The humble class was the foundation of his footing, and he could see it clearly. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1488. Long Ke was silent for a while. It seems like you won't listen to me. Lu Yin replied, I have no intention of rebelling against the family head. If Elder Long Quan really is a redback, then capturing him is my duty. Long Ke's eyes flashed, and his expression darkened, but he didn't say anything. At that moment, Lu Yin's cloud pass stone vibrated. He raised his hand, and a line of words appeared: support the second base, clear out the terror ants, and capture the spy. Owl. At the same time, Qing Qin tore through the void and walked out. He looked at Lu Yin solemnly. Long 7, report to the second base immediately. Long Ke frowned. Senior Qing Qin, does Long 7 need to go to the battlefield? Qing Qin replied, it's a humble mission, so I can't tell you. Lu Yin frowned. This wasn't the first time he had been to such a large-scale battlefield. Back in Iron Blood Weave, Endless Weave, and the Cosmic Sea, he had been on such a battlefield that could lead to death if he wasn't careful. This battlefield in outer space was even more terrifying, as it involved progenitors. He didn't want to die here, at least not now. Superintendent, I'm the sect master of the humble Huayuan school. I don't think the sect master needs to personally go to the battlefield, Lu Yin said, refusing to go. Qing Qin replied, your mission comes from the governor. Lu Yin was shocked, and his heart sank. This was troublesome. The governor had personally given the order, so he had to go even if he didn't want to. Long Ke was just as shocked, as he hadn't expected the governor to personally give Lu Yin an order. He had underestimated Lu Yin's current reputation, which was enough to attract the governor's attention. Since he was qualified to attract the governor's attention, then Lu Yin's value in the governor's eyes immediately increased. He took out a white cylindrical jar from his cosmic ring and tossed it to Lu Yin. This is ancestral Mang blood. It can save your life in a critical moment. Lu Yin caught it and was shocked. Qing Chen looked deeply at Long Ke and then said to Lu Yin, the mission cannot be delayed. We have to go. He then turned to Long Ke. Thank you for your hospitality. When the mission is over, I'll bring Long 7 back to Dragon Mountain to continue our unfinished conversation. Long Ke smiled. Completing the mission is more important. Take care, Senior Qing Qin. Qing Qin nodded and placed a hand on Lu Yin's shoulder, tearing through the void to leave. Before he left, Lu Yin and Long Ke looked at each other and saw the endless gloominess in Long Ke's eyes. There was also anticipation. Lu Yin knew that Long Ke would not let him go so easily and would definitely think of ways to use him against the branch families. He did not care about the White Dragon clan's main bloodline and the subsidiary bloodlines as they were all enemies. However, the existence of the subsidiary bloodlines happened to be able to restrain the main bloodline, which was a good thing for him as an enemy. Not long after Lu Yin was taken away by Qing Qin, a group of White Dragon clan branch disciples came to the Pure Heart Temple. They wanted to keep Lu Yin, but they learned that Lu Yin had already left. Longshan gradually disappeared into the distance, and Qing Chen brought Lu Yin out of the void. He took out a piece of white paper from his cosmic ring. He did not fold it, as it was just a piece of paper. He then took Lu Yin onto it and flew off in a certain direction. When monsters attack the mother tree, aside from breaking through the human battlefield and destroying the sourcebox array, there is another way, which is to directly destroy the mother tree. Do you know what kind of creature is the most destructive to the mother tree in the mortal world? Qing Chen asked. Lu Yin thought for a moment. Long Shi mentioned that it was the dino ants. Qing Chen nodded. The dino ants came from those monsters. They studied the dino ants and found ways to throw them into the astral tree of the trees so that they could devour the mother tree. In the battle just now, the monsters also threw countless dino ants into the battlefield on the other side. These dino ants are much more dangerous than the ones in the mortal world, and they have been evolved by those monsters. Long Ke said that many people have been conscripted to the battlefield on the other side, and their mission is to clean up the dino ants. The threat of the dino ants is not limited to the battlefield on the other side. Among the cultivators conscripted to clean up the dino ants, there will be a considerable number of spies. They will try their best to bring the dino ants into the astral tree of the trees and throw them into the mortal world. These new dino ants have extremely strong reproductive abilities, and they will cause great damage to the mother tree. Thus, on the surface, your mission is to clean up the dino ants, but in reality, it is to find those spies and eliminate them. It's not just you. 5 of the 9 sect masters of the Central Realm have been sent to the battlefield on the other side. A large number of people from the humble school have also been sent to the battlefield on the other side to ensure that no dino ants are brought into the astral tree of the trees. Lu Yin frowned. No wonder even he had been sent to the battlefield. His ability to catch spies was obvious to all. Although Qing Chen knew that this was because of the information he had received, and the governor must have known as well, it was normal for someone to be sent to the battlefield. Can't you investigate the cultivators who went to the battlefield on the other side one by one? Lu Yin asked. Qing Chen asked in a low voice, do you know how they hide the dino ants? Lu Yin shook his head. Their own bodies, Qing Chen said solemnly. Lu Yin was shocked. Using their own bodies to raise the dino ants. It doesn't have to be an adult dino ant. It can be an egg, or even its blood, or even a small part of its body. Once these things are brought in, there are various methods to revive them and throw them into the mortal world. It's basically impossible to find them and prevent them from being brought into the astral tree of the trees, Qing Chen said. Lu Yin took a deep breath. But it's also very difficult to catch all the spies. Qing Chen replied, there's no other way. I'll also support the battlefield and try my best to catch the spies. Lu Yin suddenly thought of someone he had fused with before. He had seen an anteater devouring dino ants, and he asked curiously, are there any creatures in the mortal world that specifically eat dino ants? There is one, but it's too weak. It'll definitely die if it encounters a large group of dino ants, Qing Chen said. Lu Yin thought for a moment and drew in the void, drawing the anteater. This? Qing Chen looked at it curiously. What kind of creature is this? You've never seen it before. Lu Yin was surprised. Qing Chen shook his head and suddenly thought of something. He stared at Lu Yin. You've seen it before. This creature feeds on dino ants. Lu Yin nodded. Yes, it swallowed a large group of dino ants. Qing Chen hurriedly asked, where is it? Lu Yin thought for a moment. When I was accompanying Long Shi to the ancestral Mang, we encountered dino ants. We accidentally saw it while we were running for our lives. I don't know where exactly it is, but we'll know when we get there. Qing Chen asked seriously, are you sure that this creature can devour a large group of dino ants? Lu Yin thought back to the scene he had seen when he had fused with Qing Chen. Those dino ants were endless, and it was definitely a large group. Yes. Qing Chen pondered. No one knew better than them what it would mean for this part of the universe if they found the natural enemy of the dino ants. Lu Yin had also guessed it, so he felt that he could make up a story. His own importance seemed to have increased. How did you escape when you encountered this creature? Qing Chen asked. Lu Yin replied, it was devouring dino ants and didn't notice us. Perhaps it wasn't interested in us. How did it devour it? Its mouthpart, a huge circular mouthpart. Qing Chen asked a lot of questions. Lu Yin had indeed seen such a creature, but he had only seen it when he had fused with someone else's body, so he wasn't lying. Moreover, such creatures did exist in the mortal world, so he wasn't afraid of Qing Chen's questions. Qing Chen didn't suspect that Lu Yin was lying, as he had never heard of any of the creatures Lu Yin had mentioned. If he wanted to make up something, he might as well make up something that they had at least heard of. Moreover, he couldn't think of any reason for Lu Yin to make up something. If you were to walk the original route again, would you be able to find that creature? Qing Chen asked. Luin thought about it and shook his head. I'm not sure. Qing Chen thought about it and contacted someone. The piece of paper continued to travel south. After a while, Qing Chen asked again, was the creature you saw alone or in a group? Alone, Luin said. Qing Chen sighed. Unfortunately, it would be better if it was in a group. It could be regarded as the natural enemy of the dino ants. Alone, it could devour dino ants, just like our human masters. They might be able to clean up a large number of dino ants, but it wouldn't be very effective in completely eliminating the dino ants. But if you can find it, you might be able to create a natural enemy of the dino ants. That kind of mouthpart really does have a restraining effect on the dino ants. Qing Chen suddenly asked, Long 7, you provided information about the capture of the spies, exposed Yun Mubai as a redback, and then personally captured the spies. The humble school gave you a total of 18 merit points, and my points can be exchanged for 10 times the battlefield merit points. That is to say, you currently have 180 merit points. When you go to the second base, you can first exchange for a defensive treasure. You can choose any one of them. If you lack merit points, you can deduct them from me as an advance reward for discovering and dealing with the dino ants. Lu Yin was delighted. What kind of treasure can I exchange for with 180 merit points? Qing Chen replied, you can see when the time comes. Pick a good one and try to protect yourself as much as possible. The governor has personally given orders that cannot be changed. Otherwise, I would have taken you down to the mortal world to find that creature. Lu Yin didn't want to look for it, he didn't even know where it was. I can only pick one. Qing Chen was stunned, this kid was a little greedy. You can only pick one, and try to pick a good one. Lu Yin nodded. Don't worry, Superintendent, I'll pick carefully. Qing Chen nodded and didn't say anything else. Lu Yin couldn't wait any longer and hurried to the second base. He wanted to pick something good. By the way, Superintendent, can I overdraft my merit points? He suddenly thought of a serious problem. If it was possible, wouldn't the heirs of the major powers have already picked out the good stuff? Qing Chen replied, of course not, unless the situation is special. Lu Yin nodded. His situation was indeed special. He knew of a creature that might be a natural enemy of the dino ants. If it was confirmed to be a natural enemy of the dino ants, then it would have a huge impact on this part of the universe. However, the possibility of confirmation was too small, and it wasn't worth the governor's repeated orders. Otherwise, if someone else casually made up a story to escape the battlefield, then it would be a mess. Or perhaps his name was already on the battlefield and couldn't be casually changed. In any case, his importance was enough to make the humble school concerned, and they could only think of ways to provide him with items that could protect himself. When Long Ke had mentioned that there were many people supporting the battlefield, Lu Yin hadn't thought much of it. Now, on his way there, he saw many people with serious expressions heading south. Some were alone, some were in groups, and there were even hundreds or even thousands of people moving together. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1489. This was the top realm, and aside from the 4 Libras, there were no other major powers here. If this was the case, he could only imagine how many cultivators from the middle realm were heading to the battlefield on the other side. The entire astral tree realm was mobilized. A few days later, with Qing Chen rushing at full speed, they finally reached the southernmost part of the Mother Tree, the legendary Realm of Trees. The Realm of Trees was set up by the 4 Libras, isolating the battlefield from the top realm and the middle realm so that those outside the battlefield could not see the cruel battlefield on the other side. Although the battlefield was very far away, the stronger the cultivator, the greater the impact. The 5 array bases, in particular, could be seen no matter how far away they were. The realm of trees not only blocked vision, but it also prevented cultivators from entering the battlefield on the other side without permission. Lu Yin took a step forward, and under Qing Chen's lead, they passed through the realm of trees and arrived at the back of the mother tree. It was just one step, but the difference was like heaven and earth. In front of them were huge array bases that stretched endlessly into the distance. The sky was dark, and planets were rotating. The surroundings were filled with smoke, chaotic star energy, and all sorts of other energies. The smell of blood was everywhere. The thick stench of blood came from all directions, but there was no battle in front of them. At least, Lu Yin could not see the battlefield. This is the back of the mother tree, the cruelest battlefield in the astral tree realm. Below us is the second array base, and the real battlefield is below it. There is a land between the lower realm and the middle realm, and countless monsters have appeared there and are climbing up the array bases. Only those with the strength of an emissary or above can tear through the void and fight their way to the second array base. Do you see the planets in the distance? Every planet has countless monsters, and many cultivators are fighting those monsters to the death. Every once in a while, a planet will explode, destroying the monsters in a suicidal manner. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Was the second array base beneath his feet? Outside the second array base, there were many planets floating in the sky, and countless monsters were climbing below. He could almost feel the murderous auras of these monsters. Suddenly, the soles of his feet trembled, and a terrifying feeling rose from his back. Lu Yin felt a behemoth awakening, and an unstoppable force was activated. Then, there was a huge explosion. The second array base has been activated. The battle below is not good, and every activation consumes a lot of energy, Qing Chen said solemnly. Many cultivators appeared in the surroundings. They walked out from the world of trees and looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Most cultivators would never be able to see this place in their entire lives. Those who could come to this part of the starry sky were all elites. Even so, the elites were panicking at this moment. The second formation base was activated to kill monsters, which made their hearts tremble. Long Qi, report to the headquarters of the second formation base yourself. There is a teleportation device in front that can teleport you directly to the headquarters. I have to go support other places, Qing Chen said and then left. Not too far away, a middle-aged man spoke up, brothers, it's time to make a name for yourself. This is the battlefield, report in. The group of people behind the man shouted. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they charged forward. Most of the people in that group were Lemeters, and the middle-aged man was only a cruiser. However, no one dared to laugh at them, regardless of whether they were Lemeters, cruisers, or hunters. Even an enlighter was nothing more than an ant on this battlefield. Luck was the key to survival. Lu Yin's footsteps were light as he headed towards the teleportation device. He looked very young, which attracted a lot of attention. A short man approached him and whispered, "Brother, you're so young. Are you from a large family?" Lu Yin glanced at him. This person was just an explorer. No. The short man smiled. Regardless of whether you are or not, once you're on this battlefield, no matter how strong you are, you have to form a group to help each other. This is especially true for people like us who don't have any background. If we help each other, our chances of survival will be higher. Lu Yin was curious. How do we help each other? The short man's eyes lit up, and he eagerly explained, the 5 formation bases are 5 grand battlefields. On these battlefields, if you don't have enough luck, then even the strongest person will die and not live for more than a few days. That's why some people spontaneously form alliances to help each other and fight for a chance of survival. Isn't there distribution on the battlefield? How can we spontaneously form alliances? Lu Yin was puzzled, as he had never encountered such a situation before. The short man whispered, "Following distribution is just one method. We're all cultivators, and cultivators from the outside world come to support us every day. How can we be as obedient as soldiers? Thus, there's another flexible method, which is to spontaneously form alliances. For example, in the 4 cardinal scales, the disciples of the frigid immortal sect will be placed together, and it's the same for Shenwu Plain. As for those of us who don't have any background, we'll find powerhouses to protect us. I belong to the Red Alliance, and if you join us, our leader will request for you to be transferred over so that we can work together to defend against the enemy." Lu Yin had never thought that there would be such a method, but when he thought about it, it was normal. In order to prevent conflicts between factions, it was naturally best to disperse, but on this battlefield, there was no need to do so. It was better for cultivators to spontaneously form alliances, as they could better protect themselves and kill their enemies. As for factions, whether or not they could survive was another matter. Besides, the 4 cardinal scales would always be at the top, so no one would care if these people formed alliances. How about it, brother? Join our Red Alliance. Our Alliance Master's power level is close to that of an envoy, and he's one of the strongest people under Commander Chen. With the Alliance Master's protection, you'll definitely be able to protect yourself with your lighter strength, the short man tempted. Lu Yin was curious. Commander Chen. The short man replied, "There's a commander at the base of the array, and there's also a formation I. They're all half progenitors, and under the commander are 6 commanders who are directly under the commander's command. They're assigned to the base of the array, and we're under the command of Commander Chen. He's a powerhouse who survived 4 origin tribulations." As they spoke, a red stream of air gushed out from underground, causing Lu Yin to frown. It reeked of blood. When the short man saw the stench of blood, his eyes filled with fear, and he subconsciously trembled. Lu Yin patted the short man's shoulder, which gave him a fright. "Thank you, brother, but I can't join the Red Alliance. I've been ordered to clean up the terror ants." The short man was helpless, but he also sympathized with Lu Yin. "You're here to clean up the terror ants again. Be careful, brother. The battlefield at the base of the array is still relatively safe, but there's a chance that you'll encounter some monsters that have climbed up the mother tree. That's even more dangerous. I hope you can return safely." Lu Yin smiled and walked over to the teleportation device. It could teleport over 100 people at a time, and it would directly teleport them to the commander's headquarters. Lu Yin had found it strange that there were no teleportation devices in this region of space, but he hadn't expected that there would be one at the back of the battlefield. The battlefield was constantly changing, and there were teleportation devices. Only then did the device work normally. The void distorted, and Lu Yin felt as if his body was being torn apart. When he looked around again, he realized that he was already far away from the world of trees. Above him, a planet suddenly shattered, and a huge pressure descended. Many people within the teleportation device tried to avoid it. Lu Yin had not expected to encounter such a situation. The cultivators around him were already numb, and they didn't even look at him. "Come out and report," someone shouted. Not too far away, a cultivator who was infinitely close to becoming an emissary glared at them and pointed to their right. That was where they were supposed to report. Lu Yin's mission was to clean up the terror ants, but it was actually to eliminate spies. His status was special, and he didn't need to report to a normal place. Instead, he directly contacted the commander of the second base, Xia Yan. Above their heads, meteors crashed down one after another from the shattered planet. The meteors were quite powerful, and even Lemeters had to be careful to avoid them. Just as Lu Yin was about to contact Xia Yan, a terrifying gust of wind swept past him. He didn't even have time to react before the wind tore the meteor fragments to dust. "Get the hell out here!" someone shouted. The void was torn apart, revealing a large group of monsters. These were corpse kings with scarlet vertical eyes. A shrill alarm sounded, and experts from the commander's headquarters walked out and attacked the void. Within the void, the leader of the corpse kings looked up. Their scarlet vertical eyes began to change, turning red. An indescribably terrifying aura swept through the heavens, tearing the void apart once more as it spread towards the commander's headquarters. High above the headquarters, a middle-aged man stood tall with a solemn expression. Red eyes. "No wonder you dare attack my headquarters. You're courting death." The leader of the corpse kings grinned. "Those who resist the Eternals will die." As soon as he finished speaking, two figures collided in the void. Lu Yin felt a sharp pain in his head, and he almost bled out of his orifices. Many people around him had already fainted. The collision between the red-eyed corpse king and the middle-aged man caused the void to collapse. The pressure from the collision was terrifying, as this was a collision with a power level of more than 1,000,000. Lu Yin looked up and saw a group of corpse kings charging out of the void. These corpse kings were humanity's greatest enemies. Sometimes, Lu Yin thought of a question. It was very difficult for corpse kings to be born, so why were there so many of them in this region? Why were they able to attack the astral tree domain and suppress it? The only explanation was that there was an even larger eternal kingdom in this region that specialized in producing corpse kings. Experts from the headquarters flew out one after another, and a few of them were envoys or stronger. There were also quite a few enlighters. Among the group of corpse kings, there were a few that could undergo corpse king transformation, and the rest of the corpse kings were all enlighters. There was a loud bang as the red-eyed corpse king and the middle-aged man shattered the void and crashed into the astral source universe. "What are you standing there for? Kill!" the old man shouted from nearby and charged into the sky. However, he was instantly pressed down to the ground by a corpse king. This corpse king had transformed, and its eyes had turned gray. Coupled with its innate power level and its fearlessness of death, humans were more likely to lose against those of the same level. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. The old man watched as the corpse king's gray eyes widened and its claw descended. He sighed, as he had still died. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed, and the old man disappeared. He looked up and saw a youth under the corpse king's claw. "Be careful." Lu Yin reached out and grabbed the corpse king. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1490. How many people dared to compete with a corpse king in strength? Lu Yin was one of them. When he had first become a hunter, he had been able to match an enlighter's power level. He had used the red eyes transformation to fight ghouls that were infused with death energy. Now, his power had soared once again, and he was using it against a corpse king for the first time. The gray-eyed corpse king clawed at Lu Yin's palm, intending to break it apart. However, it found that Lu Yin's expression was calm, and his palm did not move at all. Even the corpse king could not understand this. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and he exerted more strength. There was a crack as the corpse king's arm was torn apart. This scene shocked the elder, and he felt as if his worldview had been turned upside down. Was this a competition of strength? Lu Yin clenched his right fist and punched the corpse king's abdomen, piercing through it. The corpse king spat out a mouthful of blood and roared as gravity descended. This was his innate gift, and Lu Yin did not care about the corpse king's gravity. This corpse king had a power level of 400,000 at most, and he could even fight against a hunter. There was a loud crack as he slapped the corpse king's head away. Lu Yin pulled his hand back and spread out his fingers. He faced another corpse king in the distance and unleashed an empty palm strike. There was a thump as the corpse king was crushed. The cultivator fighting against the corpse king looked at Lu Yin in shock, as that palm strike had brought him very close to death. "No need to thank me," Lu Yin said. He looked up and saw a woman fall out of the astral source universe and land in front of him. Half of her body had been destroyed, and there was no hope of saving her. The void distorted as an envoy-level corpse king walked out. Its scarlet eyes stared at Lu Yin as it roared and suddenly descended. Its speed was so fast that even Lu Yin could not see it clearly. This speed definitely had something to do with its innate gift. This was the greatest advantage that corpse kings had over humans. They could obtain innate gifts by eating star crystals and other foreign objects, something that humans could never do. Lu Yin could not sense the corpse king's speed, and he subconsciously put on his universal armor. He would not take the risk. Behind him, a heavy blow landed and pressed him into the ground. The corpse king continued to attack, and without his universal armor, Lu Yin would have been heavily injured even if he could have withstood the attacks with his physical strength. After all, this was an envoy-level corpse king. Even so, he could recover quickly since he had broken through the intelligent gate. In the distance, the void was sliced apart as sword chi descended. An envoy-level powerhouse had acted. The corpse king waved his hand to break the sword chi, and his body disappeared. Lu Yin panted heavily as he walked out. He saw a man wielding a sword in the distance and was forced to defend himself. The corpse king was simply too fast. The star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet and extended outwards, encompassing the corpse king, the sword-wielding man, and the surrounding battlefield. Then, he moved, catching the corpse king off guard and moving it in front of him. He then grabbed the corpse king's hands and said, "Attack." The sword-wielding man was shocked, but he reacted quickly. Without hesitation, he slashed out with his sword, stabbing towards the corpse king's neck. The corpse king tried to struggle free from Lu Yin's grasp, but Lu Yin's strength was too great. Golden battle force seeped out of his universal armor and illuminated the corpse king's face, accentuating its sinister and terrifying facial features. Lu Yin's sword pierced the corpse king's neck, causing it to roar and kick at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his leg as well, but there was a thump as the corpse king's right leg twisted unnaturally. In terms of strength, the corpse king was no match for Lu Yin. The sword-wielding man was truly stunned. An enlighter had actually suppressed a corpse king in terms of strength, which was inconceivable. However, he did not slow down. He bent the tip of his sword and then shook the hilt as he displayed his sword technique. The blade pierced through the corpse king's neck and came out in a horizontal slash. Half of the corpse king's head fell off and hung from its neck. Lu Yin released his grip and slapped out with both hands. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. However, there was nothing but air. There was a thump as the corpse king was sent flying. Its body had been torn apart, and it was deader than dead. The sword-wielding man looked at Lu Yin and exclaimed, "Who are you?" "We'll talk later," Lu Yin growled and then rushed off into the distance. There were no less than 100 corpse kings in the headquarters, and even though there weren't many of them, they were still able to kill many cultivators. These corpse kings were not weak. The sword-wielding man watched Lu Yin leave with a look of admiration. He then raised his sword and slashed in another direction. The battlefield was a strange place. There were many life and death crises, but it also created a different kind of law of the jungle. No one cared about one's realm, and the strong were respected. Although Lu Yin was only an enlighter, the strength that he had displayed was enough to earn the sword-wielding man's respect, even if he was an emissary. Lu Yin killed 5 corpse kings in a row, which attracted the attention of a green-eyed corpse king. More than 10 people had already fallen at its feet, and one of them was an emissary. It was very difficult to encounter emissaries in the outside world. Even in the astral tree realm, where there were many emissaries and they were scattered throughout the vast territory, it was still extremely rare to encounter them. However, it was very common here, and the deaths of emissaries were even more common. Aside from emissaries, there were also quite a few enlighters at the foot of the green-eyed corpse king. The death of one of them caused the short man who had tried to entice Lu Yin to join the Red Alliance to despair. That person was the Red Alliance's leader, and he had also died. With a whoosh, the green-eyed corpse king swept through the surroundings and charged towards Lu Yin. It had the strength of an emissary, and it even had green eyes. It was one of the stronger corpse kings that had attacked the headquarters. Lu Yin's sense of danger rose, and he began to worry about whether or not his universal armor could withstand the attack. He tried to think of a way to deal with this corpse king when a cone-shaped sourcebox suddenly appeared from the ground and floated in midair. It suddenly collided with the green-eyed corpse king, and at the same time, at least 10 other cone-shaped sourceboxes appeared around it, piercing through one corpse king after another. This was a sourcebox array that was used to protect the headquarters' second array base. Lu Yin relaxed, as this was a battlefield, and he did not need to be alone. The green-eyed corpse king was struck by the cone-shaped sourcebox and was forced back by more than 10 steps. Right after that, another cone-shaped sourcebox struck it, and in just a few seconds, it had withstood more than 20 attacks. More than half of the corpse kings that had attacked the headquarters had died, and even the average Envo-level corpse king could not withstand the attacks of the cone-shaped sourceboxes. At that moment, a corpse king's body suddenly swelled. 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, and finally, it grew to a height of 100 meters and emitted a terrifying aura. The cone-shaped sourcebox frantically attacked, but the corpse king's body was like a swamp, and the attacks of the cone-shaped sourceboxes were useless against it. The corpse king's body also possessed a terrifying strength that caused others to tremble. This was not Lu Yin's first time seeing such a giant corpse king. He had encountered one back on the Shenwu continent. The giant corpse king raised a hand and slammed down with a palm, causing the ground to crack. Hundreds of cultivators were reduced to pools of blood under the force of the palm. It then raised its head and slammed down with another palm. "You're courting death." In the distance, someone rushed over and raised a hand, causing a tree to descend from the void and smash into the giant corpse king, causing it to collapse. Following that, countless trees descended from the sky and smashed into the corpse king. "Order Master Chun is here," someone said excitedly. Lu Yin looked over. Was that the Order Master? Suddenly, there was a flash of light as Sword Chief shot over from afar, following Lu Yin's cheek and shooting behind him. The sword-wielding man shouted, "Be careful." Lu Yin turned around, and the sword chi slashed at the green-eyed corpse king, causing it to pause for a moment before continuing to attack Lu Yin. With a whoosh, Lu Yin's attack missed. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The moment the sword chi swept over, Lu Yin had already prepared himself. A star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet, and the green-eyed corpse king's attack was unable to hit him. Lu Yin appeared behind the corpse king and activated his golden battle force, using 350 stacks to unleash an emptiness palm. There was a loud bang as the green-eyed corpse king was sent flying by a hollow palm. Lu Yin took advantage of this opportunity to unleash a series of hollow palms, each one landing on the green-eyed corpse king's body. He unleashed dozens of hollow palms in succession, shattering the void and preventing anyone from approaching. Even the sword-wielding man's sword chi was torn apart by the emptiness palms. The corpse king's body began to crack, but it was still a green-eyed mutant that was 100 times stronger than a normal body. It was also an emissary, so even Lu Yin's dozens of emptiness palms were unable to kill it. The corpse king stood up. Although it had not been killed, its body had been severely injured, and this was not an injury that an enlighter could inflict on it. In the distance, the giant corpse king struggled free from the suppression of the trees and flung them in all directions. The green-eyed zombie king was also unlucky to have been struck by a tree. Liu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stared at the most heavily injured part of the green-eyed zombie king. He took out Wang Su's knife and stabbed it, easily tearing apart the green-eyed zombie king's body and killing it completely. The moment he killed the corpse king, he put away the knife so that no one could see it. In the distance, the sword-wielding man was shocked. Another emissary-level corpse king that could even transform into a green-eyed corpse king had been killed. Who was this person? The battlefield at the headquarters had been smashed beyond recognition by countless trees, and the cone-shaped source boxes were still stuck in the giant corpse king's body. They could not be activated, and Commander Chun was helpless. At this moment, a spear condensed out of thin air and pierced through the corpse king's head from top to bottom. It pierced through the corpse king's body and into the ground, causing cracks to appear that extended in all directions. Liu Yin hurriedly dodged, but the cracks beneath his feet continued to extend into the distance. There was also a sharp aura that he did not dare to come into contact with. This aura was very familiar, it belonged to the White Dragon tribe. The giant corpse king was killed by the spear, and its body fell to the ground. An old man walked out of the void and arrived beside the spear. He reached out and grabbed it, looked up, and stepped lightly into the astral source universe. Liu Yin took out some Elysium Lake water from his cosmic ring and took a look. Within the astral source universe, the leading red-eyed corpse king was fighting against a middle-aged man. It was being suppressed by the middle-aged man, but it quickly recovered. The corpse king's physical strength was too strong, and its occasional counterattacks made the middle-aged man apprehensive. If Liu Yin was not wrong, then that middle-aged man was Xia Yan, the commander of the second base. The red-eyed corpse king was able to fight against Xia Yan, a half-progenitor. In terms of absolute strength, Xia Yan far surpassed the red-eyed corpse king, but it was still very difficult for the former to kill him. The old man who had killed the giant corpse king entered the astral source universe and stabbed the red-eyed corpse king with his spear. The scene in front of Liu Yin's eyes returned to normal, and he could no longer see the astral source universe. However, he did not need to see it anymore. That old man dared to participate in Xia Yan's battle, so he should be a half-progenitor as well. There were two half-progenitors at the base. One was the commander, and the other was the eye of the array. That old man should be the eye of the array, and he was a half-progenitor from the White Dragon tribe. Liu Yin remembered Qingchen mentioning that he seemed to be called Old Dragon. The sky suddenly exploded, and a human figure fell from the void, coughing up blood. Half of his body had been smashed. It was the red pupil corpse king. Then, another human figure walked out and stabbed his long spear, piercing through the red pupil corpse king. It was the half-martial ancestor old man. Suddenly, the dusky universe turned red, and an incomparably dark hand blocked out all light. It was an incomparably huge hand that shattered a planet and grabbed at the red-eyed corpse king. End of Chapter 1. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1491. The palm exerted an unparalleled pressure, and because it was so large, everyone felt as if it could crush the entire headquarters. Every pore on the back of the hand was clearly visible. Xia Yan shouted, "Old Dragon, retreat!" The spear-wielding elder retreated without hesitation, and the palm grabbed the corpse king and pulled it back. The ground trembled as the second array base activated. Spatial cracks filled the area, making it hard for anyone to see anything clearly. The terrifying astral source's power caused all cultivators below the emissary level to be unable to use star energy. No one knew what the second array base was doing, but the palm spat out a large amount of blood, but it still held on tightly to the corpse king and pulled it back. The ground of the headquarters was dyed red. The battle had ended, and aside from Lu Yin and the others who had just arrived, the others were not too surprised. The headquarters had been attacked more than once, so it was normal. The cultivators methodically cleaned up the battlefield, burned the corpse king's body, and cleaned up the ground to prevent the corpse king's poisonous blood from leaving behind. Lu Yin put away his universal armor, and the sword-wielding man saw him and hurried over. "I'm Lu Jing. May I know your name?" Lu Yin hurriedly replied, "Greetings, senior. I'm Ah Chi." Lu Jing was astonished, but he knew that Lu Yin did not want to reveal his name. He did not mind since there were too many people like him. Some had come to the back battlefield to gain merits, while others had come to avoid being hunted down. There were also some who wanted to keep a low profile to avoid attracting attention. In short, there were all kinds of people, and the battlefield did not care about such things. "Brother Ah Chi, don't call me senior. If you think highly of me, you can call me Brother Lu. I'm older than you." Lu Jing smiled, intending to befriend Lu Yin. Even though he was an emissary, he was not confident that he could defeat this young man, even if he was just an enlighter. Lu Yin smiled. "Brother Lu, thank you for earlier. I should be the one thanking you. Is this your first time at the second array base?" Lu Jing asked. Lu Yin nodded. "Yes, it's my first time reporting to the back battlefield." Lu Jing sighed. When the tree realm was broken, a progenitor realm corpse king attacked. Although it was repelled, it left behind many terror ants. "Brother Ah Chi, you must be here to clean them up." Lu Yin helplessly replied, "That's right. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here." Lu Jing nodded. "The battlefield is merciless. Brother 7, please take care of yourself. Although clearing out the terror ants is not the same as going to the battlefield, it is not as safe as going to the battlefield. To a certain extent, it might be even more dangerous. Not only will you have to face the terror ants, but you will also have to face the powerful corpse kings that are protecting the new terror ants, as well as spies." The short man from before had also said so, and Qing Chen had even asked him to exchange for the best treasure, which was enough to show how dangerous it was to clear out the terror ants. That's right, he wanted to exchange for a supreme treasure. "Is Brother Lu from the Sword Steel's Lu family?" Lu Yin asked. Lu Jing looked at the busy people around him and said, "That's right, I haven't been back for many years. My family has probably forgotten about me. Brother Lu has been here all this time." Lu Jing smiled. "I volunteered to stay at the second formation base. There has to be someone guarding this place, including the commander, the formation corps, the commander, and the rest of us. We're like small gears for the second formation base." Lu Yin admired such people. Boom! In the distance, the giant corpse king's body exploded. Many cultivators were splashed by its blood. They hurriedly received treatment to prevent the poisonous blood from invading their bodies. That day many cone-shaped source boxes fell from the sky, but they didn't seem to be very effective. Lu Jing frowned. The source box array was actually destroyed. That's troublesome. We'll have to find that group of origin array masters again. They're all arrogant, and they'll have to pay a heavy price. Lu Yin was puzzled. "I heard that the Lockbreaker headquarters willingly established themselves at the back of the battlefield, and they're very respected." Lu Jing sneered. "Willingly? It's just that they had no choice but to announce it to the outside world. If they could, they'd be more than happy to leave the battlefield. He then looked at a strange group of people not too far away. Look, they're from the Lockbreaker headquarters. Lu Yin looked over and saw that this group of people's clothing was completely out of place on this battlefield. They were all dressed in luxurious brocade robes, and they seemed to be deliberately acting superior to others. Their words were filled with arrogance, and they even had people serving them. For this group of people to appear on this battlefield where death could happen at any time was truly strange. These people are the permanent lockbreakers that the Lockbreaker headquarters arranged to stay at the second formation base. Do you see that man standing in the middle? Lu Jing asked. Lu Yin looked over. Which one? The group of people standing in the middle were all men, and only a group of women surrounded them. They were probably there to serve, as they were too strange. Lu Jing said, the one with the orchid finger. Lu Yin blinked and saw a middle-aged man who was not very young. The man had 3 of his fingers curled up, and it really was the orchid finger. He's Master Zan, and he's an origin array master. He's not very strong, but his lock-breaking abilities are quite good. He'll definitely be the one to repair the sourcebox array. I wonder what price the commander will have to pay, Lu Jing said. Shouldn't repairing the sourcebox array be a given? Why do they have to pay a price? Lu Yin asked curiously. Lu Jing shook his head. In theory, yes, but if they don't pay a price, then that group of people will slowly study it. For the sake of the commander's safety, the commander will have to pay a price for them to repair it as soon as possible. Lu Yin frowned. If they don't repair the sourcebox array, then they'll be in danger once the Corpse King attacks. They have their own life-saving abilities, and each of them has set up countless sourcebox arrays in their own residences. Lu Jing clearly did not have a good impression of the lockbreakers. Lu Yin looked at the cone-shaped sourceboxes. He could repair them, and with the number of sourcebox arrays that he had mastered, he could be considered an origin array master, surpassing even Master Zan. However, he had just arrived, and he could not stand out too much. The Lockbreaker headquarters was at the back of the battlefield, and it would not be good for him to get into a deadlock with these lockbreakers. 7. I'm going to the commander's headquarters. You can go and report yourself. Good luck, Lu Jing said after glancing at the cloud vision stone. Lu Yin asked, Brother Lu, can you take me to see the commander? I need to report to him personally. Lu Jing was astonished, but then he said, that's right. With your abilities, you can naturally report to him personally. Come, I'll take you to the commander's headquarters. The second array base was built underground, or rather, within the array base. Lu Jing led Lu Yin down, and many cultivators were on high alert along the way. When they realized that it was Lu Jing, they allowed them to pass. From top to bottom, there were at least a few thousand cultivators standing guard. The underground area was bright, and Lu Yin looked around. Rather than calling this the commander's headquarters, it was more like the interior of a sourcebox array, as there were many different structures. This sourcebox array was known as unlimited kinetic energy. After coming to the underworld, Lu Yin realized that this sourcebox array was not as simple as just a sourcebox array. It was a combination of many different methods, including technology, to create an indescribable sourcebox array that could protect humans. Lu Yin did not know who had set up this sourcebox array, but that person's understanding of sourcebox arrays was probably on par with Hui Zu's. Hold on, Lu Yin suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be Hui Zu? Hui Zu was known as the strongest lockbreaker in the Fifth Mainland, and he had created the 72 sourcebox array and founded the technocracy's civilization. Everything about him seemed very similar to this sourcebox array. Lu Yin guessed as he followed Lu Jing's lead to meet the commander, Xia Yan. He was the middle-aged man who had battled with the red-eyed mutant Corpse King, and there were 2 other people beside him. They were the old man who had killed the giant Corpse King and Commander Chen. Lu Jing greets the commander. 7 greets the commander. Xia Yan seemed to be discussing something with the old man, and Commander Chen was waiting by the side. When he heard that Lu Jing had requested an audience, he looked up and then glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Jing, you can leave for now. Lu Jing acknowledged the order and slowly retreated. Chen, you can leave as well, Xia Yan said. Commander Chen was astonished, and he glanced at Lu Yin before slowly retreating. After the two left, Xia Yan looked at Lu Yin with a serious expression. You're Long 7. The old man beside him stared at Lu Yin with interest. Lu Yin respectfully replied, this subordinate is indeed Long 7. Greetings, Commander. Xia Yan nodded. I know why you're here, and I also know how important you are. He then took out something that looked like a token from his cosmic ring and tossed it to Lu Yin. Lu Yin caught it. This is the token of a commander. My second base has 5 commanders that fight on the battlefield. There are no commanders outside of the battlefield, so from now on, you will be one, Xia Yan said. Lu Yin was shocked, as he had not expected Xia Yan to think so highly of him and make him a commander right off the bat. Commander, this subordinate is new here, and I might not be able to handle the position of commander. Lu Yin did not want to be held back by the battlefield on the other side, as he still had to return to the 5th mainland after completing his mission. Xia Yan said, I saw your performance in the battle just now, and the deaths of the 2 envoy-level corpse kings were related to you. It could even be said that you single-handedly contributed to their deaths. If not for you, Lu Jing would have died. With your ability and power vessel, you're qualified to become a commander. There's no need to decline. Lu Yin was helpless. Yes, this subordinate understands. Xia Yan did not speak and instead looked down at something. The old man beside him spoke up. Long 7, do you recognize me? Lu Yin respectfully replied, Long 7 greets the elder. The old man smiled. Elder. It looks like you've recognized me. Did Qingchen tell you? Lu Yin replied, the superintendent only mentioned your name, and this junior felt the aura of someone from the same clan from you. That's how I recognized you. The old man nodded. I've heard of you as well. Under the cloud ladder, you're quite brave. Did you know that that thing was originally meant for me? You actually didn't respond when Longquan contacted you. You're quite brave. Old Dragon, we'll talk about your family matters when we get back. This is the headquarters of the 2nd base, and if you guys hadn't left without permission and caused the base to be unable to activate in time, this wouldn't have happened, Xia Yan said. Old Dragon smiled, as if he did not care. Xia Yan looked at Lu Yin. You can leave now. Lu Jing will arrange for a team to clean up the terror ants later. You can reveal your identity or not. You can make your own arrangements. Lu Yin bowed. Yes, this subordinate will take his leave. He did not even look at Old Dragon as he slowly retreated. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1492. After Lu Yin left, Xia Yan glared at Elder Long. This kid is decisive and has contributed greatly to the poor. He also has an important mission. You've gone too far. Elder Long replied, I'm just educating a junior. No one here is your junior. His name is Ah Chi, and he's the 6th master of my 2nd base. Xia Yan was displeased. Elder Long frowned and glared at Xia Yan. There is no difference in status between us. You belong to the Xia family, and I belong to the White Dragon tribe. You have no right to speak about my family's matters. This is the 2nd base's headquarters. Xia Yan shouted. Elder Long did not care. So what? Xia Yan was furious, but there was nothing he could do. The infinite power source box array had 5 bases, and the 4-way scales controlled them. The commander and the array core belonged to different families to prevent monopolization. However, there were also drawbacks to this arrangement, as it would be troublesome if the commander did not get along with the array core. Xia Yan did not want to fall out with Elder Long over this matter, so he did not say anything else. Lu Yin's expression darkened as he left the headquarters. He could clearly sense Old Monster Long's dissatisfaction with him. If he was from this planet, then both Old Monster Long and Long Ku would have tried to mend their relationship. Unfortunately, he wasn't. So what if Elder Long was a half-step ancestor? With his status, as long as he did not do anything out of line, even a half-step ancestor could not do anything to him. He took a deep breath, as it was time to find the best treasure. Every base had a place to exchange merit points, and Lu Yin finally found it after a while. The place to exchange merit points was not far from the headquarters, and it was a simple earthen house. The second base's camp was made of the same material, and while it looked simple, it was actually very sturdy. It had not been damaged much in the previous battle. Many people were exchanging merit points, and Lu Yin walked in and saw a cloud stone. Once activated, it would list the items that could be exchanged for and the required merit points. Power vessels, battle techniques, materials, star essence. There were many things that could be exchanged for. Lu Yin flipped through the list, but he still could not see the end. He saw all sorts of power vessels, defensive weapons, and a variety of battle techniques. There were at least 1,000 types. Although the back of the battlefield was a dangerous place, if one was lucky and stayed there for a long time, it was also a place to increase one's strength. There was no lack of resources here. There were high-temperature flames, planets, and even sourcebox arrays. There were also slots to leave the backside of the battlefield, as well as slots to bring people out of the backside of the battlefield. Anything that one could think of could be found here. Lu Yin looked around and directly checked out the power vessels. A power vessel was not an ordinary external object, and its creation required the strength of others. Although Lu Yin had seen quite a few people with power vessels, they were either from the 4-way scales, the Lu family, or the farmer family. Their power vessels might seem ordinary, but in reality, most cultivators, even those who were close to becoming emissaries, might not even have one. The best power vessel that could be exchanged for here was a box. Lu Yin was speechless when he saw the box. Who would be so bored as to create a box power vessel? The name of this rare treasure was Small Heaven and Earth. According to its introduction, it could withstand the attacks of 2 Origin Tribulation's emissaries. It was quite good, but it did not look good when used, as it would cover one's body. However, its power was not weak. Lu Yin had his dies 3-2 domain 3-2 domain 3 enhance, which allowed him to upgrade all his treasures to an abnormal level. Even the universal armor's defensive capabilities far surpassed this box. Xiao Chen shook his head, feeling that it was a pity. He did not have any more unique treasures, so he had to find something else. The rare treasure is someone else's. Some foreign objects were not inferior to rare treasures, and some were even better. For example, the machine that had attacked Wei Kong in the technocracy, his own universal armor, and the giant's right arm were all foreign objects and not rare treasures. There were far more external items than power vessels, so Lu Yin immediately found the one that required the most merit points. It was a very ordinary piece of clothing called the cloud lace robe, and its description said that it was made from extremely rare materials. It contained many sourcebox arrays that could defend against all sorts of attacks, and its defensive power was roughly equivalent to that of a 5th Tribulation cultivator. 5 Origin Tribulations meant that Lu Yin could withstand the attacks of more than 900,000 powerhouses. Even the strongest defensive item that Lu Yin had was not as good, and the cloud flow robe required an astronomical amount of merit points to exchange for. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched as he glanced at it. Only someone with a power level of 800,000 to 900,000 could afford it, and it was even possible that only someone with a power level of 1,000,000 could afford it. Such a powerhouse might not even need the cloud lattice robe, and even if others wanted to, they wouldn't have that many points. As for exchanging it for the younger generation, the price was too high, so much so that until now, no one had taken it away. Lu Yin pursed his lips. That's it. Right, how did I get it? He looked to the side. Next to him was a woman. Coincidentally, she was about to exchange for a rare treasure. She raised her hand and tapped on the description of the rare treasure. Then, she entered her contact information into the cloud communication stone and left. Lu Yin followed suit and entered his own cloud vision stone's communication method. He walked out and followed the woman. The woman took a few steps forward before she sensed that Lu Yin was following her. She turned around and stared at him. Why are you following me? This woman had an ordinary appearance, and her cultivation was roughly at the level of an explorer. Even if she wasn't cannon fodder on the battlefield, she wasn't far from it. Her eyes were filled with stubbornness and unyieldingness, as well as vigilance. This is my first time exchanging for something, so I don't know where to go. The woman's gaze relaxed a little. Head to the headquarters. Turn right, you can exchange there. Thank you, Lu Yin smiled. The woman didn't move, and she only relaxed when she saw Lu Yin leave. She then slowly left. Everyone on the battlefield was on high alert. Their enemies weren't just the monsters, there were also spies. However, after spending so much time here, one would become numb to it. Lu Yin entered the headquarters once more. Without Lu Jing leading the way, he went straight to report to Xia Yan. He didn't have anything to prove his identity, and such people were generally not allowed to enter the headquarters. Lu Yin had no choice but to take out his token, which startled many people before he was allowed to enter. Turn right. Lu Yin turned right when he reached the headquarters. Coincidentally, someone was leaving, so he entered. Coincidentally, he saw Lu Jing. Lu Jing hadn't expected Lu Yin to come and was astonished. Ah Chi, what are you doing here? Lu Yin replied, I'm exchanging for something. You have merit points. Lu Jing was astonished. Lu Yin nodded. There was an old woman beside Lu Jing. She had a grim expression as she looked at Lu Yin. What are you exchanging for? The cloud vision stone in front of him lit up, and Lu Yin entered his communication method. The cloud landing robe jumped out. The old woman and Lu Jing were shocked, and they looked at Lu Yin as if they had seen a ghost. You want to exchange for the cloud landing robe? The old woman asked in shock. Lu Yin nodded. Yes, the cloud landing robe. Where did you get those merit points from? Are you toying with me? The old woman was furious. Lu Jing hurriedly asked, Ah Chi, the cloud landing robe requires too many merit points. Do you have any? Lu Yin replied, Senior, please check. This junior can overdraft Senior Qingchen's merit points. Both of them had heard of Qingchen's name before, and the old woman was even more astonished. She hurriedly checked on him, and Lu Jing stared at Lu Yin. This person was becoming more and more mysterious since he was able to overdraft the merit points of a commoner's 9-gate superintendent. That's right. You can indeed overdraft Senior Qingchen's merit points, the old woman said. Her gaze towards Lu Yin immediately changed, becoming much more respectful. Qingchen was a half-ancestor, on the same level as Xia Yan and Old Monster Long. As a superintendent of the 9 gates, he had too many merit points to exchange for the cloud landing robe. However, that wasn't the most important thing. the most important thing was overdrafting. Even the most elite disciples of the four cardinal scales didn't have the qualifications to overdraft their merit points. Only important people could do so, and at the very least, they had to be people who had a great influence on the battlefield. This person was so young, but he could actually overdraft his merit points. "Can I exchange for the cloud landing robe now?" Luin asked. The old woman was troubled. "I have enough merit points, but the cloud landing robe is a little troublesome." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He didn't believe that she would dare to make things difficult for him. "How troublesome?" The old woman patiently explained, "The cloud landing robe has been reserved by someone with the approval of the first array base's commander, Lord Bai Chi. These items are all usable by all 5 array bases, and Lord Bai Chi has already agreed to let that person reserve the cloud landing robe. It's not my place to make the decision." Luin frowned. "Is there no other way?" The item that was second only to the cloud landing robe could only defend against 2 origin tribulations, and it wasn't even as good as his universal armor. The old woman was troubled. Unless Lord Bai Chi or the other commanders agree, the cloud landing robe can only be given to that person, even if that person doesn't have enough merit points. Lu Jing spoke up. "Merit points have always been prioritized when it comes to items exchanged. Since when can you reserve it? That's against the rules." The old woman was displeased. "It's not up to you to decide whether or not it's against the rules. In any case, unless the commander says so, I can't make the exchange." She looked at Luin and gently said, "Little brother, don't make things difficult for me. Besides, even if I exchange it for you, I might not be able to get it back. All of the items are not with me." Luin understood her difficulties. Nobody would dare to take out something that the commander had reserved. "Little brother, you should pick something else," the old woman said. Even she felt that it was a pity, as the cloud landing robe was very precious. This person had already overdrafted Lord Qingchen's merit points at such a young age. Once he exchanged for it, he would have nothing to worry about on this battlefield. Lu Jing frowned. "If the commander says so, can we exchange for it?" The old woman replied, "Of course. Commander Xia Yan isn't any weaker than Commander Bai Chi. Once he says so, no one will dare to make things difficult for him." Lu Jing looked at Luin. 7. Why don't you talk to the commander? Maybe he'll be willing to help." Luin hesitated. He wasn't from the Xia family, and Xia Yan might not be willing to offend Bai Chi for him. Bai Chi was obviously from the frigid immortal sect. "Let me think about it," Luin said, but he didn't leave. The old woman could also see the items that were being exchanged, and she was happy to make things easier for Luin. She looked at Lu Jing. "Leave. Without merit points, I can't give you anything." Lu Jing's expression turned ugly. "You're also from the second base. Do you want to see our people get slaughtered by those monsters?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1493. The old woman snapped, "Lu Jing, don't talk to me about this. Once the headquarters is destroyed, I'll die as well. But rules are rules. Aside from the second base, there are 4 other bases. If the rules were broken for every base, the resources would have been gone long ago. But right now, the sourcebox array is about to be repaired, and no one knows when the next attack will come. The battle beneath the array base has never stopped, and those monsters will definitely do everything they can to destroy the array base, especially now that the sourcebox array is damaged. The commander said that the giant corpse king might be used to deal with the sourcebox array," Lu Jing said anxiously. The old woman grew impatient. "Say no more. I won't break the rules." Luin looked up. Isn't Commander Bai Chi breaking the rules by ordering the cloud-lich garments in advance? The old woman's expression turned ugly, but she did not speak. Lu Jing said, "Fine. My words won't change anything. I'll ask the commander to speak to you personally." He then nodded at Lu Yin and turned to leave. Lu Yin hurriedly chased after him. "Brother Lu, what's going on?" Lu Jing was helpless. "Master Zhan and the others want compensation for repairing the sourcebox array. Over the years, whether it's the headquarters or the base, many sourcebox arrays need to be repaired. The compensation has already been used up, and even the commander's merit points have been exchanged for items that have been given to Master Zhan and the others. She wants me to use my merit points to exchange for items, but she's not willing." Lu Yin was confused. This senior won't even give face to the commander. Lu Jing bitterly replied, "You can't blame her. Using merit points to exchange for items is a huge taboo, and if it's discovered without a proper reason, it'll cause dissatisfaction among the participants. For example, you're unhappy that you can't exchange for the cloud-lich garments, right? If this dissatisfaction spreads to the entire army, the consequences will be unimaginable." Lu Yin could understand this feeling. If Bai Chi can reserve the cloud-lich garments, why can't Commander Xia Yan? Lu Jing replied, "Reserving items and overusing items are two different concepts. Even if Commander Bai Chi wants to, it won't be easy. I can only report back to Commander Xia Yan and ask him to speak to her personally. Actually, Master Zhan might not be the only way to repair the sourcebox array," Lu Yin suddenly said. Lu Jing paused and looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean? Who else can repair the sourcebox array?" Lu Yin pointed at himself. "I can try." Lu Jing was surprised. "You?" Lu Yin nodded. "Actually, I've also mastered one or two sourcebox arrays, so I should be considered an origin array master." Lu Jing was delighted. "You've mastered sourcebox arrays?" Lu Yin smiled and raised his hand to summon the flow guidance diagram. "Brother Lu, give it a try." Lu Jing casually waved his hand, and the flow guide diagram immediately became unstable. Lu Yin had forgotten that Lu Jing was a powerhouse at the level of an emissary, and he was using an astral source. The flow guide diagram was set up using star energy, so it was only natural that it would become unstable in the face of an astral source. However, Lu Jing was very happy, as he did not care about the strength of the diagram. He only cared that this was a real sourcebox array. "Zhan." Lu Yin followed Lu Jing out of the room. Not long after, they arrived at the location where the giant corpse king had exploded. They were about 100 meters away, and on the other side was a group of well-dressed lockbreakers. Their leader, Master Zhan, was sitting there calmly with two women serving him behind him. He was eating fruits and appeared to be very relaxed. Many people were displeased by this, but none of them dared to approach him. No one dared to criticize him. Even Lu Yin felt that this was too much, as they were completely different from the rumors of lockbreakers in this region. "Brother 7, take a look and see if you can repair it." "Don't spread the news," Lu Jing whispered. Lu Yin nodded, as he naturally could not spread the news. He understood lockbreakers, and even in the Fifth Mainland, the Lockbreaker Society was very protective of its members. Stealing another lockbreaker's sourcebox or setting up a sourcebox array was unforgivable unless the other party was willing. This region of space was no different. Lu Jing purposely stayed far away, afraid that Master Zhan's group would discover him. Lu Yin stared ahead of him, which had been isolated. There were a total of 12 cone-shaped sourceboxes scattered on the ground. They trembled from time to time and emitted a strange killing intent. Occasionally, they even tore through the void, making it so that no one dared to approach them. The reason why sourcebox arrays could be set up was because the sourcebox's killing intent interacted with each other to create a strange effect. What Luin needed to do now was to sort out these sourcebox's killing intent and then scatter them so that the cone-shaped sourceboxes would return to their original positions. Luin filled his eyes with star energy. Ever since he had arrived in this region of space, he had rarely done so. There were no rune lines in this region, so it was useless to do so. But now that he was inspecting the sourcebox's killing intent, he could see more clearly by doing so. At the same time, he extended his domain and probed the cone-shaped sourceboxes. These cone-shaped sourceboxes were powerful enough to harm envoys, and their killing intent had already extended to the astral source universe. Without the help of the lake's spring water, Luin had to constantly move and step into the astral source universe, which would attract too much attention. A drop of spring water could allow him to observe the astral source universe for a minute. He still had 13 drops on him, so he had to use them sparingly. Fortunately, the sourcebox's killing intent that extended to the astral source universe was not too complicated, and Luin understood it after looking at it twice. Step by step, Luin circled around the areas where the cone-shaped sourceboxes had been separated. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he attracted the attention of Master Zahn and the others. A young man blocked Lu Yin's path and stared at him. "What are you doing here?" Lu Yin replied, "Just strolling around." The man barked, "Stay away. The sourcebox array here can be activated at any time. You may want to die, but we don't." Lu Yin nodded and obediently said, "All right, I'll leave." The man snorted and returned. After that, Lu Yin continued to walk around in circles. Master Zahn glanced at Lu Yin again and frowned. "Shaoli, why hasn't that person left? Can't you do something like this?" The young man called Shaoli's face flushed red. "Master, this disciple will teach him a lesson." Master Zahn was displeased. "This is a battlefield. Who can you teach a lesson to? With your strength as a Lamiter. Go, just chase him away." Shaoli relaxed and hurriedly ran towards Lu Yin. His expression was abnormally ugly, and there was even a hint of malevolence in it. Shaoli blocked Lu Yin's path and glared at him. "Didn't I tell you to stay away? Why did you come back?" Lu Yin calmly replied, "Sorry, I got lost. I'll leave now." Shaoli snorted and pretended to be fierce as he moved closer to Lu Yin. "Kid, Master Zahn told you to stay away. Don't be untactful. One word from Master Zahn, and you won't be able to survive in the second base. Do you hear me?" "I hear you. Don't worry, I'm an honest person. I won't cause any trouble," Lu Yin said. Shaoli snorted again, as he felt that Lu Yin's attitude wasn't good enough. His tone was slightly gentler as he said, "Let's go." He watched Lu Yin's back as he walked away. After another incense stick's worth of time, Shaoli stared blankly at Lu Yin's figure as he walked around in circles. "Shaoli, what else can you do? This is your last chance. If that person doesn't leave, then don't come back." Master Zahn was furious, as someone had actually dared to challenge his authority. The surrounding lockbreakers looked over strangely. There was actually someone who didn't give Master Zahn face at the second base. At the same time, they also looked at Shaoli with sympathy. This guy was really unlucky to have met such a hothead. Shaoli dashed over and angrily blocked Lu Yin's path. He lowered his voice and yelled, "You're messing with me." Lu Yin looked at him. "Excuse me, but who are you?" He really hadn't paid attention to this person, as he had only been focused on studying the sourcebox array. His reply to Shaoli's question had been subconscious. Shaoli was furious, and he wanted to hit Lu Yin, but when he thought about it, he realized that he wasn't Lu Yin's match. "Get lost." Master Zahn told you to get lost. Did you hear me? Otherwise, I'll go look for the commander, and you'll have a hard time in the future. I'll kill you. Lu Yin blinked. Go play somewhere else. Don't disturb me while I'm repairing the sourcebox array. Shaoli was so angry that he laughed. What did you say? Repairing the sourcebox array. Say that again. Go play somewhere else, Lu Yin said as he strode forward and brushed past Shaoli. The strong gust of wind pushed Shaoli several meters away, and Lu Yin looked at the anxious Lu Jing and flashed him a confident smile. He then immediately made his move, entering the isolated sourcebox array. Not too far away, Master Zahn suddenly stood up, and his expression changed. Stop. Shaoli was stunned, and he watched Lu Yin enter. His eyes were filled with fear, as he was afraid that the sourcebox array would be activated and he would be killed. Lu Jing's heart trembled. Lu Yin had gone in just like that. So impulsive. He had thought that Lu Yin would discuss this with him and then meet with the commander to encourage each other. Finally, he might even greet Master Zahn. What was going on? Had he just gone in? Lu Yin didn't care about these twists and turns, as he was confident that he could repair the sourcebox array. Although this sourcebox array was very complicated, all he needed to do was restore the danger from the sourceboxes that had been disturbed by the giant corpse king, not set it up. To be honest, he really couldn't set up such a sourcebox array right now. He would need at least 1 or 2 years of research before he could do anything. After all, this sourcebox array could kill envoys and even affect the astral source universe. However, he could still clear out the danger from the sourceboxes. Outside, Master Zahn watched on nervously. Just like Shaoli, he was afraid that the sourcebox array would be activated. The group of corpse kings from before had been destroyed, and even the envoy-level corpse kings had not been able to withstand more than a few attacks. No one was more nervous than Master Zahn, as he was the only one who knew how dangerous the situation was. Only a few seconds had passed, but to Master Zahn, it felt like years. His clothes were drenched in sweat from his nervousness. When he discovered that the sourcebox array had not been activated and that Lu Yin had even avoided the danger from the sourcebox, he relaxed. He knew that this person was a lockbreaker and not an amateur. However, he became even more furious. Who is that person? Investigate. You must find out who he is. Ask the commander to come here. I want an explanation. The sourcebox array attracted the attention of the entire second base. The moment Lu Yin entered, Xia Yan and Old Monster Long both knew about it. They tore through the void and walked out, their expressions grave. When Master Zahn saw Xia Yan arrive, he hurried over and suppressed his anger. He whispered, "Commander, who is this person? How dare he enter the source cone without permission? If the source cone is activated, everyone around him will die." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1494. Lu Jing arrived with a pale face. "Commander." Xia Yan asked in a low voice, "Who let him in?" Lu Jing was terrified. "It was me. Seven knows how to set up a sourcebox array, so I brought him in to test it out. I didn't expect him to just walk in." Master Zahn angrily retorted, "Lu Jing, do you think that just because you know how to set up a sourcebox array, you can repair the original? This was set up by my master, Grand Master Denghua. Even if I wanted to repair it, it would take me 10 years to study it. How old is this kid? Does he think that he can fix it? Let me tell you, it's fine if the sourcebox array isn't triggered. Once it is, the danger within the sourcebox might become even more complicated, and the resources that I mentioned before will double. Xia Yan's eyes narrowed as he glanced at Master Zhan. Master Zhan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and he no longer spoke. He had been able to demand resources so brazenly because of his status as an origin array master and the fact that he had a master in the Realmuan realm behind him. More importantly, it was because of Commander Xia Yan's tolerance. If Xia Yan became angry, Master Zhan might not be able to bear the consequences. Lu Jing worriedly looked inside the original. Old Dragon had a strange look in his eyes, as he did not know that this junior of his had mastered a sourcebox array. He was bold, meticulous, ruthless, and decisive in his actions. His strength was at the top of his peers, and he was truly a genius. Evacuate everyone immediately, Xia Yan ordered. Although he was not a lockbreaker, he understood the complexity of a sourcebox array. An experienced lockbreaker would need at least a few years of research before they could repair an unfamiliar sourcebox array. This was also why Xia Yan had tolerated Master Zhan, as aside from himself, only Grandmaster Deng Guo could repair the second sourcebox array. Even if Draconic 7 had mastered a sourcebox array and was somewhat talented, it was impossible for him to repair the original. Xia Yan frowned, as this was the best outcome that Xia Yan could think of. The worst outcome was that the original would be damaged even more severely, and Draconic 7 might even lose his life. How troublesome. Master Zhan, please contact Grandmaster Deng Guo and ask him to come here, Xia Yan said. Master Zhan's expression turned ugly. Master is guarding the array base, so it's not convenient. Master Zhan, please contact Grandmaster Deng Guo and ask him to come here, Xia Yan said again, but his tone was not as gentle. Master Zhan gritted his teeth. In the end, he didn't dare to disobey the Commander-in-Chief's authority. He raised his hand and contacted Master Deng Guo through the Cloud Stone. His control over star energy had reached the level of a world-level cultivator, and his domain was close to the spirit transformation realm. In addition, he also had access to Gu Yu's understanding of sourcebox arrays. An hour later, he cleared up his thoughts and began to deal with the situation. Don't move. Master Zhan hurriedly stopped him. Lu Yin acted as if he couldn't hear anything. His star energy transformed into multiple threads that shot out and simultaneously moved the 5 cone-shaped sourceboxes. The only difference was that the direction of the sourceboxes had changed, but the chaotic killing intent from the sourceboxes had become slightly clearer. Lu Yin then attacked again. Another hour passed, and Master Zhan watched on in shock. At this moment, the cone-shaped sourceboxes were all standing upright, and they all seemed very calm. Even those who were not lockbreakers could tell that the sourcebox array was much calmer than before. Master Zhan looked at the relaxed Lu Yin and felt as if his worldview had been turned upside down. How was this possible? This person could repair it just by walking around the original cone. Then what about all his years of research? Shaoli was stunned. This guy was actually so relaxed. Even his master could not do such a thing. Xia Yan and Eccentric Long exchanged glances, unable to hide the joy in their eyes. They looked at Lu Yin as if he were a treasure. At this moment, the void distorted. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. An old man slowly walked out. His face was ruddy, and his hair was white. Although he was old, he was still very spirited. When he appeared, even Xia Yan and Eccentric Long greeted him. This was Grandmaster Deng Guo, a realm plane formation master who had crossed 3 origin tribulations. Combined with his sourcebox array, even someone with 5 origin tribulations might not be able to do anything to him. Master Zhan said nervously. Grandmaster Deng Guo clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Lu Yin, who was standing within the sourcebox array. His eyes were filled with admiration. He's so young, but his understanding of lockbreaking is unique. His star energy has reached the level of a world-level cultivator, and he's supported by his domain and external objects. Even I was far from being able to reach his level when I was young. Xia Yan spoke, but no voice was heard. He sent a voice transmission to Grandmaster Dengguo. Grandmaster Dengguo was astonished. How unexpected. Those people only know how to capture people, but they actually produced a lock-breaking genius. What a pity. He then looked at Eccentric Long and smiled. Congratulations. Eccentric Long enthusiastically asked, Grandmaster Dengguo, do you have any intentions of accepting another disciple? Master Zan's expression changed. When Grandmaster Dengguo heard this, he seemed to be tempted. He looked at Lu Yin. This kid's lock-breaking acumen is unique to ordinary people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to see the origin all in such a short amount of time. He does indeed have the qualifications to become my disciple. Eccentric Long laughed. Long 7 was a member of the White Dragon clan. No matter what his relationship with the White Dragon clan was or what had happened in the past, he still represented the interests of the White Dragon clan. A realm plane formation master was enough for Eccentric Long to set aside his prejudices against Long 7. It seemed that he would have to instruct the clan to not treat Long 7 as an ordinary disciple. Master, that kid is too daring and reckless. He charged straight into the original. If he activated it, it could easily cause casualties, Master Zan hurriedly said. He was afraid that Grandmaster Dengguo would really accept Lu Yin as his disciple. If that happened, would he still have any status? He understood Grandmaster Dengguo, and he hated reckless people. Grandmaster Dengguo calmly replied, what you did was reckless, but what he did was confident. Master Zan lowered his head, and his expression turned even uglier. He looked at Lu Yin with a cold gaze. Grandmaster Dengguo smiled. Since that's the case, are you willing to learn from me? Of course, you can't become my disciple directly, as I still need to test your nature. If you're suitable, I'll accept you as my disciple. What do you think? Old Monster Long was delighted. He had succeeded. Lu Yin did not care about this Grandmaster Dengguo at all. If he wanted to test him, then so be it. He put on a sincere expression and said, this junior will work hard and become Grandmaster's disciple as soon as possible. Grandmaster Dengguo was satisfied, but Grandmaster Zan's face paled as he gritted his teeth. Not long after that, Grandmaster Dengguo left with Grandmaster Zan. Old Monster Long encouraged Lu Yin, and his tone became much friendlier. He also expressed that he no longer minded what had happened beneath the ladder. Lu Yin could only pretend to be grateful. One by one, they left. Xia Yan was about to leave as well, but before he left, he instructed Lu Yin to find a better item to protect himself. Lu Yin hurriedly said, Commander, I have something that I need your help with. Xia Yan was relaxed. What is it? Feel free to tell me. He was very happy that he had not been exploited by Grandmaster Zan, which meant that he had repaired the sourcebox array for free. Of course, Lu Yin would still receive some contribution points. Lu Yin said, I want to exchange for the cloud landing robe, but it has already been reserved by Commander Bai Qi. I would like to ask for your help. Xia Yan frowned. Reserved. Bai Qi wants to prepare something for his family again. Come with me. He then led Lu Yin to the basement of the headquarters to find the old woman. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1495. Greetings, Commander. The old woman hurriedly bowed when she saw Xia Yan. Xia Yan said, Give him the cloud robe. She didn't hesitate. Yes, Commander. Lu Yin relaxed. They were both commanders, and as long as it didn't go against their principles, Bai Qi and Xia Yan were on the same level. If Bai Qi could order these people to keep the cloud robe, then Xia Yan could order them to take it away as long as they had enough merit points. After the exchange, the old woman respectfully said, "Commander, the cloud robe has been exchanged and is on its way here. It should arrive in at most a day." Xia Yan grunted and looked at Lu Yin. "Just wait for a day. I'll have Lu Jing delay the split for a day as well." "Thank you, Commander." Lu Yin was grateful. Xia Yan smiled. "I should be the one thanking you. Without you, Master Zhan and the others would be too arrogant and think that there are no capable people without them." This was a conflict between the lockbreakers and the headquarters, so Lu Yin couldn't speak about it. Master Denghua is a realm force array master, and even in the lockbreaker headquarters, he's a very powerful one. He's second only to the array heavenly master. If you can become his disciple, then you'll have a lot of authority in your clan. After all, powerful lockbreakers are very rare, especially in the White Dragon clan. This region of space is also lacking in lockbreakers, Xia Yan said casually as he led Lu Yin away from the old woman. Lu Yin looked at Xia Yan's departing figure and was truly grateful that the commander hadn't treated him differently just because he was from the White Dragon tribe. The four cardinal scales weren't that friendly, and Lu Yin could sense that Xia Yan cared more about the second formation base. There was no lack of people on the battlefield who were staunch about their clan's interests, and such people usually only appeared on the battlefield. No matter how arrogant Master Zhan and the other lockbreakers were, they were still guarding the back of the battlefield. Lu Yin respected this, so he didn't have any ill feelings towards Master Zhan. Now, all he had to do was wait for the cloud robe to arrive. Lu Yin looked outside with some anticipation. Each formation base was a vertical triangle with a huge slope. If the Corpse Kings wanted to attack the starry sky of trees, they would have to tear through the void and attack the headquarters, or they would have to climb up the slope. The slope was like an inverted piece of land, and the inside of this land was the center of the formation base. It could unleash endless attacks and slaughter the Corpse Kings. It was precisely because of the existence of the array base and this unique geographical feature that those monsters were unable to attack the starry sky tree for so many years. A few Corpse Kings were climbing on the slope of the first formation base. Above their heads was the endless slope of land. Suddenly, a giant cogwheel descended from the sloping land and tore apart a Corpse King. This Corpse King had the power level of a hunter, and the other Corpse Kings were the same. They were all torn apart by the cogwheel that came after them, a scene that was all too common. The formation base could release countless cogwheels of varying sizes. The small ones could tear apart cruisers and hunter Corpse Kings, while the large ones could tear apart enlighters and envoys. After tearing apart a few Corpse Kings, a pair of eyes opened not too far away from the inverted cliff. The gaze was calm, but if one looked closely, they would be able to see traces of cruelty and excitement. "It's almost done. I just need to kill one more envoy-level Corpse King, and then I'll have enough to exchange for the cloud robe." In the headquarters of the first base, Bai Zhen was furious. "What did you say? The cloud lattice robe is gone. Where did it go?" In front of him was a rather young woman. She was afraid. It was exchanged for. Who? The commander said that it was prepared for me. Who could have exchanged for it? Bai Zhen roared. The woman replied, "Yes, it was the second base's commander, Lord Xia Yan. He used his merit points to exchange for the cloud lattice robe." Bai Zhen gritted his teeth, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He had fought for the cloud lattice robe for so long, and he had even made a promise to Bai Qi, but in the end, he hadn't received it. "It was just yesterday," the woman muttered. Her words completely enraged Bai Zhen, and he immediately went to find Commander Bai Qi. Bai Qi was from the Frigid Immortal sect and was the commander of the first base. Compared to Xia Yan, he was more quick-witted, but also more gloomy. Xia Yan exchanged for the Cloud Lattice robe. Impossible, he doesn't have that many merit points. Those lockbreakers must have used him up. Don't worry, I'll check. Baizhen respectfully waited across from him. Not long after, Bai Qi put down the Cloud Lattice stone and fell into deep thought. Baizhen couldn't help but say, "Sir." Bai Qi looked at him. The Cloud Lattice robe was exchanged for by Draconic 7. Draconic 7. A member of the White Dragon tribe. Baizhen frowned. Bai Qi explained, not only is he a member of the White Dragon tribe, but he's also the sect master of the Humble Middle Realm. Yesterday, he was favored by Master Deng Gua and will become his future disciple. He helped Xia Yan repair the second base's source box, the origin cone. Only then did Xia Yan ask for the Cloud Lattice robe. This person's status is special, and if I hadn't asked him, even the commander wouldn't have been able to get anything out of him. Baizhen solemnly said, even if he repaired the origin cone and is still the sect master of the Humble Middle Realm, he shouldn't have enough merit points to exchange for the Cloud Lattice robe. More than half of my merit points came from that year. Bai Qi raised a hand to stop Baizhen from continuing. He sternly said, don't mention what happened back then. It's taboo. Have you forgotten? Baizhen's expression changed slightly. Yes, I know. Bai Qi said, Draconic 7's merit points came from Qingchen, and he overspent them. This person's status is very special, and he's favored by the governor of the Humble Middle Realm. Given Bai Qi's status, explaining all of this to Baizhen was already very patient. Baizhen wasn't satisfied. Sir, you promised me. I've been fighting on the battlefield all these years for this Cloud Lattice robe. Bai Qi sternly asked, what's the biggest obstacle before you can complete that person's trial? Baizhen gritted his teeth. I have to survive on this sloping continent for 20 years. How much longer? Bai Qi asked. Baizhen replied, 11 years. Bai Qi sighed. Surviving for 9 years is pretty good. Even I can't guarantee that I can survive for 9 years on this sloping continent. There are quite a few experts among those monsters. The more he said this, the more Baizhen's heart ached. How was he supposed to survive 11 years? He had been hiding like a mouse for the past 9 years, afraid that he would attract the attention of the powerful corpse kings. At the same time, he had to accumulate merit points. He believed that no one had lived a more difficult life than him. Sir, can I contact Draconic 7? I want to talk to him, Baizhen said in a low voice. Bai Qi shook his head. You know the relationship between the Frigid Immortal sect and the White Dragon clan. If possible, I'd definitely want to give you the Cloud Lattice robe. However, Draconic 7 is favored by the governor of the Humble Middle Realm, and Xia Yan and Monster Long are both keeping an eye on him. It's impossible to get the Cloud Lattice robe from him. Then Baizhen was furious, but he didn't know what to say. Bai Qi's eyes flashed. How about this? I have an external item here. Although it's not as good as the Cloud Lattice robe, it's not that far off. He then took out a beautiful red flower. Baizhen was shocked when he saw the flower, and his entire body trembled. It was as if he could see the red flower filling the sky again. That scene was both beautiful and deadly, and it was in that dreamlike scene that the clan that had dominated everything had disappeared. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1496. Bai Qi's lips curled up when he saw Bai Zheng's expression. You should know how powerful the immortal radish flower is. How about this? Bai Zheng was terrified at first, but when he heard Bai Qi's words, he became extremely excited. His breathing quickened as he asked, Really? Bai Qi smiled. Of course, but it's not on the exchange list, and I don't need those merit points. How will you compensate me if I give you the immortal radish flower for free? Bai Zheng looked away from the flower with great difficulty and asked, What do you want as compensation? Bai Qi smiled and put away the flower. Take a look at the exchange list. There might be better defensive items. Bai Zheng hurriedly said, Sir, just tell me what you want. Although the immortal radish flower wasn't a defensive item, it was much more useful than Yunlui. Even if Yunlui was still here, Bai Zheng would definitely choose the immortal radish flower. From the moment Bai Qi took out the immortal radish flower, he knew that Bai Zheng had been prepared for this. Regardless of whether Yunlui was here or not, the immortal radish flower would appear. This was a choice, not one given to him by Bai Qi, but one given to him by Bai Zheng. Bai Qi muttered to himself and stared at Bai Zheng. To be honest, I really don't know what I want, but you should know. Otherwise, the immortal radish flower wouldn't have appeared here. Bai Zheng's eyes flashed as if he was struggling. Bai Qi wasn't in a hurry and simply waited. After a long time, Bai Zheng said, The Earth Treasury Needle. Bai Qi was confused. What? Bai Zheng looked at Bai Qi seriously and said word by word, The Earth Treasury Needle. Bai Qi was shocked. The Lu family's Earth Treasury Needle. You know how to use it? Bai Zheng nodded. Bai Qi looked him up and down. How do you know the Earth Treasury Needle? That's an ultimate technique that the Lu family doesn't teach to outsiders. You're just a follower, so how did you learn it? Bai Zheng sneered. Follower. That depends on who I'm following. The person I'm following is more important than the heavens. Bai Qi narrowed his eyes and nodded. You're right. No wonder you were able to survive for 9 years on the sloping continent. With the Xidigarba needles, let alone 9 years, you might even be able to survive for 20 years. No wonder that person gave you a 20-year trial. Bai Zheng shook his head. He didn't know that I could use the Earth Treasury needles. 20 years was just for me to die. He didn't want to see anything related to the Lu family, but I was sure that I could survive. I would pass the test and obtain everything I wanted. Bai Qi smiled. The Xidigarba needle is really tempting. He then raised his hand, and the immortal radish flower appeared once more. It slowly flew towards Bai Zheng. It's yours now. Bai Zheng took the immortal radish flower with a complicated look. Was it worth it to exchange the Earth Treasury Needle, an extinct combat technique, for an immortal radish flower? He didn't know either. If the Lu clan was still around, he wouldn't even dare to trade for 10,000 immortal radish flowers, let alone a single one. No, the frigid immortal sect wouldn't even dare to learn it. It didn't matter, as the Lu family was no more. Bai Zheng quickly cast aside all distracting thoughts and looked up. Bai Qi's eyes were shining as he waited to learn the Earth Treasury Needle. The cloud landing robe was successfully delivered to Lu Yin's hands. He took it and felt the material of the robe. It was too tough, and even after using all of his strength, he was unable to leave a single crease on it. This was an external item that could withstand the attacks of a fifth origin tribulation cultivator, and more importantly, there was actually more than one sourcebox array hidden within it. Lu Yin was a little uncomfortable. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. But who could set up a sourcebox array so small and seal it within this piece of clothing? He had seen far too many enormous sourcebox arrays before, including those on the Shenwu continent, the Lockbreaker realm, and even the infinite kinetic energy beneath his feet. These were all enormous sourcebox arrays, but the Cloud Dew robe in his hands contained the smallest sourcebox array he had ever seen. large and small were two extremes. It was difficult to create the largest sourcebox array, but it was equally difficult to create the smallest one. The cloud dew robe might have been a defensive external item in the hands of others, but its value was different in Lu Yin's hands. Perhaps he could learn something from it. Lu Yin specifically asked where the cloud dew robe had come from, but no one knew, not even Xia Yan. All he knew was that it had been accidentally left behind at the back of the battlefield. With the cloud dew robe in his hands, Lu Jing was notified by Xia Yan to gather all of the people who were assisting the Second Foundation in clearing out the terror ants. There were more than 3,000 people in total, and this was just their group. Before them, a group of cultivators from the Second Foundation had already headed to the mother tree to clear out the terror ants, and more people would follow. Lu Yin's group had more than 3,000 people, and there were some who were stronger than others. Most of them were from the older generation, and it wasn't easy for the younger generation to join the battlefield. If they weren't strong enough, they wouldn't even qualify to be cannon fodder. There were no emissaries in this group, but there were a few enlighters who were close to becoming emissaries. There were also many enlighters, and even the weakest among them was an explorer. Just these 3,000 people alone should be enough to sweep through the Fifth Mainland's outerverse, Lu Yin thought to himself. These people were only here to clear out the terror ants. Instead, they had been divided into many teams by Lu Jing, and each team had around 10 people. Lu Yin's team had 15 people, and there were 5 enlighters among them. The one that Lu Jing had appointed as the captain was an old man, and he was also the strongest person in the team. He was infinitely close to becoming an emissary. The teams have been assigned, and I've already informed your captains of the locations that need to be cleared out. All of you are to clear out the mother tree's trunk that borders the Second Foundation. Remember, aside from the terror ants, you'll also have to face those monsters and those shameless traitors who rely on them. Be careful, Lu Jing said. He then glanced at Lu Yin discreetly and waved for everyone to board the teleportation device and send them to the mother tree's trunk. The unlimited kinetic array was connected to the mother tree's trunk and extended outwards, allowing one to reach the mother tree's trunk directly through the Second Foundation. Although it was called a trunk, it was more like a brown continent to humans. It was similar to the branches in the Sovereign Realm, and there were many piles of withered bark. The only difference was that there were many more corpses here, regardless of whether they belonged to humans or corpse kings. The corpse kings attacked the astral tree by climbing up the array bases in one direction and climbing up the mother tree's trunk in another. The group walked out of the teleportation device and looked around. Aside from the cultivators guarding the device, there was also a temporary command post in the distance. To the north was the mother tree's trunk, where countless cultivators were on standby. This was also the front line of the battlefield. When they arrived, the teams began to disperse and head towards the areas where they had to clear out the terror ants. Everyone had a mission here, such as how many terror ants the explorers and hunters needed to clear out. If they could not complete their mission, they could not leave, nor could they find a place to hide and relax. Lu Yin's team approached the trunk under the command of the old man. Not far away, several teams stopped to discuss something. The old man also stopped and looked over. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin and the rest solemnly said, I am Chen Hai, and I've been appointed captain. Although this is an order from the headquarters, I still want to ask if anyone has any objections. Lu Yin and the rest remained silent. The old man was satisfied. Since no one has any objections, I'll carry out my duties as captain. I've been to this battlefield once before. Everyone was shocked, and one of the middle-aged women asked, Senior, you've been to this battlefield before? Chen Hai nodded. That's right. I came here once when I just broke through to the Enlighter realm. I fought on this battlefield for many years, and I was lucky enough to return alive. I left my name on the battlefield, and that's how I was recruited. Most of you were recruited because of your cultivation, or there might be other reasons, but I don't care. In any case, I want to warn you all that you must listen to me. I'll try my best to bring you out alive, and if anyone disobeys or acts on their own, I won't be merciful. The battlefield is too large, and accidental deaths are not rare. Everyone fell silent. The middle-aged woman respectfully replied, "We'll listen to Senior." Chen Hai was satisfied, and his gaze swept across everyone's faces. Most of them were apprehensive and fearful, which was normal since it was their first time here. He looked at Lu Yin. Why did this kid look so carefree? Lu Yin was not carefree. No, it could be said that he was carefree. He had many treasures on him, especially the cloud ditch robe, which gave him a sense of security that made him different from the others. Chen Hai frowned and looked at Lu Yin deeply. He was most worried about encountering someone who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth on the battlefield, someone who acted recklessly just because they had a bit of cultivation. This kid had broken through to the enlightened realm at such a young age, which meant that his innate talent was extremely high. He had to be a genius in the astral trees, and such people were the hardest to command. Chen Hai looked at the middle-aged woman and told her to keep an eye on Lu Yin. The middle-aged woman glanced at Lu Yin, and just like the old man, she was dissatisfied. Lu Yin was like a lighthouse in this group, and he was too carefree. Lu Yin was thinking about how to find a spy, but was there one in this group? He didn't know, but he wouldn't stay in this group forever. Once he was sure that there were no spies, he would leave. He saw Chen Hai's gaze, but he didn't care. Under Chen Hai's lead, the group arrived at the border between the base and the tree trunk. They looked down, but they couldn't see the bottom. If they jumped down from here, they might be able to reach the place known as the New Continent. The New Continent was the main battlefield, and it was also where countless corpse kings had appeared. The corpse kings would climb up from the New Continent towards the mother tree's trunk and the base. That was the place that the humans wanted to conquer the most. Conquering the New Continent would mean driving out all the monsters, which was why it had been named the New Continent. Let's go. Remember, listen to my orders, Chen Hai barked, giving Lu Yin a warning glare. Lu Yin remained calm and restrained his carefree attitude. He jumped down with the rest of the group and officially entered the tree trunk. This was a new world. Above their heads was a boundless brown land, and below their feet was a similarly boundless brown land. This was the mother tree's trunk. It had already been half a month since they arrived here. In this half a month, Chen Hai had led a group of people to walk around the tree trunks and clear out millions of terror ants. This was only a small number. No one knew how many terror ants the monsters had placed on the tree trunks. Fortunately, they hadn't run into any corpse kings. End of chapter. The rest of the group was quickly suppressed by the corpse king, and Lu Yin had no choice but to reveal his true strength. He continuously struck out with his emptiness palms, and after 10 consecutive strikes, he killed more than 10 corpse kings. Even Chen Hai was shocked by this. He was facing off against Chen Hai. The corpse king's scarlet eyes stared at Lu Yin, and it directly swept past Chen Hai. It raised a fist and punched Lu Yin, but Lu Yin easily caught it and exerted some strength. There was a crack as the corpse king's arm was broken, and with a casual wave of his hand, the corpse king's head was severed. The crowd was shocked, and they all stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. Chen Hai was stunned, as he had never imagined that Lu Yin's strength would be so terrifying. They were both enlighters, but in terms of cultivation, Chen Hai was far superior to Lu Yin's. He couldn't understand how the gap between them could be so great. There were still half of the corpse kings remaining, and Lu Yin raised a hand and used another emptiness palm. Suddenly, the middle-aged woman who had been nearby launched a sneak attack on him. She raised her hand and shot an arrow from her sleeve, which was extremely powerful. Lu Yin caught it with a flip of his hand and stared at the middle-aged woman. The woman's face paled, and she turned to flee. Lu Yin raised a hand and used another emptiness palm to strike her back. It pierced through her body and killed her instantly. Shanhai shouted, "She's a spy. She's definitely a spy." Lu Yin replied, "She's already dead." Shanhai reprimanded him, "That's too bad. No matter where you are, capturing a spy is a great contribution. You shouldn't have killed her." Lu Yin didn't care, as his mission was to capture and kill a spy, so he couldn't run away from this contribution. The remaining corpse kings were quickly cleared out. With Lu Yin's help, aside from the middle-aged woman, no one else had suffered any losses. The emptiness palm speed was too fast, and under the effects of his domain, Lu Yin was able to unleash another emptiness palm whenever someone was in danger. It could be said that he had saved everyone. After this battle, everyone looked at Lu Yin in a completely different light. They could vaguely guess that Lu Yin was someone with a powerful background. Shanhai also recalled Lu Yin's attitude from the start. It was no wonder that this person was so carefree. Not only was he powerful, but he also had powerful external objects. There shouldn't be any problems clearing out the terror ants this time. Lu Yin's display of strength boosted everyone's confidence in their mission to clear out the terror ants. However, they didn't know that Lu Yin was about to leave. In the command center of the second base, the main token on Xia Yan's desk vibrated. This was the symbol of a battlefield's master, and the commander could use it to issue orders to the master. The master could also use it to report the situation of the battle. Xia Yan glanced at it and was surprised, killing a spy. "Not bad," he said before returning to his work. A few days passed in the blink of an eye, and Shanhai continued to lead his team to clear out the terror ants. Although Lu Yin had displayed terrifying power, he hadn't overshadowed his master's authority. He hadn't questioned or disobeyed Shanhai's decisions, and he hadn't interfered either. This made Shanhai even more satisfied, and he couldn't help but want to introduce his granddaughter to Lu Yin. Lu Yin had no choice but to reject him several times, but he was still interested in Shanhai's strength. It wasn't that Shanhai was strong, but that he was only one step away from becoming an emissary. This was a step that Lu Yin didn't dare to take. "It's not that I don't dare. I'm just a little afraid," Shanhai said. Lu Yin laughed, as these words were even more unpleasant to hear. "Afraid of the origin calamity?" Shanhai nodded. "Everyone is afraid of the origin calamity. You disciples from large aristocratic families are stronger than your peers, but it's precisely because of your innate gifts that your bodies can absorb more star energy, which makes the origin calamity even more terrifying. Normal cultivators like us don't have as much star energy, so the origin calamity isn't as terrifying as yours. However, we also have fewer resources, so we're still relatively weak. These are all proportional, and there's no difference between the origin calamity and the origin calamity." Lu Yin asked, "Senior, are you not confident that you can survive the origin calamity?" Shanhai nodded. "Not at all. The origin calamity isn't fixed. Someone once said that the astral source universe has its own consciousness, and the origin calamity's form is the manifestation of someone who has battled in the astral source universe. It could be sword chi, a technique, or even an innate gift. It's equivalent to being an emissary in the past, so how can enlighters like us withstand it?" However, Shanhai continued, "As long as we survive the origin calamity, both our lifespan and strength will increase greatly. This is something that everyone looks forward to. There are quite a few emissaries in this universe, so there's bound to be someone who can survive the origin calamity," Lu Yin said. Shanhai nodded. "That's right. Out of 100 initiators, only one emissary can be born. That's about the ratio. Lu Yin had thought that Shanhai would not speak too much because of his fear of the origin calamity, but he had not expected Shanhai to have such a detailed understanding of the origin calamity. It said that many years ago, a senior underwent the origin calamity, and with a single roar, he dispersed the origin calamity. That was enviable. Another senior underwent the origin calamity with a casual wave of his hand. I don't know how he did it. Shanhai looked at Lu Yin and asked, the most shocking thing that I know of is recorded in the ancient records. A long time ago, an ancient person underwent the origin calamity. Do you know what the origin calamity looked like? Lu Yin shook his head, as he was curious as well. Shanhai replied, it was a person, in the form of a person. Lu Yin was astonished. There's even a human form. Shanhai nodded and said, according to the ancient records, that senior might have been a little too strong, and the astral source universe believed that no attack would be able to destroy him, so they directly simulated a battle with someone from long ago. That battle was earth-shattering, and large areas were destroyed. Even the void was torn apart. In the end, that senior failed and was destroyed by the humanoid origin calamity. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Shanhai sighed. That senior's innate gift was extraordinary, and according to the records, the amount of star energy in his body was terrifying. It was at least 100 times that of an ordinary person. The astral source universe must have been so angry that they thought of ways to destroy him. Lu Yin gulped. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1498. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked around. The spy had exterminated this group, which meant that he must have taken away a portion of the terror ants. This spy was a hidden danger. Furthermore, Lu Yin's domain slowly spread out, and he could feel an aura in the void that caused people to tremble. This was an emissary. This spy was actually an emissary. This was no longer a spy, it might even be a redback. Shanhai retracted his hand as traces of blood appeared on his fingertips. He hurriedly said, everyone, don't touch the corpse's wounds. The residual energy is very strong. He stood up and looked at Lu Yin with a solemn expression. It's the strength of an emissary. Lu Yin nodded and stared to the right. He went that way. Go after him. Shanhai frowned. Go after him. Brother Ah Chi, that's an emissary. Lu Yin replied, I know. As long as we find his tracks and confirm his identity, we'll immediately report it to the headquarters. We won't need to capture him. Shanhai shook his head. How can an emissary's identity be so easily confirmed? He'll have already sensed you before you can confirm his identity. We can't chase after him, and the situation here needs to be reported. However, he's an emissary, and that's beyond what we can handle. Besides, our mission is only to clean up the terror ants. Lu Yin thought about it. That's true. Then you guys keep going. I'll go look for him. Shanhai's expression changed, and the faces of the people around him turned ugly. Ah Chi, the headquarters appointed me as the captain. You can't leave without permission. Seeing the miserable state of the people around them, how could Shanhai and the rest allow Lu Yin to leave? That would make them feel too insecure. They didn't want to die, and they couldn't wait for all the experts to gather. That's right, Brother Ah Chi. We also want to capture the spy, but our mission is to clean up the terror ants. Capturing the spy is the humble school's mission, and it has nothing to do with us. Maybe someone from the humble school has already gone after him, someone said. The others agreed, as no one wanted Lu Yin to leave. Lu Yin was resolute. I must go. Shen Hai clenched his fists. Ah, Chi, I'm the captain appointed by the headquarters. If you dare to leave without permission, I'll report it to the headquarters. Lu Yin's face darkened, and he stared at Shen Hai. You're just an enlighter, and the enemy is an emissary. No one will blame you if you don't go, but if you do, you might die. Why bother? The higher-ups already have a plan to deal with these spies, and it has nothing to do with us. We just need to clean up the terror ants. Yeah, don't go. How do you know that I'm not part of the higher-ups' plan to deal with the spies? The surrounding people looked at each other and hesitated. Lu Yin was puzzled. Why did you change your mind? Of course, Everyone felt that his words made sense. An hour later, Lu Yin's group followed the star energy suppression to the right and ran into a group of people who were surrounded by terror ants. They had come to clean up the terror ants, but it was not strange for them to be surrounded and devoured. Shen Hai led a group of people to attack, but it took them more than an hour to finish off the ants. The leader of the group was called Qing Ji, and he was a robust man with a similar cultivation level to Shen Hai's. His weapon was a strange-looking cicada blade. Before Lu Yin's group had arrived, the group had already lost half of its members. They had been devoured by the terror ants to the point that not even their bones were left. Thank you for your help, Captain Shen, Qing Ji said gratefully. Shen Hai replied, it's what I should do. How long have you been trapped here? His gaze landed on the cicada blade, and he realized that it did not match the wounds of the people who had died earlier. Qing Ji sighed. It's been 4 hours. If not for Captain Shen's group, we would have been finished. Lu Yin's gaze swept across Qing Ji's group, but it wasn't them. They had just happened to be blocking the path of the spy. Had the spy deliberately circled around them? The spy was very cautious, and he had purposely found a group of people to block their path. Perhaps the terror ants had also been lured here by the spy to delay them, even if no one was following them. This was a spy, and his actions were sinister and secretive. There was a reason why humans had not been able to eliminate the redbacks and spies for so many years. They were too shrewd and cautious. Qing Ji's group's battle with the terror ants had disrupted the star energy suppression left in the void, making it impossible for Lu Yin to continue chasing after them. Shen Hai heaved a sigh of relief. If possible, he would not have wanted to chase after an emissary, but he still had to thank Qing Ji's group. Qing Ji's group had lost nearly half of its members, and he had no choice but to join Shen Hai's group. Shen Hai did not refuse, and the group grew stronger. Lu Yin was not satisfied, and he suggested that they continue in the same direction as before. Shen Hai did not refuse. Qing Ji looked at Lu Yin in astonishment, keenly sensing that this group seemed to respect this person. They continued in the same direction, and 2 days later, they encountered another group surrounded by terror ants. Shen Hai and the rest immediately took action. Lu Yin also took action. Before meeting up with Qing Ji's group, he had instructed everyone not to reveal his strength. At this moment, he was purposely hiding his strength, as Shen Hai was still the strongest. Not long after, the group was rescued. The leader had been sacrificed, and there were less than 5 members left. They were all overjoyed at having survived a disaster. A day later, the group found another group surrounded by terror ants. This was not right, as they were here to clean up the terror ants, not to escape. It was normal for 1 or 2 groups to be unlucky enough to encounter a large group of terror ants and be swallowed whole, but to encounter 3 groups in a row, something was definitely wrong. We were chased here from below. There are too many terror ants down there. If there are less than 1,000 of them, we can't fight them head-on, said the leader of the 3rd team. He was also an old man, but as a cultivator, one's age couldn't be judged by his appearance. Although Qing Ji looked like a middle-aged man, he wasn't much younger than Shanhai and was of the same generation. Some people even deliberately made themselves look older so that others would not look down on them. There are a lot of terror ants down there. Shanhai had a bad premonition. Someone from the second group said, "We encountered terror ants from above, and they chased us all the way down." Lu Yin thought back to the people who had died at the beginning, and the terror ants seemed to be heading upwards. He looked at Shanhai, and the man's heart sank. "Let's go," diagonally to the left. Qing Ji seemed to have thought of something as well, and he agreed with the leader of the third group. They headed diagonally to the left. 3 days later, a dense pack of terror ants appeared in front of them. Seeing this, Shanhai said bitterly, "I guessed right, we've been surrounded by terror ants. They've formed a huge net, and we're all trapped inside." Qing Ji gritted his teeth. There must be an ant queen, or the terror ants would not consciously surround us. It would be great if we could find the ant queen. Without it, the terror ants will disperse, but in this situation, who can find it? Shanhai said in a low voice, subconsciously looking at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared ahead. "Let's retreat first and avoid coming into contact with the terror ants. Ask for reinforcements from the headquarters and discuss a plan. Maybe someone else will join us, and we'll be able to break through with more people." Shanhai was helpless, and there was nothing else he could do. Everyone's faces paled as they retreated. They knew that they would not be safe for long, and the terror ants' encirclement would only shrink. At that point, they would no longer encounter a single group of terror ants, but an endless horde. They could only retreat as far as the terror ants could gather, and the sooner they broke through, the fewer terror ants they would encounter. Anyone would feel despair as they watched the black line in the distance gradually approach. This was not something that could be rushed through with speed alone. If the terror ants were so easy to deal with, they would not have been able to destroy the mother tree. Within his domain, Lu Yin sensed that someone was approaching him, and he turned around to see a man who looked to be about the same age as him running towards him with a panicked expression. Lu Yin rarely met people of the same generation on the battlefield at the back. Those who had come here were either forced to do so or were here to gain experience. The others also saw the man, but they were not surprised. Perhaps he was a survivor from another group. Shanhai stared at the man and realized that he was not an emissary or even an enlighter. He relaxed, but he was still worried about the emissary spy. The heavens have taken pity on us. We've finally met someone alive. This is great. We're saved. The man was ecstatic, and his eyes were red. Someone in the group unhappily said, "We're all going to die. Why are you so excited?" The man ran over and blinked when he heard this. "No way. How can so many of us die?" Qing Ji grew impatient. "Cut the crap. Are you alone?" The man nodded and lamented, "Everyone in the group is dead. There are too many terror ants, and if I didn't have some ability, I wouldn't have survived." Not long after, the group retreated some distance, and some did not want to retreat any further. "Keep retreating. Maybe more people will join us," Shanhai said. Qingji frowned. We can't retreat anymore. The further we retreat, the smaller the encirclement will be, and the more terror ants will join us. It's a pity that we can't find the queen ant, otherwise, we'd fight to the death. It's better than waiting for death, someone said angrily. The more desperate they were, the more restless they became. Lu Yin was the calmest of them all. Even if he was thrown into a pile of terror ants, they would not be able to harm him. Hey, are you guys looking for the queen ant? I know where it is. The last man to join the group was hiding in the crowd, and he raised his hand carefully. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Lu Yin looked at the man, and his eyes flickered. Qingji dragged the man out. You know where the queen ant is? The man nodded, but Qingji's grip caused his neck to hurt. Let go. You're strangling me to death. Qingji quickly let go, and the man gasped for breath. Everyone looked at him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1499. How do you know where the Ant Queen is? Chen Hai asked. The man panted, I'm Hua Beibei, a member of the Hua family. Everyone was confused, as they had never heard of the Hua family. Only Chen Hai, Qingji, and a few other older powerhouses seemed to have heard of them. The Hua family. Hua Beibei nodded. Yes. Lu Yin was puzzled. You've heard of them? Shen Hai replied, the Hua clan is a clan that specializes in hunting beasts, and they're also adept at controlling beasts. They rose to prominence in the mortal realm, and they're the best at observing the creatures in the mortal realm. However, for some unknown reason, the Hua clan rapidly declined a few decades ago, and it's said that the entire clan joined the Cold Immortal sect. You're from the Frigid Immortal sect? Qingji asked, staring at Hua Beibei. Hua Beibei nodded. Yes, I'm from the Frigid Immortal sect, but I'm also from the Hua family. Since you know about the Hua family, you should trust me. Chen Hai nodded at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Hua Beibei. Where's the Ant Queen? Hua Beibei pointed in the direction they had come from, or more accurately, in the direction he had been hiding. Over there. Qingji raised a brow. You're hiding with the Ant Queen. Hua Beibei pursed her lips. Some distance from the Ant Queen. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made us turn around. Qingji raged. Hua Beibei felt wronged. You said that we'd die if there were too many of us. I thought that you didn't want to deal with the Ant Queen, so I didn't say anything. Many of them wanted to beat him up. Even Lu Yin felt that this was a weirdo. Let's go and find the Ant Queen. Hua Beibei, follow me. I'll protect you. Hua Beibei shook her head and looked at Qingji fearfully. She then ran to Lu Yin's side and tried to curry favor with him. Brother, please protect me. Qingji was confused. You know each other. Lu Yin shook his head and looked at Hua Beibei. Why me? Hua Beibei licked her lips. Our family can find a beast king with a single glance, so we're a family of scouts. Brother, you're the beast king of this group. Chen Hai sighed and looked at Hua Beibei with more conviction. Qingji was astonished, and he glanced at Lu Yin before looking at Chen Hai. When he saw Chen Hai's expression, his heart skipped a beat. This person might be the one who had hidden the deepest secrets, and his intuition along the way had been correct. Chen Hai's group respected this person. Let's go. The terror ants are shrinking their encirclement, and their numbers are increasing. We need to get rid of the queen as soon as possible. Since he had spoken, Chen Hai and the others naturally obeyed. Qingji and the others also did not object. The group of people rushed forward in the direction of the retreat. Under Hua Beibei's guidance, they were getting closer and closer to the terror ants' encirclement. Gradually, they made their move. Many terror ants appeared around them, and they needed to start cleaning them up. Qing Ji asked Chen Hai, "When will the reinforcements arrive?" Chen Hai shook his head. "It won't be that fast. Besides, even if reinforcements arrive, they'll have to clear out the terror ants outside first. We can only rely on ourselves." "What's the background of that 7? Qing Ji asked. Chen Hai replied, "I'm not sure either." Qing Ji didn't ask any more questions. Raising his hand, the cicada wing saber slashed at the terror ant. "Oh my god!" Hua Beibei cried out in alarm as a ball of terror ants emerged from the bottom of her feet. Lu Yin raised a hand and pressed down, smashing the ball of terror ants into pieces with his empty palm. "Don't be so surprised." Hua Beibei felt wronged. "I am scared." Lu Yin found it strange. How could someone like her join the frigid immortal sect? Did the team you were in previously encounter the Terror Ant Queen? Lu Yin asked. Hua Beibei replied, "No, they don't have the ability to do so." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he scanned the area in front of him. He spread out his domain and sensed that more and more terror ants were appearing. The terror ants also sensed his domain and began to devour it. He raised his hand and struck out continuously, creating a blank space in front of him. Qing Ji and the others who were not familiar with Lu Yin were stunned, as it was rare for an enlighter to display such ferocious palm force. "Oh my god, that's terrifying!" Hua Beibei cried out in alarm, giving Lu Yin a fright. He also saw that in the distance, countless terror ants were beginning to form a ball that was similar to the terrifying terror ants that he had seen in the mortal realm. Even an emissary would be in danger from such a force, and everyone else paled. "Quick, work together and scatter them!" Chen Hai shouted as he and Qing Ji attacked at the same time. However, their attacks were evaded by the terror ants as if they had a mind of their own. Lu Yin's eyes twitched. The Terror Ant Queen isn't far away. He leapt out and his body flickered as he quickly appeared in front of the terror ants. He then walked in under everyone's astonished gazes. Hua Beibei's pupils shrank. What was the meaning of this? Did he want to die? Lu Yin charged into the horde, and the sound of gnawing could be heard from all directions, making his hair stand on end. He could clearly see the sharp beaks of the horde biting him, and even though he knew that these horde ants couldn't hurt him, the feeling of being eaten was still uncomfortable. As he thought about it, golden battle force appeared in his palms and he sent it out in all directions. The Terror Ant Queen was immediately scattered, and more than half of the terror ants were crushed into powder. Even if the Terror Ant Queen could command the terror ants to evade the attack, it was useless. Lu Yin charged straight in, and the terror ants could not avoid his attack. The giant Terror Ant Queen disintegrated just like that. "Let's keep going." Lu Yin looked at Hua Beibei. She was excited. An expert, an expert. You're really a beast king." Lu Yin was annoyed. "You're a beast king. Your whole family are beast kings." The closer they got to the Terror Ant Queen, the more terror ants there were. However, they could not stop Lu Yin. With him as the arrowhead, the group charged towards the Terror Ant Queen. No matter how many terror ants there were, they could not retreat. Gradually, death started to appear in the group as countless terror ants bit at them. Even Lu Yin could not take care of everyone. Even Chen Hai's arm had been bitten off, let alone the others. "Expert, the queen ant is right in front of you, under that pile of unremarkable tree bark. Be careful," Hua Beibei warned with a nervous expression. They already had no way of turning back. They were surrounded by terror ants in all directions. They could either kill the queen ant and disperse the terror ants, or they could be swallowed by the terror ants. There were only two paths. Lu Yin extended his domain to the pile of bark and observed the terror ant queen. It was dozens of times larger than the average terror ant, and it was even larger than a person. Its antennae seemed to be uneasily probing for something. When Lu Yin's domain swept over it, the terror ant queen's antennae suddenly lifted up and emitted a strange sound. Countless terror ants gathered around it, clearly seeking protection. Lu Yin released his golden battle force without concealing it. He bent his arm and spread out his 5 fingers. 350 stacks, golden battle force, empty palm. There was a bang, and the void was distorted. Shanhai and the rest were aghast as they realized that Lu Yin had actually unleashed a palm attack that surpassed the might of an emissary. Empty palm. The empty palm was not something that the terror ants or the terror ant queen could withstand. However, it did not succeed because the palm energy had struck a cicada blade that belonged to Qingji. Lu Yin was both surprised and not surprised by this scene. Qingji was the emissary who had killed the terror ants and hidden them. There was a scream as the group that had followed Qingji suddenly attacked the people around them. Shanhai was furious. "You're all spies." In the distance, Qingji stood in front of the terror ant queen. The surrounding terror ants ignored his existence as he looked at Lu Yin. "You're so powerful at such a young age. I never thought that a genius like you would appear. It's a pity that you won't be able to grow any further." Lu Yin met Qingji's gaze. "How did you hide your emissary level from the headquarters?" Qingji sneered. "You're not surprised by the time difference? What's there to be surprised about? You killed all those in your group who disobeyed you. The rest are all spies, so it's normal for them to lie," Lu Yin said matter-of-factly. Qingji nodded and gripped his cicada blade tightly. "Not bad, they did nothing wrong. I can give you a chance to kill Shanhai and the rest and become my spy. I can let you live, and you'll live a better life than before. How about it?" Lu Yin raised his brows. "I'm curious as to how you managed to hide from the headquarters." Qingji laughed. "It's simple. I completely emptied my astral source, absorbed some star energy, and combined it with a strange object. Emissaries need astral source for their cultivation, and generally speaking, emissaries can't give up their astral source because it's very difficult to replenish it. But I don't care, so I give it up. The mission is more important. Who would have thought that a cultivator who uses star energy would be an emissary? After arriving at the mother tree's trunk, I reabsorbed the astral source. Although my strength recovers slowly, it's enough to deal with you guys." Lu Yin understood. There were tens of thousands of cultivators below the emissary level, and this person had used a strange object to hide his true cultivation. He also used star energy, so no one would bother to check if he had any strange objects on him. Furthermore, it was impossible for him to draw attention to himself. There had been so many reinforcements to the backlands recently, so it wasn't difficult for someone like him to fool them. The humble school had sent many experts to the backlands to deal with this type of person. "I'll say it again. Kill Shanhai and the others, and I'll make you a spy," Qingji said, looking past Lu Yin towards Shanhai and the others. At this moment, Shanhai and the others were fighting against the terror ants and the group of spies that had followed Qingji. They had all heard Qingji's words and were waiting uneasily for Lu Yin's reply. Lu Yin sighed. "I have a weakness, and that's that I'm stubborn. If I wanted to be a spy, I would have done so long ago. I wouldn't have waited until today. I can guarantee that if I become a spy, my rank will be higher than yours," he joked as he silently moved his palm. There was a thump, and before Qing Ji could react, the emptiness palm struck his cicada-winged blade once more. The blade could not withstand the force and shattered, and the palm force entered his body through the shattered fragments. Qing Ji was sent flying, and he crashed heavily into the Ant Queen. The Ant Queen twisted its large body uneasily. There was blood at the corner of Qing Ji's mouth, and he looked at Lu Yin in shock. "You're courting death." He then stepped into the astral source universe. An emissary's advantage over an enlighter was not just the suppression of the astral source, but also the unbreakable attack methods that came from stepping into the astral source universe. Most people would not be able to block an emissary's attack from the astral source universe, and they might not even be able to see it. However, Lu Yin was different. The moment Qing Ji stepped into the astral source universe, Lu Yin also stepped into the astral source universe. The environment around him distorted as he stepped into the astral source universe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1500. Looking at Chen Hai and the others from the astral source universe was like looking at dummies in slow motion. Lu Yin could deal with them however he wanted. This was the superiority of an emissary, and he would never be able to understand this feeling unless he stepped into the astral source universe. Qing Ji stared blankly at Lu Yin as he stepped into the astral source universe. "You? How is this possible?" Lu Yin smirked. "My apologies, emissary. I've killed more than one, starting from the hunter realm." He then unleashed another empty palm. It was powerful and fast, and there was nothing else that Lu Yin was more satisfied with. Qing Ji subconsciously dodged, but the empty palm was too fast, and his shoulder was still struck. Lu Yin took out his cicada wing blade from his cosmic ring and slashed out. The astral source suppression followed, and the star energy within Lu Yin's body became unstable. He ignored Qing Ji's attack and ruthlessly slammed into it. With a bang, the blade energy was shattered by the cloud lice. Qing Ji was horrified, and he looked at Lu Yin as if he was looking at a beast in human form. Suddenly, he recalled Hua Beibei's words, this guy was the beast king of this group. Lu Yin charged in front of Qing Ji and slapped out. Qing Ji gritted his teeth, and his eyes suddenly changed. His pupils dilated, and a majestic spiritual force swept towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's brain trembled, but then, nothing happened. Qing Ji was stunned. "What's going on?" Lu Yin grabbed Qing Ji's shoulder. "I feel sorry for you. All of your attacks are useless against me." He then exerted strength and crushed Qing Ji's shoulder. Qing Ji howled and slashed at Lu Yin with his cicada wing blade. Lu Yin kicked Qing Ji out of the astral source universe and sent him crashing into the Ant Queen. Chen Hai and the others had already dealt with the spies that had followed Qing Ji, but they were still at a loss. They could not figure out how Lu Yin had stepped into the astral source universe to fight. Was he also an emissary? Just as they were thinking about this, Qing Ji suddenly appeared and crashed into the Ant Queen. The Ant Queen's body was broken, and it shrieked. Lu Yin walked out of the astral source universe and looked down at Qing Ji. The advantage of being an emissary was completely useless against Lu Yin. Star energy could not be used. Then he would use the empty palm since he had always used it. Could the astral source universe not see it? Could he see it? Lu Yin's spiritual force. Was it enough to instantly kill an enlighter? Lu Yin's spiritual force was not weak. Lu Yin was like Qing Ji's nemesis. No matter what Qing Ji did, he couldn't deal with him. Qing Ji despaired. He was an emissary, while Lu Yin was just an enlighter. How could the difference between them be so great? "Who, exactly, are you?" Qingji spat out a mouthful of blood before coughing up blood again. Lu Yin's kick had not been gentle. Lu Yin stared at Qingji. Tell me the truth. Are there any spies? Qingji smiled bitterly. Do you think I'll tell you? What a joke. Lu Yin raised a hand and lightly flicked his finger. His finger's force was enough to tear through the void and cross the barrier of an emissary's power. A single finger could easily deal with an enlighter like Shanhai. The finger force broke Qingji's legs. Not going to talk? Lu Yin continued to ask. Behind Qingji, the ant queen wailed, and the surrounding terror ants frantically gathered in an attempt to kill Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned and flicked his finger once more, piercing through the queen's body and killing it completely. Following the death of the ant queen, the surrounding terror ants went berserk, biting everything they saw. Some continued to bite Shanhai and the others, while others scattered in other directions. Shanhai and the rest heaved a sigh of relief, as they had finally escaped death. Qingji stared at Lu Yin. You're definitely not an ordinary person. You're from the 4 cardinal scales. Everyone looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Lu Yin met Qingji's gaze and then raised a hand. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin's palm landed, ending this person's life. This person was the same as Guan Tong and the others in that he would not say anything. Even if this person was not a redback, he was still an important spy. Expert, you're too powerful. You're worthy of being a beast king, Hua Beibei spoke up again, as if she was cursing someone. Lu Yin glanced at everyone. Have you forgotten your mission? Only then did everyone react, and they hurriedly cleaned up the surrounding terror ants. Lu Yin then reported Qingji's matter to Xia Yan. Xia Yan's reply was quick. Immediately head to the second matrix to provide support. You're allowed to reveal your identity as the token master, and you can recruit any cultivators you encounter along the way. The second matrix. Lu Yin called Shanhai over. Where's the second matrix? Shanhai was surprised. It's the lowest point of the second matrix base, located between the new continent and the second matrix base. The token master oversees it all year round to fend off monster attacks. Why do you ask? Is the second matrix base very important? Yes, it's one of the fiercest battlefields. It's said that the person overseeing it is the left token master, who has the title of successor to the commander-in-chief. Lu Yin solemnly said, Everyone, follow me to the second matrix base. We need support there. Everyone's expressions changed. The second matrix base was no longer about cleaning up terror ants, but rather joining the battlefield. Someone immediately objected, Brother 7, our mission is to clean up terror ants, not the battlefield. Sorry, we don't want to go to the second matrix base. Sorry. Shanhai added, 7, we know that you're a righteous person and want to make a difference on the battlefield, but our mission is to clean up terror ants. Once we join the battlefield, we'll disappear like cannon fodder. We won't be of any use. No one wanted to go to the battlefield. If they had been cleaning up terror ants on the mother tree's trunk, they had a 60% chance of returning alive. But on the battlefield, their chances of returning alive were less than 1%, or even less. They would definitely die. Lu Yin understood that no one wanted to throw their lives away, and he didn't want to go either. However, he had received Xia Yan's orders, and if he didn't go, he would be disobeying orders. Xia Yan knew how important Lu Yin was, but even so, Xia Yan still wanted Lu Yin to bring people to the second matrix base to provide support. This was a battlefield between humans and monsters, and no one could stay out of it. Lu Yin looked at everyone and saw resistance, fear, helplessness, and fear for the future. He sighed and said, I'm sorry, everyone. He then took out his token. I'm 7, and as the token master, I'd like to recruit all of you to assist the second matrix base. Everyone stared at the token in a daze, their hearts in turmoil. They were actually working together with a token master. A token master was a position that only experts who had survived multiple origin tribulations could obtain. It was second only to the commander-in-chief, and the token master had the authority to issue orders during a battle. Even in their wildest dreams, they would have never imagined that an enlighter would actually be a token master. Shanhai was stunned. It really was a token master. Lu Yin showed everyone Xia Yan's orders. Head to the second matrix base immediately. Everyone fell silent, and no one moved. Are you disobeying orders? Lu Yin barked. Someone couldn't help but roar. The only reason we came to the matrix base was to clear out the terror ants. Why should we go to the battlefield? This is a lie. That's right, we're not going. Our mission is to clear out the terror ants. We're determined not to go to the second matrix base. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. We're not going. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. Disobeying the commander-in-chief's orders is punishable by death. Everyone paled. Hua Beibei licked his lips and looked around. It was time to slip away. He didn't want to go to the battlefield, as that would be suicide. Shanhai sighed. Everyone, you might die if you go to the battlefield, but if you survive, your lives will be different. You should know the consequences of disobeying orders. Even if Brother Ah Chi doesn't kill you, you'll still receive the cruelest punishment when you return to the headquarters. Even if you make it back to the astral trees alive, what will your lives be like? Everyone clenched their fists. Those who weren't afraid of death had already gone to the battlefield. They had come to the tree trunk because they were afraid of the battlefield, but now, they were going to go to the battlefield. Lu Yin frowned. I'll say it one last time. Follow me to the second matrix base. Disobeying orders is punishable by death. Everyone trembled. Yes, token master. Lu Yin glanced at Hua Beibei's figure. This guy actually wanted to slip away. He glanced at Shanhai. Shanhai looked at Hua Beibei, shook his head, and grabbed him back. Expert. No, Brother Beast King, I've done well. I've helped you find the Ant Queen, and I've saved all of you. Please let me go. I won't go to the battlefield, please. Hua Beibei wailed. Lu Yin calmly replied, if you don't go, then die. Hua Beibei opened her mouth. I'm from the Frigid Immortal sect. If you don't go, then die. He had met many people like this before, and Ku Wei was the most typical example. When dealing with people like this, it was best to remain silent. Hua Beibei was frightened, and she didn't dare to speak again. The second matrix base wasn't difficult to find, and all they had to do was head straight down. Lu Yin led the group towards the second matrix base. Along the way, they encountered terror ants and dealt with them if they could. If they had to take a detour to find the Terror Ant Queen, then they could forget about it. They had to support the Terror Ant Queen as soon as possible, but it would take them quite some time to reach the second matrix base from where they were. A day later, Lu Yin's group met up with a few other groups. The leader's cultivation was about the same as Shanhai's, and he was delighted to see Lu Yin's group. He suggested that they work together to clear out the terror ants. Although it would take longer to complete the mission, it would also be safer. However, the group was met with sympathetic gazes from Shanhai and the others when they made this suggestion. Lu Yin took out his master token. Commander's order to recruit all of you to support the second matrix base. The group immediately flared up and immediately refused. Even the leader, who had a similar cultivation as Shanhai, refused. They had never seen Lu Yin's strength before, and their tone was not as friendly as Shanhai's. Some even suggested that Lu Yin's token was fake, as there was no way an enlighter could become a token master. Lu Yin silently struck out with his empty palm and slapped the group's ears. He wanted to teach them a lesson with his fierce palm strike. The group no longer dared to refuse, as Lu Yin's words were always, "If you don't go, then die." It was truly frightening. In this manner, Lu Yin's group headed towards the second matrix base, clearing out terror ants along the way and recruiting others along the way. Their numbers grew larger and larger. Right below Lu Yin's group was a metallic plane that was completely constructed from a strange, sturdy metal. Even the ground beneath their feet was metal. Extending out from the metallic plane was the second matrix base, and this metallic plane was the second matrix base. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1501. At this moment, countless corpse kings were fighting with humans on the second matrix planes. The battlefield covered the entire plains, and even the strange metal beneath their feet was scratched. In the dark universe, planets shattered one after another as envoys were sent flying out of the astral source universe and into the astral source universe. The second matrix planes originally had a teleportation device that could send people from the headquarters over, but it was now damaged. Otherwise, Xia Yan would not have ordered everyone to reinforce the second matrix planes. Aside from the damaged teleportation device, the sourcebox array was also damaged, and a group of lockbreakers was trying to repair it. Outside of the second matrix planes, reinforcements were arriving one after another. On the top of the tree, cultivators were coming to provide support. Below the tree, countless terror ants were climbing up. There was a loud boom as the blood-colored energy swept towards the group of lockbreakers who were busy repairing the sourcebox array. An envoys had blocked the blood-colored energy, but they had already been injured. Now that they had forcefully withstood the attack, half of their body was torn apart, and they crashed to the ground. Not too far away, a group of lockbreakers paled. "Song Shi, we can't hold on any longer," a lockbreaker cried out in panic. The leader of the lockbreakers was dressed in extravagant clothing, just like Master Zan. His face was pale, and beads of sweat dripped down his forehead as he stared at the damaged sourcebox array. As the lockbreaker spoke, Song Shi became even more anxious. Above them, the void tore open as a corpse king charged down. Its body was covered in blood-colored energy, and it roared as it swung its arms downwards. The blood-colored energy descended like a meteor. The lockbreakers' legs trembled. Although they had been on the front lines all this time, they had never encountered such an urgent situation like the second matrix planes. When they saw the blood-colored energy descend, they did not even have time to escape. Suddenly, the blood-colored energy was torn apart by an invisible slash. In the distance, a giant slash swept out and slashed towards the corpse king. The corpse king raised a hand and grabbed the slash before crushing it. At this moment, multiple attacks suddenly appeared from the astral source universe, and the corpse king was forcefully torn to shreds. The void distorted as multiple figures walked out. All of them had solemn expressions as they immediately attacked. "It's the Star Alliance. The Star Alliance has appeared," the lockbreakers cheered. Song Shi panted heavily and gritted his teeth. "Continue repairing the sourcebox array. Don't get distracted." "Yes, Song Shi." In the starry sky, a huge flag fluttered in the wind. A man appeared beside the flag and tore it apart. A formless energy swept across the second matrix plane, causing everyone's emotions to surge. They forgot about life and death, so there was no need for them to make a move. This person was the left commander, and the flag was his innate gift. It was a type of innate gift called the commander's innate gift, and it was most suitable for the battlefield. In front of the left order master, the scarlet vertical eye made everyone tremble. The void exploded, and the corpse king appeared, vainly attempting to tear apart the flag. The left commander snorted coldly, and a divine martial chi appeared around his body. Together with the appearance of the flag, he pushed the corpse king away. At the same time, he looked down and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the reinforcements from the Star Alliance. With the appearance of the Star Alliance, the situation could be temporarily stabilized. They just had to wait for the chief commander to arrive. Originally, the second array's original teleportation device would not have such an emergency. Who would have thought that some time ago, the Ancestor Realm Corpse King would make a move and break open the tree realm? It was unknown what it did, but it actually damaged the second array's original teleportation device and sent in countless fear ants. Even he did not notice it at first. By the time he realized that the teleportation device was damaged, it was already too late. Now, he only hoped that a half-Ancestor Realm Corpse King would not appear. Just as he thought of this, a vast power swept past. The left order master's pupils shrank as he looked into the distance. There, a bamboo appeared. It was dark green, crisp, and looked full of vitality. It should have been a very comfortable scene, but at this moment, in the eyes of the left order master, it was like a death god. It was the green bamboo marquis. Humans and these monsters had fought for countless years. The monsters understood humans, and humans naturally understood the monsters. These monsters were all corpse kings, and they called themselves the eternal race. They believed in the one true God, and below the one true God was the mysterious seven heavenly gods. No one knew what the seven heavenly gods' cultivation level was. Some said that they were half-Ancestor Realm, and some said that they were Ancestor Realm. Below the seven heavenly gods were the 12 Marquis. The 12 Marquis were all half-Ancestor Realm, and they were the greatest enemies of humans on the battlefield. As for the Ancestor Realm Corpse King that appeared before, they did not understand. Perhaps it was not the seven heavenly gods, or perhaps it was the seven heavenly gods. At this moment, the one who appeared was the green bamboo Marquis of the 12 Marquis. The 12 Marquis were all half-Ancestor Realm powerhouses, and only half-Ancestor Realm Corpse Kings could contend against them. The moment the green bamboo Marquis appeared, the left order master did not hesitate to activate the only half-Ancestor Realm treasure in the second array domain, a broken blade. The moment the green bamboo Marquis appeared, countless green bamboos surged out from the second array domain and pierced through countless cultivators. Even the corpse kings were pierced through, as this was an indiscriminate attack. The green bamboos clearly represented vitality, but at this moment, they brought death. The emerald green bamboos were dyed red with blood, and the metallic planes of the second array domain, which even enlighters would find difficult to leave behind, were now riddled with holes. Song Shi stared in horror at the green bamboos that were less than a meter away from him. He had almost been pierced through, and nearly half of the lockbreakers who had been surrounding him had been pierced through by the green bamboos, and they all died miserably. Fresh blood flowed from the soles of his feet and gathered into a river. Song Shi gritted his teeth and suppressed his fear as he continued to repair the sourcebox array. The green bamboo Marquis had only attacked once, and just as he was about to attack again, the left order master's broken blade released a sharp killing intent that distorted the void and isolated the entire second array domain from the green bamboo Marquis. The broken blade pointed directly at the green bamboo Marquis, as if it would unleash a thunderous attack if he attacked again. The green bamboo Marquis was also a corpse king, a half-Ancestor Realm Corpse King. However, his appearance was no different from a human's, and he even looked quite handsome. His long hair was tied up, and there was a strand of hair on his forehead. He looked very confident, and he held a bamboo flute in his hand, which gave him a scholarly air. Even the scarlet vertical eyes that were unique to corpse kings seemed much more lively, and there was even a tinge of green in them. They did not seem deathly still like ordinary corpse kings, but rather playful. This broken blade contains a familiar blade intent. It should have been used by one of Xia Shang's 9 clones when he was still a half-ancestor, the green bamboo marquis said as he twirled his bamboo flute and placed it behind his back. He smiled as he looked at the left order master, who was less than 10,000 meters away from him. The left order master's palms were sweating. Only a half-ancestor could contend against a half-ancestor, and the person in front of him was an ancient figure who had experienced the era when the astral tree domain had been split apart. Even though he had not broken through to the progenitor realm, his background and bearing left behind by time was something that not even the left order master's master, Grand Marshal Xia Yan, could compare to. In front of this person, all of them were juniors, and even the four-way scale's ancestor might not be able to compare to him in terms of seniority. It is indeed Ancestor Chen's blade from back then, the left order master said in a low voice with a vigilant look in his eyes. The green bamboo marquis laughed, and his scarlet vertical eyes were filled with intelligence. You humans are really interesting. Back then, when Xia Shang cultivated the 9 clones technique, one of his clones was an outsider, and your Daosaur sect deemed him to have committed a crime of disobedience and sent people to capture him. But after he defeated everyone in his generation and even defeated many of the older generation's powerhouses, you people started worshipping him. Humans are really contradictory creatures. The left order master carried the flag on his back and stared at the green bamboo marquis. I don't know what happened back then, but I do know that our ancestors had their own karma. Only monsters like you don't care about karma and just do whatever you want. Isn't that good? Don't you humans pursue freedom? Out of 10 people, 9 of them hope to live forever. That's a basic human desire. The green bamboo marquis smiled. The left order master sneered. If I become a monster like you, so what if I live forever? I might as well just die. That's because you don't have the chance to live forever, the green bamboo marquis replied. He then raised his hand, and a transparent crystal bottle appeared in his palm. There was a liquid inside. This is a medicine for immortality. Believe it or not, once this item reaches the tree of heaven, you humans will start a war over it. The left order master's expression changed. He wanted to refute this, but he couldn't find the words. Everyone was greedy, and this was normal. Greed was the reason why these monsters had been suppressing humans for so long. The green bamboo marquis put away the crystal bottle and smiled. This isn't a medicine for immortality. How could a medicine for immortality be developed so easily? This is poison, and a single drop is enough to destroy an entire world. Life poison, the left order master blurted out. The green bamboo marquis smiled but didn't say anything. He then looked down. How long do you think the second matrix can last? How long can that broken blade last? Even if one of Xia Shang's clones had used a blade to fight me, it might not have been able to defeat me. You can try, the left order master said in a low voice. Since we've come to this battlefield, we don't plan on leaving alive. We humans are greedy, but we also have obsessions. Monsters like you can use greed to your advantage, but our obsessions can also resist you. The green bamboo marquis lips curled up, but he didn't say anything else. He didn't attack either, as if he was afraid of the broken blade. Progenitor Chen's might have been unparalleled throughout the ages, and even an ancient powerhouse like the green bamboo marquis was afraid of Progenitor Chen's broken blade. The broken blade had to be controlled by the left order master to block the green bamboo marquis at all times. On the second matrix, the remaining cultivators were still fighting against the corpse kings. Outside of the broken blade, more cultivators joined the battle, and more corpse kings appeared. The battlefield entered a stalemate that lasted for 3 days. 3 days later, Lu Yin's group arrived. Along the way, Lu Yin had recruited 2 more teams, bringing the number of cultivators to the second matrix to more than 50. Of course, this was only a drop in the bucket for the entire battlefield, but that was all he could recruit. The grandeur of this battle far exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. He had thought that the battle between the Endless Weaves and the Sixth Mainland was already grand enough, but after arriving at the second matrix, he realized that those battles were just child's play. In the Endless Weaves, there were at most 10 envoys, and the top powerhouses were Yuan Shi and the Sixth Mainland's cosmic imprinter. Here, however, there were more than 10 envoys on the human side, and it was the same for the Corpse Kings. Above their heads, they had a half-ancestor variant treasure to fight against the Corpse Kings. In a battlefield where even half-ancestors were present, envoys were like ants. Lu Yin's group was scattered after arriving at the battlefield. Lu Yin used his full strength with his emptiness palm and destroyed a dozen Corpse Kings, which finally attracted the attention of a powerful enemy. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1502. The 2 Corpse Kings attacked together, and their power levels were infinitely close to that of an emissary. Lu Yin did not waste any time and immediately used the seaweed power vessel to entangle the 2 Corpse Kings. He then sent out a full-powered palm strike that pierced through both Corpse Kings, almost injuring an enlighter nearby. That person was shocked, and he looked at Lu Yin with confusion in his eyes. He could not understand how Lu Yin could be so powerful at such a young age. Lu Yin was like a lion charging into a flock of sheep. Without an emissary to deal with him, no one could stop him. He actually cleared out an entire area, which stunned many. Hua Beibei was on the verge of tears. He had been following Lu Yin all this time for protection, but Lu Yin's attacks were too ruthless. He was worried that if this continued, he would attract the attention of powerful enemies. Expert. Slow down. There are still many enemies, so don't steal our kills, Hua Beibei advised. Lu Yin grew impatient and tossed Hua Beibei to the side. Lu Yin's actions attracted the attention of an emissary-level Corpse King, and it was no ordinary emissary. Based on a human's cultivation, this Corpse King had passed at least 2 origin tribulations, which meant that it was a powerhouse with a power level of over 600,000. Lu Yin was caught off guard and struck by a giant warhammer. The shockwave from the attack made him dizzy, but fortunately for him, the Cloud Louis protected him. Even a full-powered attack from a Corpse King with a power level of over 600,000 could not harm him. The Corpse King was 3 meters tall, and it swung its warhammer at Lu Yin. The warhammer was 5 meters tall, and although it looked cumbersome, it was extremely fast. This sneak attack had come from Astral Source Universe, which had caught Lu Yin off guard. At that moment, the warhammer disappeared. The Corpse King was too fast, and it had stepped into Astral Source Universe to attack. Lu Yin tapped his feet and stepped into Astral Source Universe as well. He was greeted by the giant warhammer's attack, and the star chessboard appeared beneath his feet as he moved. The warhammer smashed into the ground, tearing through the void and causing sparks to appear in the void. The shockwave spread out for hundreds of kilometers. Many people were shaken by the aftershocks and fainted. Even Song Shi and the others who were repairing the sourcebox array were affected, and they subconsciously looked over. Lu Yin appeared behind the Corpse King and slapped out with 350 stacks, Golden Battle Force, and Emptiness Palm. Bang! When the palm landed, it sank half an inch into the Corpse King's body and was unable to go any further. The Corpse King then turned around and swung a heavy hammer at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his arm to block the blow, but his body was sent flying like a pebble. He crashed into the metal base of the formation and even cracked it. The metal that Liu Yin had smashed into belonged to a teleportation device, and a group of people scratched their heads as they tried to repair it. Before they could sort out their thoughts, Liu Yin had smashed into the device and shattered it. The group turned to look in the direction where Liu Yin had been sent flying. The 3-meter-tall Corpse King raised its warhammer and viciously swung it down, shattering the void and forming a black crack that swallowed everything in its path. The group of people repairing the teleportation device was dumbfounded. It was over. Liu Yin leaped forward and raised his hand to activate the flow diversion diagram. Golden battle force imprinted itself on his arms as the diagram blocked in front of him. The warhammer strike was dispersed by the diagram and swept out in all directions. The void cracked open like a spiderweb. Liu Yin's back was facing the teleportation device as he stared at the Corpse King. It was truly a monster. It had actually ignored his emptiness palm. Liu Yin knew that even Long Kuei might not dare to take his emptiness palm head-on. This Corpse King was weaker than Long Kuei, but it had still been able to ignore it. It could only be said that its physical body was too strong. Wait, if it had such a strong physical body, could it have cultivated the Corpse King transformation? Just when Liu Yin thought of this, the 3-meter-tall Corpse King's pupils changed. Its scarlet vertical eye turned gray, and visible spatial cracks wrapped around the Corpse King's body. They were unable to withstand the spatial cracks, and they scattered in all directions. An unimaginably terrifying physical strength appeared, and the Corpse King roared angrily, the sound waves shattering the void as they rumbled towards Liu Yin. Liu Yin's scalp went numb. He finally understood how disgusting it was to encounter an enemy with such a strong physical body, and he also understood how much pain he had caused others. Even the flow diversion diagram could not withstand the Corpse King's attacks, and he was forced to retreat. Bro, hold on. This is a teleportation device. If it's completely destroyed, we'll be finished, someone behind him shouted in panic. Liu Yin gritted his teeth. I want to hold on as well. He glanced behind him and saw that they were all explorers. Without a choice, he circled the aquatic plant around him and allowed the Corpse King to attack him. The aquatic plant had been upgraded to the point where it could withstand an attack with a power level of more than 700,000. After the Corpse King used its gray eyes transformation, its power level had exceeded that. It all depended on whether or not the aquatic plant could withstand the attack. With a roar, the Corpse King's warhammer smashed down on the aquatic plant, causing it to crack open. Liu Yin's pupils shrank, and the knife that he had obtained from Wang Su appeared in his hand. He stabbed it through the cracks in the aquatic plant and into the Corpse King's body. He then slashed horizontally, cutting off a small portion of the Corpse King's body. The knife's power was close to 800,000, and it was the best offensive power vessel that Liu Yin had on him. Even after the Corpse King used its gray eyes transformation, it still could not withstand the attack. Liu Yin raised the knife again and stabbed it towards the Corpse King's neck, but the Corpse King kicked out. Liu Yin's eyes turned fierce as he clenched his left fist and punched out with 350 stacks and golden battle force. There was a loud boom, and the ground shattered. Liu Yin was kicked back by the Corpse King and slammed into the metal of the teleportation device. He felt a little dizzy, and if it weren't for this device, he would not have dared to fight it head-on. The onlookers were all stunned. An Enlighter was fighting against a Corpse King of this level, and it was shocking. Half of the Corpse King's body had been cut open, and it stared fixedly at Liu Yin before charging at him again. It truly did not feel any pain or fear of death. Liu Yin threw the knife at the Corpse King, but the Corpse King was not stupid. It smashed the knife away with a heavy hammer, but Liu Yin suddenly waved his hand and used the secret art. The knife stabbed out from another direction and stabbed into the Corpse King's neck. The Corpse King roared and grabbed the knife. At this moment, the star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet, and he immediately moved to the Corpse King's back to grab the knife's handle. The Corpse King's movement towards the knife slowed down in Lu Yin's eyes. The effects of the Sword Steel's inheritance activated, and Lu Yin could clearly see the Corpse King's movements and even its strength. The stars around Lu Yin's body revolved, and many of them exploded under the Corpse King's palm. The Corpse King was restrained for a moment, and Lu Yin took advantage of that moment to grab the knife and stab it. The knife sank deep into the Corpse King's neck, and the Corpse King's right hand reached out to grab Lu Yin. Lu Yin used his greater teleportation array to dodge the attack, and then used his empty air palm to strike the Corpse King's forehead, forcing it to retreat a few steps. After a series of attacks, the Corpse King was heavily injured once again. Lu Yin was about to attack again, but the Corpse King raised its head and roared, and its eyes changed again. Lu Yin's jaw dropped. No, it can't be. Again. Lu Yin watched as the Corpse King's eyes turned green. Once the Corpse King fully activated the green eyes transformation, its physical body would become 10 times stronger. Lu Yin was certain that none of his attacks would be able to harm the Corpse King. The Corpse King's physical strength had already surpassed the limits of these power vessels. His physical strength had increased by 100 times compared to when he had first started, and it was a hopeless difference. Lu Yin felt his heart ache as he took out the Splitting Skies array that he had obtained from Bai Xiaohong. Of the 4 forms of Split the Skies, 2 had already been used, so there were only 2 left. This was a good item, but it would be easily recognized if he used it on the battlefield. However, there was no other way. Lu Yin glanced around with a guilty conscience, and then aimed at the Corpse King. 2 black lines tore through the void and swept across the area. The Corpse King raised its heavy hammer, and its terrifying aura stirred up the winds and clouds as it began to activate its green eyes transformation. Suddenly, it stopped abruptly, and its head fell to the ground. The might of Split the Skies could not compare to that of the small knife, but the Corpse King had already been heavily injured by Lu Yin's attack, so Split the Skies had ended its life. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the remaining power of Split the Skies swept past the Corpse King's neck. He immediately used the Yu's secret art to change the direction of the attack and slashed the Corpse King into the ground, afraid that someone would see it. In the sky, the left commander, who was facing off against Marquis Qingzhu, suddenly felt the terrifying aura of the Corpse King's green eyes transformation. His face changed, and he looked down to see the Corpse King's head fall to the ground. He was stunned. What's going on? No one could explain it to him. The battlefield was constantly changing, and even the envoys did not dare to be careless. Everyone had their own opponents, and no one could see clearly what was going on. The people who had been repairing the teleportation device had long since been scared away by the shockwaves from the Corpse King's battle. Lu Yin panted heavily as he looked at the Corpse King's towering body. It had no head, and fresh blood flowed down its neck, but there was still a terrifying aura circulating around its body. It was a pity that these Corpse Kings did not have cosmic rings. Otherwise, this Corpse King would have given him a huge spoil of war. This battle had been a huge loss for him. He had even lost some of his aquatic plants, power vessels, and Split the Skies. The 3-meter-tall Corpse King had displayed a terrifying strength, but no matter how strong it was still only a corner of the battlefield. This battle would not end with just one person. Not long after, Lu Yin faced off against another Corpse King, but it was not an emissary. Instead, it was an Enlighter Corpse King. This gave him some time to catch his breath, and he did not want to end the battle so easily. Instead, he took advantage of this opportunity to rest. There was no lack of geniuses amongst the human Enlighters, but there were very few who could take advantage of this opportunity to rest while fighting an Enlighter Corpse King. He pointed the broken blade at Marquis Qingzhu, but the left commander remained vigilant and did not dare to relax. Marquis Qingzhu was not in a hurry, and he even took out a scroll. Humans' greatest wealth is their intelligence, and this is what I admire the most about you humans. You can use your intelligence to create anything. Otherwise, with your weak bodies, you would have been eliminated long ago. The left commander frowned. It had already been 2 days, but the commander still had not arrived. That was one thing, but this Marquis Qingzhu was not worried at all. Did he not want to take advantage of the time before the commander arrived to destroy the second matrix? Below them, the source box array had already been repaired, and it had begun to slaughter the corpse kings. However, it only lasted for half a day before a giant corpse king appeared, and the source box array stopped operating. Lu Yin looked at the giant corpse king in the distance, which was at least 100 meters tall, and he thought back to the corpse king that had attacked the commander's headquarters. Could this corpse king have been specially created to deal with sourcebox arrays? The second matrix's sourcebox array used a red light to kill its enemies. The red light swept through the area and destroyed almost a third of the corpse kings. However, when the giant corpse king appeared, the red light actually weakened when it came into contact with it. Lu Yin tried to use an empty palm on the giant corpse king, but it did not feel anything. Lu Yin silently retreated, as this corpse king was even more powerful than the corpse king that he had encountered before. Lu Yin had used all of his methods to no avail, so it was best not to look for trouble. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1503. A war would not end with a single person, nor would it end with a single corpse king. Someone would have to deal with it. There was a loud boom as the ground shook and the metal planes cracked open. Lu Yin almost lost his footing. In the distance, an emissary had been smashed into a puddle of blood by the giant corpse king. This was already the second emissary, and Lu Yin's face paled. That giant corpse king had not only obstructed the sourcebox array, but it had also continuously slaughtered emissaries. Back at the headquarters, that giant corpse king had been held back by Commander Chen while Old Monster Long had dealt with it. Here, there was only one Commander Zhua, and there was no Old Monster Long to deal with Marquis Qingzhu. The others could not deal with it at all. Hua Beibei fled to a spot not too far away from Lu Yin. "Expert, save me." Lu Yin turned around and slapped the corpse king that had been chasing after Hua Beibei to death. Hua Beibei was in a pitiful state. His arm had been broken, and half of his body was covered in blood. "Expert, thank goodness I saw you. Otherwise, I would have died. These monsters are too scary." Lu Yin had only saved him in passing, but he was still watching the giant corpse king fight against two emissaries by itself. His brows furrowed. Hua Beibei followed Lu Yin's gaze, and his face paled. "Expert, you're not planning to deal with that thing, are you? Don't think too much. A senior from my frigid immortal sect who had passed through 4 origin tribulations died at the hands of that giant corpse king. That's not something you can deal with. Only a commander can do so." He suddenly remembered that this person in front of him was a commander. "I'm talking about the commanders on the battlefield," Hua Beibei added. "2 emissaries from the Star Alliance have already died," Lu Yin said in a low voice. Hua Beibei sighed. "There's nothing we can do. Without a commander, the Star Alliance has to deal with this. They're the suicide squad on the battlefield." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The first time he had heard of the Star Alliance was when Long Kuei had taken him to the Sword Steel's Lu family. At the time, he had seen a man who was unwilling to join the Star Alliance but had been forcefully taken away. At the time, he had not known what the Star Alliance was. Now that his status had risen and he had chatted with others, he had gradually understood. The so-called Star Alliance was the alliance of star emissaries. Those who could join the Star Alliance were all star emissaries. These star emissaries were not from the four-way scales, the Liu family, or the School of Agriculture. They were star emissaries who had committed grave sins and needed to atone for their sins. It was not easy to cultivate to the level of an emissary. Even the four cardinal scales could not bear to execute them, so they formed the Star Alliance and allowed these emissaries to join. They became a sharp blade for the humans to fight against the monsters on the backside of the battlefield. They were also the suicide squad that Hua Beibei had mentioned. The second formation had been able to hold on for so long because of the reinforcements from the Star Alliance. Star Alliance experts were everywhere on the battlefield. To the outside world, the people in the Star Alliance were all emissaries who had committed grave mistakes. However, only some people knew that some of them had indeed committed grave mistakes, but most of them had done so because they did not obey the four-way scale. The four-way scales controlled the astral tree realm, not the top realm, middle realm, and outer realm. There were countless cultivators in these places, and there were bound to be experts who rebelled against the four-way scales. They were either slaughtered or recruited. The four-way scales authority in the astral tree realm was growing day by day, but these people were gradually disappearing. For example, the emissary that Lu Yin had met back then had been unwilling to submit to the four-way scales. Perhaps his own family's power had already been annihilated, or perhaps he had obtained some peace after being captured by the Star Alliance. Lu Yin did not know. He only knew that the Star Alliance was not resplendent, but rather sorrowful. However, to these monsters, the Star Alliance was a nightmare. When he saw an emissary being sent flying by a giant corpse king, Lu Yin's gaze became resolute. He tapped his foot lightly and disappeared. Hua Beibei was forced back by the shock waves caused by Lu Yin's extreme speed. She helplessly looked into the distance. Lu Yin was not someone who liked to court death. He had the cloud lattice robe, the plan's secret art, and a teleportation array. Furthermore, he had observed the giant corpse king for a long time. After confirming that nothing would happen to it, he had decided to act. He would act as long as it was within his capabilities. This was a battlefield for humans, and he could not afford to take a single step back. The giant corpse king's legs were enveloped by the red glow of the sourcebox array, and the red glow of the sourcebox array sliced open wounds all over its body. In front of the corpse king, a man roared as he raised his blade and slashed downwards. Countless blade strikes followed, some of which were illusory while others were realistic. The giant corpse king raised an arm to block and then slapped out, sending the man flying. At that moment, Lu Yin appeared in front of the giant corpse king and raised his hand to unleash a series of empty palms. Dozens of palms landed on the giant corpse king's forehead. Even though the giant corpse king had ignored Lu Yin's empty palms, it was still momentarily stunned when dozens of palms landed on its head. Beneath the corpse king's feet, another emissary attacked. It was an old man whose entire body was red and covered in raging flames that destroyed the void. The flames spread along the corpse king's legs. The corpse king lowered its head and stomped down. Its legs were even more severely injured by the red light of the sourcebox array, and the fresh blood was burned away by the flames as soon as it appeared. The emissary hurriedly retreated. A palm also appeared in front of Lu Yin. He had thought that he could use the plan's secret art to avoid it, but he realized that he had underestimated this corpse king. As the palm approached, the void became unstable, and the plan's secret art could not be activated. Any expert at the emissary level could not be underestimated. 2 emissaries had already been slapped to death, but Lu Yin had still thought that he could use the plan's secret art to deal with this corpse king. He had been too naive. He was sent flying by the palm and coughed up blood in midair. He wanted to twist his body, but he could not move at all. The Corpse King's enormous strength had suppressed him to the point that he could not even move. He had no choice but to continuously use the planned secret art. Finally, just as he was about to crash into the ground, he used the secret art to move some distance away. Even though his body still slammed into the ground due to inertia, it was still much better than crashing into the ground. Lu Yin stood up and coughed up blood again. He looked up and saw that his injuries were not light this time. Even Yun Lui had not been able to completely defend against this attack. If not for the emissary below him, the Corpse King's palm would have been even more powerful. Not too far away from Lu Yin, a middle-aged man walked out of the void with a dead Corpse King behind him. The man had seen what had just happened and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin took a healing pill and panted heavily. At that moment, a horde of ants appeared on the ground and crept towards him. He slapped them to death and gritted his teeth as he stared at the Corpse King in the distance. His mind raced as he tried to think of something he could use to deal with this thing. While he was thinking, he felt a gaze not far away from him for a long time. He turned his head and saw a middle-aged man with messy hair, an unshaven beard, and a dispirited expression. He looked listless, just like a homeless man. It was this man who had been staring at him from the moment he hit the ground, and until now, he had not shifted his gaze. Lu Yin met the man's gaze. The man's eyes had been empty at first, but as soon as they met Lu Yin's eyes, they suddenly changed. They became shocked, excited, and then dejected again. Many emotions had flashed through his eyes in an instant. "Why are you looking at me?" Lu Yin was on high alert. This battlefield might not be without redbacks. The man stared at Lu Yin. He had originally been looking at Lu Yin's back, but when Lu Yin turned around to look at him, he also saw Lu Yin's appearance clearly. Lu Yin's appearance actually resembled the young master's. He had never thought that he would be able to see such an appearance. Unfortunately, this person was not the young master. It was just a 50% resemblance. "Kid, why are you attacking? Aren't you afraid of death?" the man asked. His tone was dejected, casual, and filled with desolation. Lu Yin frowned. "Can I retreat if I'm afraid of death?" The man's gaze shifted as he stared at Lu Yin's face. He suddenly smiled happily, carefreely, and refreshingly. Along with his smile, the nearby Corpse Kings and horde ants were all killed. This was not an astral source, nor was it a battle technique. Instead, it was something Lu Yin was familiar with, battle force. However, this battle force did not have any color. Lu Yin was shocked. With his domain, he could sense how terrifying this man's battle force was. He did not know how to describe it, but it was like a dormant beast had bared its fangs. The moment his domain came into contact with that battle force, it was as if he was completely exposed to the beast. "You just used 10-line battle force, didn't you?" the man asked as he looked up at the giant Corpse King. Lu Yin did not deny it. The emptiness palm that he had used against the giant Corpse King had also contained battle force. "Kid, look carefully. Above 10-lined battle force is called the Warring States period." As soon as he finished speaking, the man's feet moved without any wind. An invisible current pushed aside the void layer by layer as if it was as simple as pushing aside a wave. As the void was pushed aside, everyone who came into contact with it, be it the Corpse King or the horde ants, all stopped moving and looked over in fear. In the distance, the blade-wielding emissary who had been fighting the giant Corpse King paled when he came into contact with the void. He looked at the man. "Brother Zhou, why do you have to do this? Just wait a little longer. You'll be able to see it sooner or later." The man's gaze turned cold, and his aura soared into the sky. Even the broken blades seemed to sense it, and it trembled, which attracted the attention of the left commander. Even if the main family was here, they would still support my decision, regardless of whether it's right or wrong. This is a battlefield for humans, and even an enlightened junior dares to charge in. I, Zhou Tang, cannot disgrace the main family. I was once bestowed with the surname Liu. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura swept across the horizon in all directions. The man was like a true ruler, and although his battle force was invisible, it caused the void to burn and melt. Countless people were stunned as they sensed this terrifying aura. It's the Warring States period, the limitless realm of battle force, someone exclaimed. His face was deathly pale, but he was also filled with fanaticism. As someone who also used battle force, his desire for the Warring States period was similar to the desire of a domain cultivator to reach the Void God realm. Lu Yin stared at the man in a daze as he sensed the terrifying power around him. Was this the realm above Golden Battle Force? This unparalleled control and incomprehensible tyranny was battle force. However, what Lu Yin was thinking about right now was not battle force, but rather the man's words. This person was called Zhou Tang, and he had once been bestowed with the surname Liu. This person was from the Liu family, and he referred to the Liu family as the main family. Above Lu Yin, the left commander's brows relaxed. With this person taking action, the battle situation would become even more stable. Across from him, the Marquis of Green Bamboo was astonished. He's actually a descendant of the Liu family. How laughable. A bunch of traitors still have to rely on the power of a descendant of the Liu family. You humans are so pitiful. If the Liu family hadn't been exiled back then, the battlefield wouldn't have been so difficult. The left commander did not reply, but anyone from the cosmic trees would not speak on this topic, especially those from the four-way scales. This was not a glorious history. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1504. The entirety of the second matrix was shocked by Zhou Tang's Sengoku, and the Corpse King was the same. It felt threatened. Zhou Tang's dispirited appearance was replaced by a domineering aura as he approached the Corpse King. Sengoku, turn the void into a domain. Wherever your aura reaches, you are invincible. He seemed to be speaking to himself, but also to Lu Yin. With that one sentence, he charged at the Corpse King, causing the void to tremble. Lu Yin could clearly feel the void helping him, as if it had submitted to Zhou Tang. The Corpse King growled and punched out, but Zhou Tang met it head-on and punched out as well. There was an earth-shattering boom, and everyone felt their minds go blank as they almost fainted. The void was split in half, and countless cracks flashed like lightning. This was the most dazzling scene in the entire second matrix domain. Lu Yin stared at Zhou Tang as the latter's punch pierced through the Corpse King's fist and out of its arm, causing cracks to appear on half of the Corpse King's body. Zhou Tang spat out a mouthful of blood, and it was visible to the naked eye that his injuries were more severe than the Corpse King's. In terms of cultivation, he was far inferior to the Corpse King, but Sengoku alone was enough to heavily injure it. The Corpse King turned around and struck out with its other palm. Lu Yin was about to retaliate when Zhou Tang lowered his head and slashed upwards with his left hand. A gust of wind swept out, splitting the ground and severing the other half of the Corpse King's body. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the ground in Zhou Tang red. Lu Yin would never forget this scene for the rest of his life. He had seen a nearly invincible person with a domineering aura. That kind of spirit was worthy of admiration. Warriors were all about energy, and those who loved to fight had to have integrity. This was battle force that came from the heart, from the very foundation of the human body. It could be used to attack, defend, break through limits, crush the heavens, and tear apart the stars. Lu Yin wanted to add another phrase, but he was invincible. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to Zhou Tang, a stream of energy shot out from behind Marquis Qingzhu. It was the divine martial aura. Marquis Qingzhu abruptly turned around, his gaze turning sharp. Xia Yan, as the commander, don't you find it shameful to launch a sneak attack? As he spoke, he raised his hand and the divine martial qi suddenly disappeared. Then, the Marquis of Green Bamboo and Xia Yan who had launched a sneak attack also disappeared. The left commander heaved a sigh of relief. With the commander's arrival, the situation had stabilized. Immediately repair the source box array and the teleportation device. He then looked at Zhou Tang. Zhou Tang's head was still lowered. The left commander frowned. This person had been used too much during the Warring States period and could be considered useless in this battlefield. Lu Yin rushed towards Zhou Tang, but someone was faster than him. It was the blade-wielding envoy. Just as he was about to head over to Zhou Tang's location, he suddenly heard a voice, Long 7, head to the teleportation device immediately. Don't waste any time. Hurry. It was Xia Yan's voice, and Lu Yin turned around to see many people rushing towards the teleportation device. What did Xia Yan mean? Marquis Qingzhu's figure appeared above Xia Yan's head before disappearing again. Xia Yan, you dare to fight against me? How long have I been accumulating? How long have you been accumulating? In terms of time, even the Xia clan's patriarch might not be as fast as you. Do you dare to go to the sovereign realm? Xia Yan retorted. I can't compare to a progenitor, but dealing with you shouldn't be a problem. However, just as the blade-wielding envoy had said, the true threat wasn't the impact of the planes falling, but the countless corpse kings surrounding them. After a long time, there was a loud bang as the ground split apart and the planes fell apart. The violent shockwaves swept out in all directions, crushing many creatures to death. Even though the cultivators on the second formation would not be injured by the force of the fall, there were also zombie kings and terror ants on the second formation. These monsters didn't fear death and didn't know what pain was. The planes fell apart, but they continued to attack, killing many in an instant. Fortunately, when Xia Yan's doppelganger held the broken blade to cut the second array plane, he deliberately used the power of a half-ancestor to isolate the void and kill all the envoy-level corpse kings. This allowed the Star Alliance experts who had also fallen to control the situation. The saber-wielding emissary and several other Star Alliance emissary experts attacked together. In less than half an hour, they had killed all the zombie kings and terror ants that had landed. Lu Yin took advantage of the envoy's massacre. When the corpse king looked around, he saw a dark red mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. He saw the planets between the mountain ranges, the boiling red sea water, and the strange gas that even he was afraid of. Was this the new continent? The universe was cruel, and it wasn't easy for ordinary people to find a suitable planet to live on. This new continent was clearly not friendly to them, and even Lu Yin could feel the poison in the air. It was enough to make any ordinary person last less than a second. Is this the legendary new continent? It's over, we're all done for, an enlighter muttered to himself. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. On the other side, many people climbed up the shattered second matrix plane. They looked around and saw the desolate dark red mountain range. Above their heads was the huge second matrix base. Even though the second matrix base was huge enough to connect to the mother tree, it was only a shadow to them now. Legend has it that the new continent is a paradise for those monsters. Many cities were built here, and those monsters see this place as a template for the entire astral tree domain. This is the enemy's main base, someone said fearfully. His words caused even more panic. Lu Yin's domain extended into the distance, and not long after, his face changed. Defend. Countless corpse kings surrounded them from all directions. The blade-wielding envoy's words had come true, and they had all fallen into a pile of corpse kings. The battle had never stopped, and an endless number of corpse kings had appeared and attacked them crazily. Tens of thousands of people had fallen from the second planes, and a few envoys had cleaned up the corpse kings and terror ant queens that had also fallen. Everyone gathered together and formed a defensive formation that faced off against the endless corpse kings. Golden battle force imprints covered Lu Yin's body, and he raised a hand to unleash an emptiness palm. A large number of corpse kings in front of him were pulverized. The corpse kings that surrounded them were not as powerful as the ones that had attacked the second planes, but they were still on average. Occasionally, an emissary-level corpse king would appear, but they were blocked by the Alliance's powerhouses. The injured retreated to the center of everyone's protection, where Zhou Tang was. He had been there ever since they had fallen to the new continent, and he would not be able to recover his battle force in a short period of time. Countless scarlet eyes stared at him, and Lu Yin's scalp went numb. The stars on his body revolved, and 726 of them exploded. He was able to defend a single direction, and he was even more stable than the Alliance's emissaries. A day later, countless corpses littered the ground, and the circle that Lu Yin and the rest had gathered in had shrunk a little. Many people had died, so they had to shrink the area. With a whoosh, countless stone pillars emerged from the ground. Lu Yin stomped down with one foot, shattering the ground and causing cracks to spread into the distance. At the same time, he raised a hand and struck out with an emptiness palm again, killing a portion of the corpse kings. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked into the distance. A cultivator who had been guarding the area like him had lost half of his body, but he still wanted to fight to the death. Soon after, another cultivator took his place and fought a bloody battle. "Shrink even more," someone shouted. It was an emissary, and the void distorted as a blood-red claw scratched his arm. Both of them disappeared at the same time. Lu Yin had no choice but to retreat. Another group of people had died. National Day has arrived, and Sui Feng is willing to do his best to continuously update so that everyone can have a happy National Day holiday. "I'm not going out to travel anymore, I'm going to update more. I'll update at 3 p.m., and I'll continue to update tomorrow. Thank you for your support." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1505. On the second, third, and fourth day, more and more people died. From the initial tens of thousands, there were now less than 2,000, and more corpse kings were still pouring in from all directions. Lu Yin couldn't figure out where so many corpse kings had come from, and he thought of the Eternal Kingdom. These corpse kings must have been modified, or there wouldn't have been so many of them. Corpse kings could live for as long as they believed, and after countless years of accumulation, Lu Yin couldn't even begin to imagine how many corpse kings there were. Lu Yin retreated to the center and let the other cultivators take his place. He had been fighting for 5 days and was exhausted. There was a thump as the sword fell from the void and stabbed into the ground. The envoy with the sword appeared and sat down, exhausted. He looked into the distance with a look of despair. "No one's coming to save us, right?" Lu Yin asked. The envoy with the sword glanced at him. "What's your name?" "Long 7, Lu Yin replied. There was no need to hide anything at this point. "I'm Che Zhan," the envoy with the sword said. Lu Yin was stunned. Station. Everyone in the Alliance hates the 4 cardinal scales. My family used to be a family in the Middle Realm, but because we expressed our dissatisfaction with the 4 cardinal scales, our family was exiled to the battlefield at the back. As the only envoy of the Che family, I was forced to join the alliance. To be honest, I hate the 4 cardinal scales. Luin fell silent. But you're different. Che Zhan smiled freely and looked at Luin. I saw you turn back. So many people were running towards the teleportation device, and they all received General Xia Yan's notice. As a member of the White Dragon clan with such talent, you must have received the notice as well, but you turned back to look for us. What were you thinking? He was very curious. Luin looked past Che Zhan and at Zhou Tang, who was calmly leaning against the stone wall. I wanted to save him. Che Zhan wasn't surprised. I could tell, but why? Lu Yin's eyes flashed, but he didn't answer. Zhou Tang also looked over at Luin. He's a remnant of the Lu family, but you're a member of the White Dragon clan. Luin shrugged. The 4 cardinal scales aren't all bad people. Che Zhan smiled and looked at Zhou Tang. Zhou Tang also smiled. He was originally a very decadent person. After showing the domineering side of the Warring States period, he now showed a chic side. His smile made people feel comfortable and at ease. At that moment, a shout came from afar. Che, what are you laughing at? I'm about to be slaughtered. Che Zhan grabbed his blade's hilt and stood up. I'm coming. What are you rushing me for? I'm going to die sooner or later. He then turned to look at Luin. You're really different from the rest of the 4-way scale. He then took a step forward. I'm coming. Luin smiled. Of course it was different, as he wasn't even from the 4-way scales. He looked at Zhou Tang again and curiously asked, is the Warring States the pinnacle of battle force? Zhou Tang's gaze was calm. Have I reached the peak? Luin was taken aback, but when he thought about it, he realized that Zhou Tang was right. Even if Zhou Tang had expended too much of his battle force, he would still only be comparable to a 5th origin tribulation cultivator. Above him were half-ancestors, and above them were progenitors. I've heard of you, Zhou Tang said, meeting Lu Yin's gaze. You're the acting leader of the humble class. You're quite famous. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I've offended many people as well. Why do you want to save me? Zhou Tang asked. Lu Yin casually replied, what's the point of asking when you're about to die? Zhou Tang frowned and was about to speak, but when he looked at Lu Yin's profile, a complicated expression appeared in the depths of his eyes. There was also a hint of nostalgia. Yes, there was no point in asking, and it was fine if he didn't answer. At least he could still see the young master's shadow before he died. Lu Yin hadn't expected Zhou Tang to actually stop asking. He had just casually mentioned it, and if Zhou Tang didn't ask, how could he continue asking about the Lu family? Retreat again, someone in the distance shouted, and the defensive circle shrank once more. Despair filled their faces, and many of them looked enviously at those who had already died. Lu Yin stood up and prepared to continue defending. His strength was at the forefront of everyone here, and if he used all of his techniques, he would be the most powerful, assuming that Zhou Tang hadn't recovered yet. Are there really no humans in the New World? Lu Yin asked, looking at Zhou Tang. Zhou Tang answered solemnly, yes, there is an army that is known as a city. It's a stepping stone for the cosmic trees to invade the New World, and it's also a beacon of hope for humanity to reclaim the New World. As long as the city exists, the New World won't completely fall into the hands of these monsters. Lu Yin looked away. Was there only an army? Then where were the 3 upper gates? He was certain that they were in the New World. Unfortunately, even if he knew where they were, he couldn't go back. Beyond the gates, there would be even more monsters, enough to make the sixth mainland despair. 10 days passed, and Lu Yin's group retreated again and again. There were only a few hundred survivors, and there were still countless corpse kings around them. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to last more than half a month before they were all finished. Lu Yin looked at the countless corpse kings in the distance and began to plan. At that moment, Che Zhan's voice rang out, "Everyone, follow us." Lu Yin looked over, but Che Zhan continued, "Everyone, hide underground." The remaining people were already numb, and they were all waiting for death. No one paid any attention to him. Che Zhan shouted, "Even if you die, you have to kill more monsters for me. Kill more for the cosmic trees, for your friends, and for your family. You're all cultivators, so don't you have any backbone?" Everyone was shaken. Although Che Zhan didn't say anything inspiring, at this time, his words were the most motivating. The other two envoys from the Star Alliance blocked the Corpse Kings, and the group entered the underground one after another. Zhou Tang also went in. Che Zhan walked over to Lu Yin's side. "We've already discussed it. We'll take turns guarding the entrance. Everyone has a power vessel, and it's better to release it at all the monsters than in one direction." He looked at Lu Yin with killing intent. "Even if we die, we have to kill as many as possible." Lu Yin nodded. "Of course. We'll go first. You go in." Under the cover of Che Zhan and the others, Lu Yin also entered the underground. Although it was called underground, it was actually just a crack in the second array's base metal. The base metal was extremely hard, and even an enlighter would find it difficult to leave a mark on it. They had been fighting in the New World for more than half a month, but they had only encountered 3 envoy-level Corpse Kings. Their average strength was much lower than that of the Corpse Kings that had attacked the base, so they were basically safe here. Everyone around them was exhausted, and no one was in the mood to talk. They leaned against the wall and panted heavily. As Che Zhan entered, a man blocked the entrance and faced the countless Corpse Kings. "I know that everyone will die this time, but if anyone is lucky enough to survive and even see the day when the New World is reclaimed by the humans, please erect a monument here. We will fight to the death," the man who blocked the entrance announced loudly with his back to the group. Lu Yin didn't know his name, but he had heard someone call him Hung. He was an envoy from the Star Alliance. There had been 7 envoys, including Zhou Tang, who had fallen in the second array, but now, only 5 remained. Zhou Tang, Che Zhan, Hung, an old woman who was known as Old Mother East Mountain, and a very refined middle-aged man who everyone called Mr. Gua. Hung took something out of his cosmic ring and faced the countless Corpse Kings outside. A terrifying impact erupted, and the ground shook for a full hour. Lu Yin looked outside. The power vessel that Hung had taken out was definitely not as powerful as the walnut power vessel that he had used before, but it had the advantage of being able to last longer. With a hiss, Hung's abdomen was pierced by a strange weapon. Che Zhan suddenly rushed out, past Hung, and slashed outside while throwing Hung inside. It was Lu Yin's turn. Hung faced the countless Corpse Kings from the beginning, while Che Zhan faced the ones that Hung had cleared out. The number of Corpse Kings had decreased sharply, and he could defend for a longer time. When he felt that there were enough Corpse Kings, he took out his power vessel and attacked. After Che Zhan, it was Old Mother East Mountain's turn. Lu Yin closed his eyes to rest. This was the final moment. Once the envoys used up all their power vessels, they would be faced with a large number of Corpse Kings. Perhaps it was time to ask Mr. Mu for help. He was going to leave, and it would be good if he could take these people with him. If it wasn't for Xinwu Plain, I wouldn't be here waiting for my death. Just because I had a conflict with a disciple of Xinwu Plain, I was forcefully brought to the back battlefield. Someone suddenly cursed without any bottom line. He had said everything that he had wanted to say before he died. Someone else immediately spoke up. I offended the Wong family. It was just some resources, so I could have just given them to them. They actually got greedy and tried to steal from the Wong family's disciples. They really don't know their limits. No wonder that guy said that I wouldn't even have a chance to take revenge. You're wrong. They stole from the Wong family and the four directional scales. I was searched when I went to the top realm. Why? What's the difference between the top realm and the middle realm? Ever since the four directional scales took control of the top realm, they thought they were superior. How can they compare to the Liu family? Even the Liu family isn't that tyrannical, someone said unhappily. To hell with the four-side scales. Do you know how many people were forced here by them? My entire family was exiled to the back of the battlefield. I reckon they're all dead by now, someone continued. As he spoke, his eyes turned red. Those who had been able to survive until now were not ordinary people, and the weakest among them was a hunter. All of them had restrained their auras, and they all had the ability to protect themselves. There were even enlighters and envoys. Although they had fought until now in despair, they had been able to persevere. Now that they were on the brink of death, they thought about their families and their past. Who could remain strong? There were both men and women among these people, and in the final moments of their lives, no one cared about anything else. Some were talking to themselves, some were crying, and some were cursing. They were venting all of their emotions. Don't let me go back alive, or else I'll kill the four directional scales, the man who had spoken first shouted. Someone else immediately chimed in. Brother, count me in. I'm going to destroy the Wong family. Count me in too. I just peeked at a female disciple from the cold immortal sect bathing, and they actually threw me to the back battlefield. I'm going to destroy the cold immortal sect. Many people fell silent. This reason was very wretched. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I'll update at 3 p.m. To them, we're just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. These words were cruel but realistic. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, little brother, it's my turn. Mr. Gua stood up and walked to the entrance. Lu Yin said, I only used a power vessel, so I wasn't injured. I can still fight. Mr. Gua smiled and looked at Lu Yin with admiration. Go back and rest. You've done enough. You barely rested from start to finish. Let us old things finish our last shift. Long 7, come and rest. Mr. Gua never discounts his words, Che Zhan said. Lu Yin was grateful. Thank you. Back underground, Che Zhan was envious. As expected of someone from the four cardinal scales. He has that kind of power vessel. The humble school gave it to me, Lu Yin said. Che Zhan was shocked. The humble school. You're from the humble school. Long 7, acting sect master of the humble school, Hua Yuan. He personally exposed the 3 Guan brothers and sect master Yun Mubai as redbacks. Is that right? Honggu spoke up, surprising everyone. If the 4 cardinal scales were hated, then the humble school was respected. After all, they had been capturing spies for many years. Regardless of whether or not they had been wrongly accused, the humble school had contributed greatly. If not for them, the situation in the astral trees would have been even more chaotic. Lu Yin modestly replied, I was just lucky. Che Zhan exclaimed, I remember now. I heard that a white dragon son-in-law rose to power and even dared to expose Yun Mubai as a redback at the 4 cardinal scales. He caused a commotion in the four cardinal scales and even attracted the attention of a half-ancestor. So it was you. Lu Yin smiled. You dare to do what others don't. I admire you, Hong Guk said loudly. Old Mother East Mountain looked at him seriously. I admire you as well. Not just anyone dares to provoke a place like the Cloud Ladder, and the Smoke Cloud sect is even more behemoth. If you're not careful, you'll die. Your situation isn't good, but you're still able to do this. The man who had been clamoring to overthrow Shenwu Plain spoke up as well. Brother, I admire you. I only dared to say it, but you dared to do it. I admire you. Lu Yin was bitter. Because of this, I'm about to be removed from the White Dragon clan. His attitude then changed. But it doesn't matter. It's just the White Dragon clan. I'm still doing well in the humble school. Exactly. The four cardinal scales are hated, so it's better to leave. Actually, the female disciples of the four cardinal scales are pretty. Scram, you pervert. Right, Long 7, I remember now. Your half-ancestor Kue Luo's successor. Someone exclaimed. Everyone was at a loss at first, but then they all remembered. They looked at Lu Yin in shock, their gazes as strange as they could possibly be. Lu Yin was speechless, as he had assumed that they had forgotten. You're that lunatic, no, half-ancestor Kue Luo's successor. Che Zhan looked at Lu Yin in shock. Even Mr. Guo turned to look at him. Lu Yin pursed his lips and laughed dryly. I just obtained the resources that he left out. I don't count as his successor. Definitely not. Che Zhan patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Brother, you have a lot of troubles. Lu Yin raised a brow. He hadn't wanted to, but who knew that it would be leaked? Half-ancestor Kue Luo is our role model, someone else said. Scram, you pervert. Someone else quickly retorted. Lu Yin leaned against the wall tiredly. Before this, most of these people had not known each other, but now, they were all very familiar with each other. The battlefield was the best way to bring people closer to each other. This saying was quite true. It would be great if he could bring these people back to the fifth mainland, as they were all experts. Hold on, Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Why not? He had Supreme Mountain. Lu Yin had not thought about it at first. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Now that he thought about it, he felt even more tempted. He carefully looked at these people and saw that they had all experienced the battlefield on the other side. They had all walked out of blood and fire, and they could endure despair. They also hated the four cardinal scales, and they all admired Lu Yin. He was a helper that had fallen from the sky. The more he thought about it, the more tempted he became, and Lu Yin tried to think of a way to bring these people away. How do you cultivate during the Warring States period? Half a day later, Lu Yin asked Zhou Tang. Zhou Tang replied, when the spirit is there, success will follow naturally. Of course, Lu Yin already knew this. Actually, he wanted to ask more about the Lu family, but when he thought about bringing these people away, there were some things that he could not say. Out of boredom, he asked Che Zhan, who is that Mr. Guo? Teacher, Che Zhan replied bluntly, but the answer left Lu Yin confused. What do you mean? Che Zhan replied, literally, he's a teacher from the Myriad Daos clan. Myriad Daos clan. Lu Yin had never heard of it. Che Zhan saw Lu Yin's confusion and found it strange. You don't know about the Myriad Daos clan. It seemed to be common knowledge. If Lu Yin had just arrived in this region of space, he would have covered it up, but there was no need to do so now. Lu Yin simply shook his head. I don't. Che Zhan found it strange, but he still explained, the Myriad Daos clan was one of the few clans that could settle down in the top realm. They were subordinate clans to the Liu family. Unfortunately, after the Liu family disappeared, more than half of the Myriad Daos clan disappeared as well. Only a few people remained, and Mr. Gua is their teacher. Liu Yin nodded. Another Liu family descendant. There were countless Liu family descendants in this region of space, and once his identity was exposed, who knew how many people would try to find him and how many people would die? Before he had absolute confidence, he would not reveal his identity. Otherwise, he would only harm others. For 2 days, nothing happened. On the third day, Mr. Gua's voice rang out. "They're here." His tone was calm, as if he had already expected this. The earth trembled, and everyone looked outside. Had they still come? Death was approaching. Liu Yin looked outside. Since he had decided to bring these people to the fifth mainland, he had to do more. What he had done before was not enough. Unexpectedly, the countless corpse kings did not immediately charge towards the area. Instead, they stopped a few hundred kilometers underground. To them, a few hundred kilometers could be traversed in the blink of an eye. Mr. Gua's face sank. It seems like they're worried about the power vessels. How smart. Hondo spoke up. Even those monsters can't keep exhausting themselves. The power vessel's destructive power is too great. They'll definitely send out experts next. Mr. Gua suddenly interrupted, "Don't jinx it." Hondo's eyelids twitched. In the distance, a corpse king appeared. Then, 2 corpse kings, 5 emissary-level corpse kings. With a roar, one of the corpse kings charged forward, arriving in front of Mr. Gua in the blink of an eye. A brown barrier appeared around its body as it viciously slammed into Mr. Gua. Mr. Gua's expression did not change. A ferrule appeared in his hand, and he twirled it around his fingertips as he pushed the corpse king back. The void suddenly distorted as a huge force tore through space. Mr. Gua and the corpse king stepped into the astral source universe. Others could not see clearly, but only the emissaries could clearly see the battle situation. Liu Yin dripped some spring water into his eye, as there was not much left. He focused his gaze and saw that within the astral source universe, the corpse kings were being suppressed by Mr. Gua. "Thank you for your support, brothers." "Thank you." End of chapter. Mr. Gua coughed up another mouthful of blood. Che Zhan walked over. "Let me do it, Hongo." Old Mother East Mountain stood up as well. "I can fight as well." At that moment, a corpse king suddenly charged over from the distance. It raised its scarlet vertical eye, instilling fear in the onlookers. It was still an envoy-level corpse king, but this one's aura was clearly stronger than the previous 2. Zhou Tang stood up. "I'll deal with it." "You're already half dead." "Save it," Mr. Guo coughed. "You're not much better off," Zhou Tang said indifferently, completely different from his previous decadence. "Since you're going to die anyway, why not die on the battlefield? Not for the 4 cardinal scales, but for the astral tree realm." The corpse king had already arrived, and Hongo and the others were just about to attack when a figure appeared in front of them. The figure raised a hand and struck out with a palm. The corpse king raised its arm as well. Bang! A violent shockwave swept out in all directions, and Mr. Gua and the others were all pushed underground. The shockwave erupted from the entrance of the underground and surged upwards, tearing through the void and causing the earth to tremble. Everyone looked over in shock. It was Liu Yin who had blocked the corpse king. Although Liu Yin had blocked the corpse king's attack, he had still been pushed back by a single palm strike. Although he could fight an emissary head-on, there was still an even greater gap between them. Every single step was not something that an ordinary person could cross, and this corpse king in front of him was clearly something that he could not cross with his own strength. The 3-meter-tall corpse king from before was even more impossible to cross. "Since you're going to die anyway, why don't you all rest?" Lu Yin said casually as he blocked the entrance. Mr. Gua and the others were moved. They were not afraid of death, but that did not mean they were willing to die. They had been forced to join the Star Alliance, but Lu Yin, a member of the White Dragon clan and a member of the humble family, had dared to block their path. Even Zhou Tang admired his courage and determination. There was no need to mention the others. At this moment, Lu Yin was like a mountain in front of them. As long as the mountain did not collapse, they would all be safe. Zhou Tang looked at Lu Yin's back. The more he looked at him, the more similar he seemed to be to the young master. At the underground entrance, Lu Yin's palm was in pain. The clash of palms had injured him, and even with the cloud lattice robe's protection, he still felt pain. That corpse king wasn't just physically strong, it had either used an innate gift or a battle technique that was different from a corpse king transformation. Across from Lu Yin, the corpse king was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, it paused in place, as if thinking about something. All corpse kings had intelligence, but due to their fearless appearance, people often forgot about this fact. On the back of the battlefield, there was a word carved on countless places: intelligence. Not only did it remind cultivators to use their intelligence in battle, it also reminded them that their enemies also had intelligence and that they should not underestimate them. Lu Yin did not underestimate these corpse kings. The way they developed their redbacks was unpredictable. After a while, the corpse king suddenly raised its hand, putting Lu Yin on guard. The corpse king opened its palm, and a dark gold light flashed in front of Lu Yin's eyes. Then, the corpse king's palm turned into something similar to metal, and the lines on its palm could be seen clearly. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. No wonder that palm had injured him, this was an innate gift. But why had the corpse king told him about this? With a whoosh, the king of corpses attacked with both palms. The absolute power of the palms turned into a majestic pressure that swept over the crowd. Mr. Gua and the others were shocked. Other than Zhou Tang, no one present could withstand such a powerful palm power. Golden battle force revolved around Lu Yin's body, and he raised his hand as well. 350 stacks, empty palm. Bang! 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 The continuous palm strikes caused many underground to cough up blood. Lu Yin, who was in the middle of it all, felt like the sky was collapsing. Fortunately, he had broken through to the upper intellect realm, so even if he was injured, he would recover quickly. However, he was still being suppressed. There was a thump, and because the corpse king's strength was too strong, Lu Yin was unable to block it in time. The corpse king's spear struck his chest first, and his chest shook as he coughed up blood. It was a tragic sight. Lu Yin gritted his teeth, he could not face it head-on. The corpse king's body was tough, and it could not feel pain. As he thought about it, he immediately used the flow channeling diagram. The corpse king's continuous palm strikes were guided by the flow channeling diagram, turning into countless lines that bombarded the surrounding heaven and earth. Each line broke through the void, and its power surpassed that of an emissary. One of the lines even rushed into the ground. Che Zhan raised his blade and slashed. The line was cut in half, and the blade cracked. He himself was forced back several steps, his face pale. Che Zhan was an emissary, but even he was in such a state. No one could imagine what kind of attack Lu Yin was facing. The flow diversion diagram could not withstand the corpse king's palm strike and was shattered. Lu Yin took a step forward and teleported behind the Corpse King, slapping the back of its head. The Corpse King's body disappeared as it stepped into the astral source universe. Lu Yin moved at top speed at the same time, entering the astral source universe. Everything around them changed color, and only Mr. Guo and the others could see them. Within the astral source universe, the star energy in Lu Yin's body was suppressed to the extreme, and he could not use his teleportation array. The flow diversion diagram, the art of Sirius, and any other attacks that relied on star energy were ineffective. The Corpse King's physical body and innate gift were even more obvious. Lu Yin had no choice, so he used his star energy to form a scythe and slashed at the Corpse King at a strange angle. He had received an inheritance from the sword steel, and with the scythe in hand, he had an invincible aura. Underground, Mr. Guo was shocked. A scythe? Such a weapon was rare, and he seemed to have heard of it before. Lu Yin wielded the scythe and infused it with golden battle force. He slashed at the Corpse King's chest, leaving a bloody gash. The Corpse King did not seem to care and sent a palm strike towards Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin held the scythe, and with a slight change of angle, the scythe blocked in front of him and pushed the Corpse King's palm away. At the same time, the scythe spun and turned into a sphere that slashed towards the Corpse King's neck. The Corpse King took a step forward, unafraid of the scythe's attack. This time, both palms descended. Lu Yin took a step back and left the astral source universe. The star chessboard appeared beneath his feet, and the Corpse King suddenly appeared. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he activated the secret plan, star chessboard. He appeared behind the Corpse King, who slammed its palms into the void and tore it apart like a curtain. Lu Yin's scythe viciously slashed at the Corpse King's neck, but there was a thump as a dark gold light appeared. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, as he could not break through the Corpse King's defense. The Corpse King turned around and lashed out with a kick, sending Lu Yin flying. The scythe in his hand fell to the ground, and the star energy scythe fell to the ground. The wound on the Corpse King's chest slowly healed. This was the Corpse King's physique. Lu Yin pressed one hand against the ground and gritted his teeth as he stood up and wiped the blood from his mouth. If not for Yun Lui's protection, he would have been heavily injured in a duel with this Corpse King. Within the upper wisdom pass, the tree leaves released a vigorous vitality that allowed Lu Yin to quickly recover from his injuries. His mind spun rapidly as he considered all the methods he had at his disposal. Domains. Ineffective. Rune lines. This region of space had no rune lines at all. Night King heaven-splitting technique. Using a spiritual force attack on the Corpse King was a joke. Nine Yang Cauldron transformation. The Corpse King was an envoy, and whether or not he could use it was another matter. What about the commanding platform? Neither the Giant Emperor nor Bai Xiaohong were a match for the Corpse King. That left him with the Reaper transformation. Could the Reaper transformation deal with this Corpse King? Perhaps, but he didn't have that much death energy. He still needed to rely on external items. National Day had arrived, and Windborn would continue to update. As long as my brothers are happy. I'll update at 3 p.m. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1508. Underground, Mr. Guo said in a hoarse voice, he can't hold on any longer. The opponent's level is too high, and there's no way to make up for the difference. Even so, I still have to say that Long 7 is a monster, Che Zhan said. He's using a power vessel. It should be a very powerful defensive power vessel, or else he wouldn't have been able to block a single attack from the Corpse King, Brother Hong said. Old Mother East Mountain was shocked. I've seen the 4 young ancestors before, and they didn't have the strength to fight against the Corpse King for so long. The most direct comparison is the astral source universe. The 4 young ancestors could enter it for a short period of time, but they quickly left. Long 7, on the other hand, seems to be able to stay there. He surpassed the 4 young ancestors. How laughable. The son-in-law of the White Dragon clan has surpassed the direct descendant, Brother Hong said. Right, he didn't use the White Dragon transformation, did he? Che Zhan seemed to recall something. Old Mother East Mountain, Mr. Gua, and the others were shocked. Right, there was still the White Dragon transformation, which could increase one's physical strength. Once used, it might be able to make up for the difference. Only the direct descendant of the White Dragon clan can use the White Dragon transformation. He can't do it, Zhou Tang said in a low voice. The others thought about it and agreed. If he could, he would have used it long ago. Youngsters these days are really scary, Old Mother East Mountain sighed. If even they were shocked, there was no need to mention the others around them. They were all stunned, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Yin's display of monstrous power had overturned their understanding and challenged their worldview. At the same time, far away from the shattered second domain, the Marquis of Green Bamboo quietly stood there, watching the scene of Lu Yin single-handedly defeating a Corpse King. He was astonished. His innate talent is simply terrifying. Once he matures, who will be able to stop him? 2 figures stood behind him. Although they didn't reveal any auras, anyone who could follow him had to be an absolute expert. One of them was a Corpse King, and its scarlet eyes were especially obvious. The other was a human. My lord, that person is called Long 7. He's the son-in-law of the 4 Cardinal Skies White Dragon clan. He's been to the Sovereign Realm and exposed the Guan brothers in Yunmubai, causing our plan to fail, the person behind him respectfully reported. Marquis Qing Zhu smiled. He's a talent. If he were to transform into an Eternal, his future accomplishments would be no less than mine. I really want to play with him, but it's a pity. With that, he waved his hand. You may leave. The Corpse King behind Marquis Green Bamboo left without hesitation, but the human hesitated for a moment. My lord, what about this Long 7? Marquis Green Bamboo said indifferently, what does that have to do with you? That person hurriedly bowed. This subordinate has spoken out of turn. I'll take my leave now. With that, he left. After the 2 of them left, the Green Bamboo Marquis said, is Long 7 really that important? So important that you personally appeared and interfered in the battle? For him, I even spared Xia Yan. I'm afraid he'll be killed here. Behind Marquis Qingzhu, the space distorted and a strange and eerie doll appeared. It was the Witch Spirit Divine doll. You underestimate him. He won't die so easily. It was your orders that I ignored the battle situation. The Green Bamboo Marquis knit his brows. The Shaman Spirit doll laughed strangely. I'll remember this favor. Marquis Qingzhu's brows relaxed. Where did this Long 7 come from? You don't need to know for now. This child is the key to breaking through the cosmic tree domain, the Shaman Spirit doll said in a terrifying voice. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Marquis Qingzhu was shocked. Him. An enlighter. If we transform him into someone of our race, his status will immediately surpass yours. Do you believe me? The Shaman Spirit doll said. Marquis Qingzhu's eyes narrowed, and he twirled his bamboo flute between his fingers. What do you want me to do? I'll tell you, but take it one step at a time. There's no rush. Take your time, the Shaman Spirit doll said before its voice gradually faded into the distance. After the shaman spirit doll disappeared, Marquis Qing Zhu's eyes flickered, and a trace of pain flashed through his eyes. He half knelt and panted heavily. Who? Long 7. I understand. Don't worry. His eyes recovered, and he looked into the distance in shock. Just now, Bai Wuxian had contacted him, and it was also because of Long 7. Of the 7 sky gods, the ancient gods were publicly recognized as the strongest, but the most mysterious was definitely Bai Wuxian. She controlled the entirety of eternal life. Everyone had only heard of Bai Wuxian, but they had never met her. Even the 12 marquises had never met her before. Bai Wuxian was directly responsible for the true gods, and even though she had never appeared before, regardless of whether it was the humans or the Eternals, they were all under her influence. No one dared to offend Bai Wuxian. Ever since Marquis Qing Zhu had become a marquis, he had never directly contacted Bai Wuxian. This was the first time, and it was also because of Long 7. Bai Wuxian's orders were very simple. Long 7 could not be allowed to die, and he had to return to the cosmic tree domain alive. Both the shaman spirit god and Bai Wuxian had appeared for Long 7. Marquis Qing Zhu recalled the shaman spirit god's words, and he looked into the distance with a solemn expression. Who exactly was this Long 7? Could he be a member of eternal life? Lu Yin did not know how much of a shock he had brought to Marquis Qing Zhu. He had already taken out the knife that he had obtained from Wang Su. This knife had helped him heavily injure powerful enemies and had helped him many times. Today, he would have to use it again. The Corpse King's attacks were still as fierce and destructive as before. Lu Yin did not face them head-on, and instead, he diverted the Corpse King's attacks. Each of the Corpse King's palms was diverted in a different direction, causing the Corpse King's attacks to be very stifled. However, the Corpse King did not seem to be as anxious as a human, and it continued to attack. Its speed increased as it crossed into the astral source universe. Lu Yin retreated, and the Corpse King's palms fell in front of him, shattering the ground. The Corpse King then disappeared and reappeared again. This stalemate lasted for half a day. Underground, everyone waited anxiously. There was no night in the new world, and it was always dusky. The Corpse Kings did not know fatigue, but humans were different. Everyone had a limit to their energy. Everyone was worried that Lu Yin would not be able to hold on, but they did not dare to help. Otherwise, the countless Corpse Kings would not be watching from afar. The void distorted in front of Lu Yin as the Corpse King appeared once more. Its palms were covered in a dark gold color as it swatted at Lu Yin. Lu Yin hurriedly dodged, as he had to rely on his speed. He could no longer use the greater teleportation array or the planned secret art. The Corpse King was using its astral source to forcefully disrupt this region of space, preventing Lu Yin from smoothly using his star energy. The battle seemed to repeat itself, but the only difference was that Lu Yin had left the knife in its original position. The Corpse King's palms fell, but it did not hit Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he waved his hand and used the secret art. The Corpse King was using its astral source to disrupt the void and affect Lu Yin. This was also why Lu Yin had not used the secret art before. However, things were different now. Lu Yin could see through the Corpse King's attack patterns and predict where the Corpse King would land and where its body would appear. At this moment, the Corpse King's neck was only 10 centimeters away from the knife. The knife fell freely to the ground, but the Corpse King did not seem to care. It only thought that Lu Yin had lost his grip. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Whoosh. It was at this moment that Lu Yin used the secret art to push the knife horizontally into the Corpse King's neck. The secret art could only be used once. If it was used again, it would be disrupted. The Corpse King howled in agony as the knife was raised to the point where it could harm a powerhouse with a power level of 800,000. It was not something that the Corpse King could withstand, and the knife pierced through its neck and twisted it. Lu Yin took advantage of this opportunity to raise his hand and unleash a series of empty palms. The Corpse King raised a hand to block, but because the knife had pierced through its neck, its star energy was greatly weakened. Lu Yin used his greater teleportation array to appear behind the Corpse King and unleash another empty palm strike. Golden Battle Force, 350 stacks, empty palm. There was a thump as the Corpse King's head flew off. The Corpse King had been dealt with by Lu Yin. Underground, everyone was stunned. Long 7 had actually defeated such a powerful enemy. Zhou Tang sighed in amazement. The more he looked at Lu Yin, the more he felt that he resembled the young master. That talent, that courage, and that skill. Lu Yin panted heavily, his entire body in pain. Fortunately, he had been wise enough to obtain the Cloud Barrier robe. Otherwise, his universal armor would have shattered by now. He looked at the knife that had fallen to the ground and rejoiced that he had made the right decision back in the meditative ruins. In the distance, the Marquis of Green Bamboo sighed in amazement. Although Lu Yin had relied on a power vessel, it was still quite impressive for him to be able to kill a Corpse King that was much stronger than him. After thinking about it, he gave the order to continue. Surrounded by countless Corpse Kings, another Corpse King walked out. It was also at the level of an emissary, but it did not rush forward like the other Corpse Kings. Instead, it walked forward step by step. Each step left a deep footprint in the ground. This Corpse King was very heavy. Lu Yin's gaze turned solemn when Che Zhan's voice came from behind him. Long 7, it's our turn. Lu Yin stood in front of him. Hold the line. If I can't handle it, then move in. Don't forget that they have more than one Corpse King. Che Zhan looked at Lu Yin's back and was shocked. You still want to fight? Lu Yin smiled faintly. Dying in battle is the best ending. Che Zhan laughed. All right, I'll hold the line for you. He then pulled out a long blade from his cosmic ring and stabbed it into the ground. He then sat down cross-legged, his muscles tensing as he prepared to attack at any moment. In the distance, a Corpse King walked over step by step. This Corpse King was about the size of a normal person, but it was very heavy. Its scarlet vertical eyes were deep and carried traces of a dark yellow color. Its aura was very heavy, and every breath it took caused the void in front of it to ripple. This was another Corpse King with an extremely powerful innate gift. Lu Yin bent his arm and raised it, striking out with his empty palm. There was a thump as the Corpse King raised its left arm and viciously struck it with the empty palm. Its body only swayed for a moment before it continued walking towards Lu Yin as if nothing had happened. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. The Corpse King from before had been able to take the empty palm head-on and force him back, but that had been an attack. This Corpse King, on the other hand, was only good at defense. It was second only to the Corpse Kings that could ignore Lu Yin's empty palm. Lu Yin attacked again, using his Golden Battle Force and overlaying stacks. He even used the Night King Heaven-Splitting technique to attack the Corpse King. The Corpse King's movements were restricted, and it moved even more slowly. However, it still continued to walk slowly, so Lu Yin's attacks were not very effective. It was a fat Corpse King that was about the same size as a normal person, but its stomach was very round. When it was 1,000 meters away from Lu Yin, it stepped into the void and disappeared. This was the Astral Source Universe. End of Chapter 1. Lu Yin took out a heaven fire stone and absorbed the flames. Very quickly, the flames were absorbed into the stone, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Their backs were drenched in sweat, both from fear and from the heat. In the second Corpse King, Lu Yin had single-handedly dealt with 2 envoy-level Corpse Kings. These 2 Corpse Kings were not weak at all. Lu Yin panted heavily, as the second Corpse King was even easier to deal with than the first. This was not because he was weak, but because he had found a way to deal with it. A hopeless situation was not necessarily a hopeless situation. As long as he could find a way, it was not impossible to leave. "Brother Long 7, it's my turn," Che Zhan said. Lu Yin turned around and smiled. It was a very infectious smile. "Wait a little longer. I can still do it. Did you forget what I said?" Che Zhan looked deeply at him, his eyes filled with deep admiration. "All right, I'll wait." Underground, everyone looked at Lu Yin with even more admiration. Many of them had expressions of worship, and if they did not die this time, they would definitely repay this kindness. Outside, the endless Corpse Kings did not continue to attack, as if they were waiting for something. They could only send out so many envoy-level Corpse Kings, and they would have to wait if they wanted to send out more experts. One day later, another Corpse King arrived. It was still an envoy-level Corpse King, but it was not as strong as the previous ones. Instead, it was much faster. Lu Yin was treated as a target and beaten up for half a day without being able to retaliate. The Corpse King had even used Astral Source to disrupt his star energy, causing Lu Yin's greater teleportation array and the strategy's secret art to fail. Lu Yin had experienced countless battles in his life. Some had been completely crushed, while others had been filled with despair. This battle was one of them. He had no choice but to take out the spear that he'd obtained from Long Tian. He'd tested it in the time-stop space, and it was extremely sticky. He hadn't known how to use it before, but now, it seemed to be the perfect time to use it. There was a thump, and Lu Yin's vision blurred as he was kicked again. Even with the Cloud Lattice robe's protection, he was still being beaten up, and the vibrations from the robe were unbearable. The Corpse King had stepped into the Astral Source universe, and so had he. However, he still could not see the Corpse King. Everyone underground could feel the despair. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and a spear appeared in his hand. He stabbed it into the ground, and the green gel spread from the spear to his feet. It quickly covered an area of 100 meters before continuing to spread. There was another thump, and Lu Yin's abdomen was struck by the Corpse King once more. He still could not see the Corpse King's shadow, as it was moving through the void without ever stepping on the ground. Lu Yin took a deep breath and calculated silently. Thump. 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 Underground, Che Zhan gritted his teeth and stared fixedly. He was also searching for traces of the Corpse King, and his scalp went numb. Only Long 7 could deal with this Corpse King because he had a defensive power vessel that even an emissary could not break through. If they had been in his place, the battle would have ended long ago. Zhou Tang's eyes kept darting around. He could clearly see the Corpse King's movements, but it was useless even if he told Lu Yin. Lu Yin's consciousness could not keep up. Many people closed their eyes. It was too miserable. Lu Yin indeed looked miserable. His hair was disheveled, and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He looked like he was severely injured, but only he knew that he was not injured at all. Even if he had been injured, he would have recovered thanks to the vitality of the upper intelligence pass. Thump. 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 Suddenly, Lu Yin opened his eyes and used his spear to block in front of him. At the same time, the green gel spread out in all directions, and he was struck again by the Corpse King's fist. This time, however, the Corpse King was unable to dodge with its speed. Its wrist was bound by the gel, and at the same time, it spread out in all directions. Regardless of whether it was a person or anything else, as long as it had intelligence, it would become inertia. The Corpse King was the same. It had beaten Luin for a long time, and it had gradually become inertia. The interval between each attack was about the same, and Luin had calculated this timing to attack. It was just like how he had used the dagger to deal with the first Corpse King. In a battle, both strength and intelligence were important. The Corpse King's wrist was bound by the green gel, and it quickly retreated. It could retreat or move with its speed, but it would not be slowed down by much. However, the green gel would also move with it, and it could not be removed. Luin did not need to find the Corpse King. All he needed to do was keep an eye on the green gel. It was fast, but correspondingly, its defense was not as strong. Luin held his spear and attacked in a strange manner, following the movements of the green gel. He used his domain to predict the attack in advance, and the spear pierced the Corpse King's thigh. The spear vibrated, and 350 stacks were applied. The Corpse King growled as half of its thigh was crushed by the spear. Luin took advantage of this opportunity to grab his dagger and slash horizontally. Thanks for your support, brothers. I'll continue to update tomorrow. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1510. The Corpse King's upper body retreated, but it was still so fast that Lu Yin's attacks were ineffective. However, it was only its upper body, and its legs were crippled, so its speed was naturally affected. Lu Yin circulated the stars around his body, and his muscles tightened as he pushed his speed to the limit. He also used his domain to predict the Corpse King's attacks, and they began attacking and defending in a small space. Underground, everyone watched as the two constantly flickered. Lu Yin's arm would occasionally disappear and enter the astral source universe, while the Corpse King's upper body would occasionally disappear and enter the astral source universe. This scene was extremely strange, but there was also a strange harmony to it. Even if the Corpse King had difficulty moving, it would not be easy for Luin to kill it. Left with no choice, Luin began attacking the Corpse King's lower body. He did not believe that the Corpse King would not be able to escape if both of its legs were crippled. In the distance, Marquis Qing Zhu frowned. Where had Draconic 7 found so many power vessels? There were not many items that could entangle this Corpse King, and even the fourth young ancestor might not have obtained so many power vessels. At the same time, he felt a bit of heartache, as the Speed Corpse King would be destroyed sooner or later. He was conflicted about whether or not to send another Corpse King. There are more and more external items, Kiki, the witch spirit god's voice rang out. Marquis Qing Zhu said, I've lost quite a bit in order for this person to contribute. They're all experts, and it's not easy for them to be born again. Don't worry, it's all worth it. When the day comes, your contributions will be recorded. It's your greatest honor to be able to participate in this, and you'll see the most exciting scene in this universe. I promise you, Kiki, the witch spirit god cackled. Marquis Qing Zhu sighed. I hope so. The witch spirit god floated in the void and looked into the distance. Soon, it's time to meet. In the distance, Luin had spent more than half a day before finally killing the Speed Corpse King. He watched as the Speed Corpse King's neck was severed, and it lost all signs of life. The Corpse King slumped to the ground, exhausted. He had been attacking and defending at his fastest speed for half a day, and most people would not even be able to take it for an hour, let alone half a day. The moment he relaxed, his entire body ached, and his muscles felt like they were melting. Che Zhan looked at Luin with admiration. Brother, it's time to rest. Luin looked up at the Phantom Foundation. Actually, I just want to die. It doesn't feel good to just wait for death. Che Zhan laughed. Who isn't? Ha! Hong Ji's voice came from underground. 3 emissary-level corpse kings in a row. If word gets out, Long Qi's name will resound throughout the starry sky of trees. Unfortunately, he died in this new world. It wasn't worth it. It's not worth it. Old Mother East Mountain said regretfully. Mr. Guo said, I'll write a book to commemorate your contributions, Long Qi. In the future, when the new world is recovered, perhaps someone will discover it. Che Zhan was speechless. It's rare for Mr. Guo to joke around. Mr. Guo's expression was serious. I'm not joking. The corners of Che Zhan's mouth twitched. Seeking joy in the midst of bitterness was exactly what was being said now. Waiting for death in despair could drive one crazy, and at this moment, it was also the time when one's human nature was most thoroughly revealed. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the people underground. They were all his comrades, and no matter what his goal was, he wanted to take them away as quickly as possible. The death of the Speed Corpse King was a wake-up call for countless Corpse Kings. They didn't immediately send out their Corpse Kings. This situation lasted until the second day, and still, no Corpse King came out to fight. Underground, someone was unhappy. Why hasn't the battle started yet? I want to die sooner. Yeah, it's too boring. It's better to die. Those who die first are really lucky. Don't worry, they'll die sooner or later. Ha! Lu Yin leaned against the wall and looked up at the phantom base. He listened to the people inside joke around and talk about how they wanted to die. Many thoughts ran through his mind. In this universe, the 5th mainland, the 6th mainland, and even the 4 destroyed mainlands, the Lu family, the Eternals, and so on. Were there any more terrifying civilizations outside of the Eternals? How had the Eternals been born? How had the first zombie been born? It couldn't have been man-made, right? The more he thought about it, the more tired he became. Everything above his head turned black. Black. Lu Yin suddenly stood up and looked around in shock. Not far away, Che Zhan was still vigilantly wiping his blade. Underground, Zhou Tang was leaning against the wall and resting. The others were talking about something, but all of them were black. Beneath his feet, his own shadow distorted. A moment later, a doll floated out of the void and appeared in front of Lu Yin. Its sinister eyes met Lu Yin's gaze, filled with ridicule and mockery. Lu Yin's hair stood on end. The sorcerer spirit god. He subconsciously wanted to take out the jade that Mr. Mu had given him, but he found that he couldn't move. Che Zhan's body had grown bigger in front of him. No, his vision had shifted to his hands, and the stench of blood had grown thicker. His sense of smell had shifted to his legs, and his 5 senses were in chaos. It really was the sorcerer spirit god. Lu Yin stared blankly at the sorcerer spirit god above him, and an indescribable sense of despair spread through him. When Qingchen had first mentioned the sorcerer spirit god, Lu Yin had felt that it was absurd. How could there be a sorcerer spirit god in this part of the universe? Now, he actually saw him face to face, and they were less than a meter apart. Hee, little guy, we meet again, the sorcerer spirit god said with a strange laugh. Lu Yin's heart sank. It was him, the 5th mainland's witchling god. Lu Yin had held on to some hope that the witchling god in this region of space was not the 5th mainland's witchling god. Even if their innate gifts were the same, and even if their titles were the same, he still hoped that they were not the same. However, his hopes had been dashed. This person really was the 5th mainland's witchling god, the one who had taken the monkey as his pet. It's been a long time since we last met. Don't you want to say anything? I didn't forbid you from speaking. They can't hear or see you, the sorcerer spirit god teased with a strange laugh. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his voice grew hoarse. Why are you in this part of the universe? The sorcerer spirit god laughed. I should be the one asking you that. Why are you in this part of the universe? Lu Yin clenched his fists, but once he did so, he could no longer see. Can the 7 sky gods freely travel between the astral tree realm and the 5th mainland? Of course. We Eternals are omnipotent, the sorcerer spirit god replied. Lu Yin's thoughts were in chaos, as he could not accept the sorcerer spirit god's appearance. What made him even more uneasy was that he could not obtain the jade, which meant that he could not contact Mr. Mu. This left him in a desperate situation that he did not have the ability to break out of. Kid, to be honest, I've lived for countless years, and I've seen many people with extraordinary innate gifts, but you are the most unique one. You were actually able to borrow the Spectre clan's death energy to cultivate the death god's inheritance. If you really manage to cultivate to the progenitor realm, perhaps no one in this universe will be your match aside from the true gods. That's why I want to kill you while you're still young. The sorcerer spirit god moved closer to Lu Yin until they were less than 10 centimeters apart. To Lu Yin, 10 centimeters was very small, but to the sorcerer spirit god, it was equivalent to half a body's length. It raised a finger and pointed at Lu Yin's forehead. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he stared at the finger. He began to recite the Stonewall scriptures, but this time, the scriptures were ineffective. He still could not move, and he could only watch as the finger approached and then stopped when it was less than a millimeter away. Kik, kid, are you afraid? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Old monster, what do you want? Kiki, death doesn't feel good, does it? The sorcerer spirit god asked. Lu Yin fell silent and stared at the sorcerer spirit god. If you want to die, it's too easy. Death is the end of everything, but living is the most difficult. You humans all want to live, but what about you? Do you want to live, or do you want to die? The sorcerer spirit god asked in a leisurely voice that carried a sinister aura. Lu Yin sneered. Nonsense, of course I want to live. In this situation, begging for mercy or being afraid was useless. The sorcerer spirit god retreated. You want to live? Then that's easy. If you join the Eternals, not only will you obtain an immortal and indestructible body, but you'll also be able to cultivate the death god's inheritance. In the future, you'll surpass the 7 sky gods and dominate the universe. This is a path of light. Lu Yin laughed. A path of light. You dare to talk about light when you look like that? How interesting. Don't you know what you look like? Only an idiot would believe you when you talk about light. The sorcerer spirit god was not angry. Kid, your words are too harsh. I can't save you, but I'll make you suffer. This was exactly what Lu Yin wanted. He was not afraid of being tortured, as there was still a chance. He was only afraid of being directly destroyed. You tortured me back then and forced me to cultivate the death god's power. If you torture me again, do you think I'll be able to cultivate the power of a martial ancestor? I've received the inheritance from the martial ancestor's sword steel. The sorcerer spirit god was astonished. Right, I forgot. You've even come into contact with a martial ancestor's inheritance. How miraculous. You've actually received 3 ancestors' inheritances. Kiki, why don't I capture you right now and let you cultivate the Corpse King transformation? That's a true god's inheritance. That way, you'll have 4 ancestors' inheritances. Lu Yin raised a brow. Ancestors' inheritance. 4. Where had that come from? The death god was one, and no one could confirm the existence of a martial ancestor. However, the sorcerer spirit gods' legends clearly acknowledged their existence, which meant that there were indeed martial ancestors and true gods. Was the eternal race's peak corpse king also an ancestor? Even so, there were only 3 ancestors? Who was the last one? Right, Fate-san. Xiao Shi had mentioned that Fate-san had been created by the destiny god. If the destiny god had truly existed, then he would have been an ancestor. However, many people had Fate-san, so could it be considered an inheritance? Of course, Lu Yin might have more. Kiki, are you afraid, kid? The sorcerer spirit god mocked. Lu Yin looked at him. Which eye of yours saw that I was afraid? Are you blind? The sorcerer spirit god cackled. You really have a sharp tongue. When you humans are faced with a desperate situation, some people will try their best to survive. You, on the other hand, say that you're afraid, and you're indeed afraid. However, your attitude is the complete opposite. Interesting. Lu Yin frowned. You're spouting too much nonsense. What are you trying to do? The sorcerer spirit god circled around Lu Yin. Heir of the Lu family. Hiss. Lu Yin's fingers trembled, as the most troublesome matter had just occurred. The sorcerer spirit god knew his name. What heir of the Lu family? Just because I'm surnamed Lu, I'm an heir of the Lu family. Kiki, are you trying to hide it? With your cultivation talent, who would believe that you're not an heir of the Lu family? The sorcerer spirit god cackled. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll continue to update in the afternoon. It's the National Day holiday, and everyone's happiness is the most important. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1511. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. That made sense. How could a normal person possess such strength? Of all the experts who had accompanied the junior ancestor to the ruler realm, which one of them didn't have a great power backing them? Even if they didn't have a great power, they still had great opportunities. What about Lu Yin? His current display of monstrous talent surpassed the 4th junior ancestors, which was very abnormal, especially since his surname was Lu. Once his name was exposed, the 4 cardinal scales would definitely not believe that he wasn't from the Lu family. Whether you are or not is not important. What's important is that the 4 cardinal scales confirm that you are. You are, the sorcerer god continued. The doll then leaned forward again, almost face to face with Lu Yin. More importantly, we saw the entire battle between you and Scarlet Lord. BZZT. The giant emperor was chosen. Lu Yin's expression changed. Impossible. No one saw it. The sorcerer god cackled. This region has red backs. How can you be sure that the 5th mainland doesn't? Lu Yin's heart sank. He had forgotten that the 5th mainland had both the Neo-Human Alliance and redbacks. For example, Zirong had cultivated a corpse king transformation. The Lu family's heir has appeared in the astral tree realm. Keek geek. The 4 cardinal scales are about to explode. The top realm and the middle realm will be in an uproar. The Lu family's remaining members and the 4 cardinal scales supporters will erupt into the most intense conflict in history. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Lu Yin sneered. Even if my identity is exposed, I won't make an enemy out of the 4 cardinal scales. Is that so? Based on what you did in the 5th mainland, you're not a magnanimous person. Even if you were, would the 4 cardinal scales let you off? Would their supporters let you off? Especially the person who planned the banishment of the Lu family. Would they let you off? The sorcerer god asked 3 questions in a row, leaving Lu Yin speechless. Once his identity was exposed, he would become the greatest enemy in this region of space and would be recognized as the greatest villain. This was something that the four cardinal scales would definitely do. Furthermore, he would not give up on avenging the Liu family. The four cardinal scales were also his enemies. Liu Yin stared at the sorcerer god. You want me to start a war between the astral tree realm and the fifth mainland to pave the way for you? Not bad. Isn't that plan? The sorcerer god was pleased. Liu Yin sneered, stop dreaming. I won't help you. Of course not. You're just trying to protect yourself, that's all. Unless you die, the four cardinal scales won't let you off. They won't let the fifth continent off. Little fellow, you can choose to kill yourself, said the shaman spirit god. Liu Yin's gaze turned cold. This was an open scheme, and it was the most difficult thing to deal with. He knew that this was an enemy's scheme, but he still had to act according to the enemy's plan. Since ancient times, humanity's greatest enemy had always been the everlasting tribe, and humanity had always been at a disadvantage in their wars against the everlasting tribe. At the end of the day, the everlasting tribe understood human nature far too well. Liu Yin would never sacrifice himself, and the four cardinal scales would never let him off either. The hatred between the two would only grow and deepen. The moment sorcerer spirit god discovered Liu Yin's appearance in the starry sky tree, he already had a plan. In truth, after the Chosen's battle, I didn't want to kill you. I just wanted to bring you to this part of the starry sky. Unfortunately, that old heavenly master ruined my plan. But in the end, you still came and became famous in this part of the starry sky. Brother Long Qi, how's the question I asked you earlier? Liu Yin was stunned and confused. What question? Che Zhan rolled his eyes. Princess Long Qi, aren't you the son-in-law of the White Dragon race? I heard that Princess Long Qi is the brightest pearl of the four cardinal scales. How is it? Is she beautiful? Liu Yin forced a smile. Not bad. Alright, Che Zhan, let Brother Long Qi rest. Don't disturb him. Liu Yin retracted his gaze, and Long Qi's face appeared in his mind. Ming Yan, Wendy Yushan, Zhua Dainite, Madame Nalan, Ku Wei, Yen Yen, Aiden, Kai Jinxiang, and the others appeared as well. Everyone he was familiar with flashed through his mind, and he thought about the fifth mainland, the Outerverse, and Earth. It was a very small planet that made him feel at ease. The universe was so exciting, so how could he bear to die? That was simply impossible. Even if he had to become enemies with the four cardinal scales, he would not die. He still had to bring the Liu family back and foil the sorcerer spirit god's plan. There were still many things that he needed to do. Even though the sorcerer spirit god's scheme was unfathomable, such matters could be left to Wang Wen and Wang Wen. Especially Wei Rong, who was an expert in all sorts of schemes and plots, and he would definitely be able to resolve them. The problem now was not whether or not they could return, but rather how to bring everyone back. However, the intelligence of these corpse kings could not be underestimated. The fourth young ancestor had been trapped because of Long Xian. Even if Liu Yin had not snatched the tribulation crystal silk, these monsters would have definitely thought of a way to destroy Long Xian and expose the guiding map. This was a plan that had been formulated a long time ago, and Liu Yin did not know how Long Xian was doing. If he was still alive, then he had definitely become a spy. Long Xian had no choice but to become a spy. Besides Long Xian, countless people had been forced into a dead end by these monsters, and Liu Yin was no exception. If humans underestimated the intelligence of these monsters, then they would definitely end up in a miserable state. These monsters had lived for too long, and they were extremely cunning. Liu Yin felt a headache coming on. He was not afraid of encountering someone who was too strong to handle, but he was afraid of encountering someone who was smart and had lived for countless years. Over the next 2 days, another envoy-level corpse king was sent to its death. From Lu Yin's point of view, it was just a suicide mission. The sorcerer's spirit god was giving him battle contributions. Not only did the sorcerer's spirit god want to ensure that Lu Yin could return to the astral tree domain alive, but he also wanted to raise his status. Without that, how would the 4 cardinal scales care about him? The sorcerer's spirit god wanted to ensure that even if Lu Yin returned to the 5th mainland, the 4 cardinal scales would still chase after him out of fear. That was why, at least for now, Lu Yin was the safest person on the entire battlefield. These monsters wanted him to live even more than Xia Yan and the others. There are already 4 envoy-level corpse kings. Brother Long Qi, you've completely overturned my understanding of cultivation. Che Zhan was speechless. Although the corpse kings had come to die, they were not weak. Lu Yin was still shaken to the point of coughing up blood, but his injuries healed in an instant. When he heard Che Zhan's words, Lu Yin felt that he had gone overboard. Since ancient times, how many enlighters had been able to kill multiple envoy-level corpse kings with the strength of 32 cycles? Progenitor Chen and the talisman ancestor could probably do it, but those who had not reached the progenitor realm definitely could not. Lu Yin was confident that he would be able to do so after breaking through the 3rd stage. I remember that the 2nd base fell, and the source box array that was placed there seemed to have fallen as well. Lu Yin suddenly spoke up, and his words attracted everyone's attention. Mr. Gua asked, "What are you trying to say?" Lu Yin answered seriously, "If we can repair the source box array, then can we borrow its power to charge out? Isn't there an army in the New World? Since that army is able to defend this place, it means that they have enough strength to protect themselves. If we can meet up with them, then we can return to the 2nd base." Underground, everyone's eyes lit up. There had been no hope of survival before, and they had all been prepared to die. But who would want to die? Even if there was only a sliver of a chance of survival, they would still grab onto it. However, Mr. Gua's words quickly pushed them into the abyss. It's useless. The 2nd source box array is called Red Ray, and it's very powerful. It can withstand attacks from 5 or 6 Origin Tribulations cultivators, but it was destroyed from the very beginning. The only ones who can repair it are lockbreakers like Song Shi, who are at the level of an Outlander Formation Master. Even Master Zan of the 2nd base is unable to repair it. Let's not talk about the fact that we don't have an Outlander Formation Master or even a Realm Force Formation Master. Even if we did, we would need to study Red Ray for a long time before we could repair it. We won't be able to hold on for much longer. Everyone's eyes dimmed. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1512. Lu Yin solemnly replied, "Regardless of whether or not I can fix it, I still have to give it a try." When I fixed the source cone at the 2nd base, everyone thought that it was impossible, including Master Zan and even Master Denghua. But in the end, I still managed to fix it. Red Ray, I also want to give it a try. The source box array was repaired during the battle at the 2nd base. You're an Origin Array Master. Mr. Guo was shocked, and Zhou Tang and the rest had not expected this. Lu Yin's battle prowess was already heaven-defying, but no one had expected him to be an Origin Array Master as well. Che Zhan was the closest to Lu Yin, and he asked in surprise, "Right, the way you moved during your battle with the Corpse King seemed to be a sourcebox array, right?" Lu Yin nodded. Can we really return alive?" Someone asked, full of hope. No one wanted to wait for death, as it was an unbearable feeling, even if they could face it calmly. Lu Yin's gaze was resolute. I don't know, but we still have to try. Mr. Gua hesitated. Song Shi and the others fixed the sourcebox array before the second base was abandoned, but it was destroyed again. Now that the second base has fallen, the sourcebox array has been damaged even more severely, and it's possible that the sourcebox that was set up here has been lost. I want to try, Lu Yin said resolutely. Yes, Brother Long Qi, give it a try. Brother Long Qi, please. It's better than waiting for death. Brother Long Qi, if we can return alive, I'll repay your kindness for the rest of my life. Long Qi, you go and try. Leave this to us, Hongge said as he looked at Mr. Gua and the rest. Mr. Gua nodded. Let's try. Che Zhan smiled. Why didn't you think of this earlier? Brother Long Qi, go ahead. The sourcebox array isn't too far from here. Lu Yin took out the small knife and universal armor from his cosmic ring and tossed them to Che Zhan, who caught them in shock. Don't die before I return, Lu Yin said before heading off in another direction. Che Zhan was stunned as he caught the two items with a complicated expression. These two items were extremely valuable, but more importantly, in this new continent, these items represented their lives. Che Zhan looked at Zhou Tang. Zhou Tang's lips curled up. Do as he says. Mr. Gua sighed in admiration. This kid is bold, righteous, and has an inextinguishable will. If he doesn't die from this calamity, he'll definitely shake the universe in the future. If he can return alive, I'll definitely be able to see the day when he suppresses the universe. Although the others didn't say anything, it was clear from their gazes that they were all thinking the same thing. Lu Yin had given them too much of a shock, and all of their lives had been entrusted to him. This debt of gratitude was too heavy. Lu Yin, on the other hand, was very relaxed. This new continent was like his backyard right now, and with the witch spirit god's protection, who would dare to touch him? Lu Yin looked around and then confirmed a certain direction. That direction was filled with chaotic danger from the sourceboxes, which was where the sourcebox array was located. Was that red light? Another new sourcebox array, and he wondered to what extent the witch spirit god had repaired it. Once this sourcebox array was activated, the ground, sky, and even the void would be enveloped by the red light, and anyone who touched it would die. To these monsters, the red light was something that they abhorred, and countless corpse kings had been sacrificed to it. If possible, the witch spirit god naturally did not wish to repair the red light. Stirring up the astral tree realm with you is indeed a good plan. He didn't see the die, as it was hidden beneath the platform. Lu Yin tapped it, and the die slowly spun. He pursed his lips, but he didn't see anything fall out. He stored it in his cosmic ring and continued to tap it. This time, things went smoothly. 4:00, time stop space. The scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed, and he entered a grayish-white space to study the red light. Lu Yin appeared on a new continent, but only a second had passed, and Marquis Qin Zhu didn't even notice anything strange. To a half-ancestor, a second was a long time, but if one didn't pay special attention to it, even a second would be very short. His attention had been focused on figuring out Lu Yin's identity and how to stir up the astral tree realm in the future, so he hadn't noticed that 1 second. But even if he had noticed, Lu Yin wasn't afraid. His innate gift was inconceivable, but it was almost impossible to understand it. When he had fought against Qingyu on Earth, he had also used the die to enter the time-stop space to recover from his injuries. Mira had seen it and thought that it was a healing innate gift. At that time, the gap between him and Mira was the same as the gap between him and Qing now. This chapter isn't finished. Please turn the page. The gap between Zhu and Marquis Qing Zhu was about the same, and they were both at a level that couldn't be bridged. Che Zhan fought bitterly, and he wasn't a match for the Corpse King. If not for his universal armor's sturdy defenses, he would have died. Halfway through the battle, Hongo, Old Mother East Mountain, and Mr. Guo took turns blocking the Corpse King's attacks. They held out for several days until Lu Yin returned. When Lu Yin returned, the Corpse King actually turned around and left, leaving Che Zhan and the rest stunned. Even monsters are afraid. Someone was shocked, and everyone looked at Lu Yin strangely. This person's appearance had completely overturned their worldview. Long 7, how's the red light? Hongo asked. Everyone stared at Lu Yin nervously, finding it difficult to breathe. Life and death would be determined by the next sentence. Lu Yin took a deep breath and smiled. It's done. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe their ears, and they fell silent. Zhou Tang stared at Lu Yin. You repaired the red light in just a few days. Lu Yin replied, it wasn't me, but Song Shi and the others. The source box array had already been repaired, but it was damaged again. The second array fell, so Song Shi and the others had to give up on repairing it. Fortunately, the second array didn't damage the red light, so I only repaired it a little. I was lucky. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, as this made sense. They then became excited, as if they had been reborn. They looked at Lu Yin with eyes full of gratitude and reverence. We can use the red light to find the victorious army, Mr. Guo sighed. The victorious army was the only human force in the New World, and they knew that it was just a group of cultivators. According to the legends of the Cosmic Tree Realm, there was a human city in the New World that represented humanity's hope. The city was called New City, and the army stationed there was known as the Victorious Army. In reality, anyone who knew about the Victorious Army would only call them the Lost Army. They were the Lost Army. No one was willing to be trapped in the New World and wait for death. The Lost Army was like the Alliance, and they were all people who had been sent here. Very few of them had been sent here willingly, and most of them had offended the 4 Libras. Where's the victorious army? Hongo asked, looking at Mr. Guo. Let me think about it, Mr. Guo replied. Zhou Tang raised a hand and pointed east. That direction. How do you know? Che Zhan was puzzled. Zhou Tang looked up. If I don't die in the Alliance, then I'll be there one day. Lu Yin's gaze froze. The Lu family's remaining officials were sent there. Zhou Tang and Lu Yin exchanged glances. Lu Yin's heart surged with uncontrollable rage. His Lu family had been exiled, and the remaining officials were either in the Alliance or in the Lost Army. There was even a chance that they would be executed. The 4 Libras' methods were too ruthless, so how could he not take revenge? However, no one could tell what he was feeling. Lu Yin remained calm on the surface. Let's go find the victorious army. I can use the red light. Everyone was excited. Fighting to the death was better than waiting for death. In the distance, Marquis Qing Zhu was silent. Lu Yin's group walked out of the ground and headed towards the red light. He knew what was about to happen, so he immediately ordered, destroy that group. As soon as he gave the order, an endless number of corpse kings rushed towards Lu Yin's group. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Let's go into the red light. Additional chapters are presented. Thank you for your support, brothers. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1513. Soon, just as the surrounding corpse kings were about to attack them, everyone entered the red light. The void distorted as the red light soared, connecting the sky and the earth before sweeping out in all directions. Countless corpse kings were reduced to ashes the moment they came into contact with the red light. The red light attacked from all directions, and the moment it appeared, it wiped out the surrounding corpse kings. Its efficiency was dozens of times faster than Lu Yin's group. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn as he looked around. The red light was arranged by 7 source boxes. He had Che Zhan, Hunga, Old Mother East Mountain, and Mr. Gui each hold 1 source box. The remaining 3 were given to 3 enlighters who were infinitely close to becoming emissaries. From now on, everyone will listen to my orders. I'll teach you how to move. Remember, if you move the wrong way, the red light might attack your own people, Lu Yin said solemnly. Che Zhan and the others looked solemn. Okay. 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 Let's go. Che Zhan, take the front 20 steps. Old Mother East Mountain, take the right back 10 steps. Hunga, don't move. Lu Yin began giving out orders one by one. Everyone obeyed Lu Yin's orders and maintained the red light's might as they moved in the direction Zhou Tang had pointed out. From a distance, it looked like a giant red sphere was slowly moving. Once a corpse king touched the red light, they would be crushed to pieces. After all, this was the source box array that protected the second formation, and it was extremely powerful. Marquis Qing Zhu was amazed. Even though the red light had been repaired by the witch spirit, Long 7 had still been able to use it so skillfully in just a few days. His lock-breaking attainments were incomparably powerful, and it was simply astonishing. Once a source box array was set up, it was very difficult to move it. To move it, one had to be extremely proficient in the array, down to every detail. Not even Songshi had reached this level. If Lu Yin hadn't relied on his time-stop space and forcefully studied it for half a year, he wouldn't have been able to do it either. However, Lu Yin's ability to do it shocked even a half-ancestor like Marquis Qing Zhu. No one asked how far they were from the remnant army, or rather, no one dared to ask. Perhaps it was very far, but perhaps it was very close. All they needed was hope that they wouldn't have to wait for death. As the red light attacked, the second formation gradually disappeared into the distance. They had officially stepped onto a new continent. In the surroundings, there was still an endless number of corpse kings. From time to time, an envoy-level corpse king would forcefully charge into the red light in an attempt to destroy the sourcebox's array. The 3 enlighters were placed in the center of the formation, and Che Zhan and the others were able to coordinate with the red light, which allowed them to resist the average envoy-level corpse king. More than half a day passed quickly. The sky was still dark, but under the illumination of the red light, the color of sunset appeared. A beautiful scenery that had never been seen before appeared in the new world. The ground shook violently as a 100-meter-tall corpse king appeared. Lu Yin's expression changed when he saw this corpse king. This was not good. This was a corpse king that specialized in destroying sourcebox arrays. This type of corpse king could trap sourceboxes within its body and damage sourcebox arrays. Sourcebox alls and red lights had both been destroyed in this manner before. Back at the second array planes, Zhou Tang had used the Warring States technique to deal with this type of corpse king. He had gone beyond his limits and sustained serious injuries. Lu Yin felt that things were getting tricky, and he cursed the witch spirit god inwardly. If the witch spirit god wanted him to return alive, then why was the witch spirit god being so serious? The red rays continued to shoot at the giant corpse king, and the giant corpse king grabbed at the crowd. Under the red rays, his fingers were severed. This giant corpse king was much weaker than the giant corpse king in the second formation, but his palms still pressed down on the crowd. Just as Lu Yin was about to activate the splitting skies array, a wave of energy swept out, and the void distorted as if it had been scorched. Was this a warring state's technique? Leave him to me, Zhou Tang said as he stepped forward. Che Zhan grinned. Looks like he's recovered. Zhou Tang stared at the giant corpse king and met its severed palm head-on. He raised his hand and struck out with his palm. With a boom, the giant corpse king's arm was severed. Zhou Tang then leaped up and charged out of the red light's range. An envoy-level corpse king appeared beside him, and Zhou Tang reached out to grab it. Very few people would use such a method against a corpse king, as this was a complete suppression. The corpse king roared and unleashed an unknown attack that caused the void to fold. However, Zhou Tang's warring state's technique caused the void to collapse in an instant. He then sent the envoy-level corpse king flying with a single slap. In front of him, the giant corpse king's fist landed, and Zhou Tang suddenly opened his eyes. Within the warring state's technique, he was invincible. There was a thump as the giant corpse king's fist landed on Zhou Tang's body. Zhou Tang stood tall in the air and did not retreat even half a step. He then raised his hand and slashed upwards. Just like the corpse king at the second array planes, the corpse king in front of him was also split in two. Zhou Tang coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood as his entire body fell into the red light. Take care of him, Lu Yin shouted as he relaxed. The giant corpse king had been destroyed, and only an expert with 5 origin tribulations could break through the red light. Otherwise, it would no longer be a threat. The shaman spirit god would not allow such an expert to appear. Otherwise, how could he return alive? There would be a loophole in the shaman spirit god's plan. In the distance, the green bamboo marquis almost couldn't help but attack. A person who had cultivated battle force to the warring state's realm was worth killing. It would be even better if he could capture this person and use him to cultivate a corpse king transformation. Unfortunately, he couldn't move. Brother Hong, take 7 steps back. Be careful of the corpse king's sneak attack. Che Zhan, don't look around, Lu Yin shouted. Che Zhan was startled, as he had seen a strange-looking corpse king and had been distracted by it. Lu Yin's scolding had caused him to panic. During this period of time, Lu Yin had killed powerful enemies and repaired the sourcebox array. He had given them hope of survival, and because of the red light's commands, they could not help but follow Lu Yin's orders faithfully, as if they were his subordinates. They did not realize this, and neither did Lu Yin. He treated these people as if they were members of the Great Eastern Alliance. The second array planes had long since disappeared, and the second array base had not changed much above their heads. It was as if no matter how they moved, the second array base remained in the same spot as the sun. There's a city up ahead, someone shouted excitedly. The others looked over excitedly, and the vague outline of a city appeared. Lu Yin looked up. Had they arrived? That's not where the remnant army is. It's the city of those monsters, Mr. Guo said in a low voice. Everyone's hearts sank as they looked into the distance. Indeed, many corpse kings were charging towards them from the direction of the city. What do we do? Circle around the city, someone asked. Everyone looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Mr. Guo. Will the city have a sourcebox array? Mr. Guo shook his head. Not on that scale. Those monsters would not deliberately set up a sourcebox array in a city unless it was an extremely important one. This place does not qualify. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. Even if there was, the witch spirit god would not activate the sourcebox array. Then let's charge. We don't have time to slowly circle around. If another giant corpse king appears, no one will be able to stop it. Everyone gritted their teeth and stared at the city in the distance. Charge! 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 Even further away, the green bamboo marquis was astonished. They wanted to charge straight into the city. It did not matter, as such a city was not important. The closer they got to the city, the more corpse kings there were, but they could not stop the red light's massacre. Countless corpse kings did not approach the red light. Even if they did not fear death, they were not willing to sacrifice themselves for nothing. Besides, they were not without intelligence. Finally, the group charged into the city under the protection of the red light. This was the first time that most people had seen a city with such monsters, and they were very curious. This city was not much different from a human city, and the only difference was the architectural style. However, compared to a human city, there was a very distinct feeling: it was gloomy. The entire city did not seem to be inhabited by any living creatures, and it seemed more like a decoration that stored the corpse kings. Rather than a city, it was more like a coffin. The buildings and the ground were all destroyed by the red light. Lu Yin's group continued eastward without stopping. They passed through the center of the city and split it in two, even digging up a layer of the ground. No one was harmed within the red light, which was what Lu Yin wanted to see the most. After passing through the city, there was a boundless horizon. Above them, several giant stars spiraled and then smashed down. Smashing people with stars seemed domineering, but it was useless. The red light shot into the sky and shattered the stars. It tore through the void and spread out in all directions. "Those behind us are people, right?" Someone asked hesitantly from within the red light. Many people looked behind them at the city that had been split into two. There were people walking out from the ground of the city, but their movements were slow. They did not rush up like the other corpse kings. Instead, they seemed to be avoiding the corpse kings. More and more people walked out from the ground. Lu Yin stopped and looked back. He saw many pairs of eyes filled with confusion and despair. They really were people. They're people. Che Zhan was shocked. Mr. Guo said with a complicated expression, "This is one of the Eternal's methods of creating corpse kings. They forcefully transform ordinary people into corpse kings." Lu Yin had been to the Eternal Kingdom, and although he had not personally seen people being transformed into corpse kings, he had seen people being used as food. He had seen the death chi transform people and corpse kings. This scene was not unfamiliar to him, and it was extremely shocking. In this new world, there were corpse kings everywhere, but now, there were humans. These people looked helpless, sad, and despairing. They looked at Lu Yin's group with hopeful and pleading eyes. One by one, these people walked out from underground and banded together in fear. They were quickly discovered by the surrounding corpse kings. "What do we do?" Che Zhan looked at Zhou Tang. Zhou Tang looked at Lu Yin but did not speak. The others looked at Lu Yin one after another, gradually treating him as their leader. Lu Yin gritted his teeth, "Save them." Although the others didn't want to die and were still looking for the remaining troops with the hope of survival, they couldn't just stand by and do nothing in the face of those desperate fellow clansmen who needed to be rescued. Even if they knew that saving people might attract the attention of powerful enemies, they still did it. This was human nature. When they heard Lu Yin's decision, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They then roared, "Save them." The red light turned around and headed towards the city. Outside the city, people kept surging out from underground. These people were able to appear on the battlefield at the back, and they were all cultivators who had fought against the corpse king. However, because of the transformation, they had become very weak. Some people even saw that the transformation was successful, and the others had no choice but to kill them. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll continue to update in the afternoon. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 15:14. It was not difficult to transform a normal person into a corpse king. The Eternals had existed for countless years, and there were many ways to do so. The method used to transform this city's underground was erosion. The powerful corpse king's aura would corrode and transform a person's body. Many people could not withstand the erosion and could no longer be considered human, but there was also a group of people who could withstand it or had just arrived and had not transformed. These were the people that Lu Yin and the others wanted to save. They would not go out of their way to save those who had been captured and transformed, but now that they had encountered them, they would not abandon them. In the distance, Marquis Qing Zhu was astonished. Why were they still thinking of saving people at a time like this? Were these humans hypocritical or stupid? Outside the city, there were corpse kings everywhere. People ran out from underground, most of them terrified and despairing. There were also some who were fighting desperately against the corpse kings. Brothers, I wanted to die, but I'll kill as many monsters as I can. We didn't plan on returning alive after coming to the back of the mother tree, so what's there to be afraid of? Kill these monsters. Kill. Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me. The red light shot out in all directions like a giant red monster. It descended upon the city and killed countless corpse kings around it. Hurry up and come in. Lu Yin shouted at the people who had come out from underground. These people had already seen Lu Yin and the others within the red light, but they had not expected them to come back and rescue them. They did not hesitate to charge into the red light. Thank you for saving us, brother, one of the men said gratefully. He was well built, but his face was very pale. His aura was unstable, but he was at most an enlighter. He was already the most powerful person in this group. How many people are still conscious underground? Lu Yin asked. The man replied, at least 1 million. Lu Yin was shocked. So many. Where did they come from? The man bitterly replied, some of them were captured on the battlefield, but we don't know where most of them came from. In any case, there are many of them, and we haven't communicated with each other. The reason why we're certain that they weren't captured on the battlefield is because there are too many of them. The battlefield there is intense, and there are more deaths than capture. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he looked at the entrance. Chezhan, Hondo, Old Mother East Mountain, move. As soon as he spoke, the group moved, and the red light changed again. This time, many rays shot towards the ground and broke through the city, exposing the underground. The entire ground collapsed. Beneath the ground, there were people, corpse kings, monsters in the midst of metamorphosis, and corpses. Following the collapse of the underground, the entire city was also collapsing. In the surroundings, countless corpse kings attacked as if they had gone mad, but they could not break through the red light. In the distance, Marquis Qing Zhu's face sank, as he had not expected Lu Yin's group to choose to save everyone. He narrowed his eyes. This was not good. These people were all backup corpse kings that they had captured, and they were tools to attack the cosmic trees. Thinking of this, the green bamboo marquis contacted the witch spirit god. The witch spirit god's reply was very simple, let him do as he pleases. You should already know his identity, so you should know the importance of giving him battle merits. Marquis Qing Zhu's eyes flickered, and he lowered his hand as he watched quietly. A figure appeared behind him, and it was a corpse king that had the strength of 5 origin tribulations. Once it attacked, Lu Yin and the others would definitely not be able to survive. However, they would have to watch as the city was destroyed and the people were rescued. Not only them, but the new continent was the main battlefield of the attack on the starry sky of trees. It involved the 12 marquises, and any one of them could make a move. The corpse king easily disintegrated the red light, but he could only watch as it left. Within the red light, because the people who had not been transformed had been rescued, the number of people within the city had increased to nearly 1,000,000. The red light had expanded greatly, and these people had not been captured on the battlefield at the back, but rather in a parallel universe. Lu Yin had not expected that people from a parallel universe would be captured, and his scalp went numb. There were countless parallel universes and countless humans, but these monsters could actually capture people from a parallel universe. It was no wonder why there were so many corpse kings. Mr. Guo was puzzled. The 12 marquises are all on the battlefield at the back, but no one is paying attention to us. I thought that we would definitely die after causing such a huge commotion. Lu Yin replied, "This isn't considered a huge commotion. How big is the new world? We're just in a corner." Mr. Guo smiled. "That's true. There are countless cities in the new world, and destroying one might not necessarily attract attention. Although that was the case, destroying a city had still caused an unprecedented upheaval in the new world. How could it not attract attention? It was only a matter of time before they were discovered by powerful enemies." Lu Yin looked around, but he did not know if the sorcerer spirit god was watching them. Hearing these questions, the sorcerer spirit god should be thinking of a solution. Otherwise, it would not be easy to explain how they had successfully used the red light to rescue people and reunite with the remnant army. There were many examples of redbacks in history who had been bestowed with contributions. In the distance, Marquis Qing Zhu looked up at the second foundation. "It's time to start a large-scale war. This is also why we don't have time to care about the new world, right?" The sorcerer spirit god's voice rang out. "Kiki, the 12 marquises are all going to war. Let's begin." Marquis Qing Zhu smiled bitterly. Because of Long 7, the Eternals and the humans would rarely start a war on the entire battlefield at the back. No one had ever received such preferential treatment, not even a redback. Long 7, please don't disappoint the Eternals. Sometimes, the truth would definitely be exposed. If Lu Yin was a redback, then the Eternals would have specially gifted him with battle merits to help him clear his name. However, Lu Yin was not a redback, and this was the truth. This was also where the Eternals were smart. Many redbacks did not know that they were redbacks from the start. One day later, the second foundation activated above their heads. At the first base, below the inclined continent, Bai Zheng was panting heavily. There were 3 corpse kings around him, and each of them was as strong as he was. He did not know where they had come from. There was a thump as a corpse king behind him attacked. It stepped into the astral source universe and punched Bai Zheng's shoulder. Bai Zheng turned around and struck out with a palm. The corpse kings retreated, and a terrifying blood-red aura descended from above. It wanted to devour Bai Zheng and turn him into a skeleton. This was the innate gift of a corpse king. Bai Zheng's entire body was thrown in the direction of the new continent, but he managed to stabilize himself halfway. He saw the 3 corpse kings attack again, and his expression turned grim. He took out a beautiful red flower from his cosmic ring, the immortal radish flower. The moment the immortal radish flower appeared, the 3 corpse kings' movements suddenly became sluggish. However, they did not realize that Bai Zheng had attacked. 2 hours later, Bai Zheng hid in a corner, panting heavily. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and half of his body had collapsed. However, he had still managed to use the immortal radish flower to kill the 3 corpse kings. The immortal radish flower, the immortal radish flower. What a terrifying power. Bai Zheng looked at the beautiful flower in his hand, deep fear in his eyes. Although the new continent was the territory of the Eternals, and humans had almost no foothold there, that did not mean that they did not know anything about it. Humans had always been trying to find ways to monitor the movements of the new continent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 15:15. Lu Yin and the others used the red light to approach the remnant army and break through a city without attracting the attention of the commanders on the array bases. They also broke through a second city without attracting any attention because the 5 array bases were engaged in a large-scale battle at the time. However, 10 days later, when Lu Yin and the others approached the third city, both the 12 everlasting marquises and the commanders on the array bases had to pay attention to them. The third city was not only massive, but it was also the closest city to the remnant army. It was also the city that attracted the most attention in the entire new continent. Back at the second base, Xia Yan returned to headquarters with a look of disbelief. "What did you say? Long 7 and the others are still alive?" Lu Jing was excited. "Yes, Commander. Ling Jian reported that they've discovered the red light." Xia Yan's eyes flashed. The red light was the sourcebox array of the second base, and only Song Shi could repair it. However, when the second base had been abandoned, Song Shi had followed them to headquarters, and nothing had fallen. Who else could repair the red light? Only Long 7. He had repaired the sourcebox before, so it was not impossible for him to repair the red light. "How many of them are still alive?" Xia Yan asked. Lu Jing shook his head. "I'm not sure, but there are at least a few million." "Impossible. How many people have fallen into the new continent? How could there be a few million?" Xia Yan refuted. Lu Jing continued. "Ling Jian reported that the red light is not far from Xiang City. Based on the location of the second base, Long 7 and the others will definitely pass by 2 cities, and there should be people in those 2 cities who haven't been transformed into corpse kings." Xia Yan muttered to himself. Lu Jing grew anxious. "Commander, should we rescue them?" Xia Yan looked up and asked in a low voice, "How?" "The 5 bases have been engulfed by the war, and even if they weren't, it's impossible to rescue them from the new continent." "But..." Before Lu Jing could finish, Elder Long arrived. He seemed to be in a sorry state, and it was obvious that he had also encountered a powerful enemy. "Xia Yan, is Long 7 still alive?" Xia Yan replied, "The red light is still there, and it's protecting millions of people as they head towards the remnant army. As for whether Long 7 is still alive, I can't be sure." Elder Long said, "Who else can repair the red light besides Long 7? We need to rescue him." Xia Yan had a headache. It wasn't that he didn't want to save him, but he couldn't. However, the news that Long Qi was still alive had spread out. Since old Monster Long was here, Qing Qin wouldn't be far away. Just as he thought of Qing Qin, the cloud-reach stone on his wrist vibrated. Xia Yan sighed and accepted the call. "Commander Xia, if you can, please save Long Qi. If you really can't do it, we won't force you." "The battle is more important," Qing Qin said. He didn't want to embarrass Xia Yan. This was the difference between the humble class and the White Dragon clan. Old Monster Long hoped to deepen the relationship between Lu Yin and Master Denghua. This would be beneficial to the White Dragon clan, so he did not hesitate to change his attitude. Qing Qin, on the other hand, definitely cared more about Lu Yin than old Monster Long, but he would not sacrifice the war for Long Qi. Xia Yan was deep in thought. Even a commander like him who had been on the battlefield for a long time was in a difficult position. Long Qi was very important. Without a doubt, it was not because of his identity as a white dragon, but because Long Qi had contributed too much to the poor families. Once people knew that they were not going to rescue him, it would be a huge blow to everyone. The city in front of him was more than 10 times larger than the two cities that they had encountered before. He would not believe that there was no sourcebox array here. Mr. Gua said, "This is Xiang City. As long as we pass through, we'll reach the folded mountain range where the Lost Army is. We're about to succeed." Everyone was excited. They had gone from certain death to a chance at life, and now, they could see hope. They had finally made it through. However, this is also the greatest obstacle. Xiang City exists to defend against the Lost Army, and one of the 12 marquises, Xiang Ho, is overseeing this place. "He's a half-progenitor," Mr. Gua said. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. A half-progenitor. That was definitely an unparalleled powerhouse, and they could not possibly deal with him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The battle above us is on such a large scale. Xiang Ho shouldn't be in Xiang City. Let's hope that's the case. Up ahead, countless corpse kings had already surrounded them, but they were all annihilated by the red light. If possible, Lu Yin's group wanted to go around Xiang City as well. However, Xiang City was right below the folded mountain range, and they had to pass through it. Otherwise, they would not be able to meet up with the Lost Army. Based on Xiang City's geographical location, Lu Yin could tell that the Lost Army had no status in the New World. Xiang City had basically sealed off their path to the New World. Otherwise, they would not have been able to set up such an arrangement. The red light approached Xiang City, and the ground shook as a giant corpse king straightened its body and charged towards Lu Yin's group. Lu Yin clenched his fists, and Zhou Tang walked out from behind him. Warring states spread out for 100 kilometers, causing the void to burn. He leapt out and charged towards the giant corpse king. "Mr. Gua, retreat 1,000 meters. Che Zhan, advance." Lu Yin commanded, and the red light shot towards the ground, piercing through the ground in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, there were people being transformed underground as well. Around them, millions of people followed the red light and charged towards Xiang City. Suddenly, a change occurred in Xiang City. A cone-shaped sourcebox viciously smashed into Zhou Tang's body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. He did not even get close to the corpse king. Lu Yin and the rest looked over in shock. Was that a source cone? There really was a sourcebox array in Xiang City, and it was exactly the same as the one at the second base. Mr. Gua's expression turned ugly. After countless years of war, these monsters copied the source cone and set it up in Xiang City. The giant corpse king charged towards them step by step, and the source cone blocked their path. Even with the red light, Lu Yin and the rest could not break through. Even though there were people underground who tried to crawl out, they were similarly killed by the cone-shaped sourcebox. Now that they had arrived at Xiang City, they were in dire straits. Lu Yin silently cursed the witchling god for being unreliable. Couldn't she have turned off the sourcebox array? With the source cone blocking their path, how could they possibly break through? Just as they were in despair, the void in the distance distorted, and an indescribable feeling descended upon them. It was as if they had entered another world. The cone-shaped sourcebox was ruthlessly pressed into the ground, and a strange power suppressed it. Not just one, but all of the other cone-shaped sourceboxes were suppressed. An old man walked out of the void and looked at Lu Yin's group with admiration. When Lu Yin and the rest saw the old man, they immediately thought of a half-martial ancestor. Only a half-martial ancestor possessed such a terrifying power that could isolate an entire world. "I am Ji Feng, and I'm here to escort everyone to the remnant army," the old man said as the giant corpse king opened its bloody maw behind him. The old man did not seem to move, but the giant corpse king's charging body suddenly paused, and then a strange sound came from within its body. Its body suddenly exploded and fell to the ground. Countless people cheered, as a half-martial ancestor had arrived. They were saved. To the north of Xiang City, cultivators charged into the city and fought against the Corpse King. These people were all from the Remnant Army. The Remnant Army had never been able to gain an advantage over Xiang City, but now that Xiang Ho was not around, there was no half-martial ancestor to oversee the city. However, the Remnant Army had two half-martial ancestors. One was dealing with the Sourcebox array while the other was wantonly slaughtering Xiang City, causing the Corpse King within the city to quickly collapse. Only a half-martial ancestor could resist a half-martial ancestor. Without one, Xiang City had no way of retaliating. Xiang City was rapidly collapsing, but the Remnant Army did not pursue the city. Instead, they slowly retreated from the city under the leadership of the two half-martial ancestors. Lu Yin did not understand. He was certain that there would not be any powerful enemies appearing, but the Remnant Army did not attack Xiang City. It was as if they had come to an agreement, which was very strange. However, Xiang City's collapse also caused a large number of underground cultivators who had not been transformed into Corpse Kings to escape. Xiang City was too large, and there were many cultivators who had been captured. Lu Yin estimated that there were more than 6 million of them. The red light had no choice but to expand once again. Fortunately, there was a half-martial ancestor escorting the cultivators. Nearly 10 million cultivators finally made it past Xiang City and into the folded mountain range. They followed the Remnant Army and fled to the legendary new city in the Astral Tree realm. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 15-16. Tens of millions of people had fled, and the scene was spectacular. What was even more spectacular was Xiang City's defeat, which was something that the Remnant Army had never done before. Because there were too many people, it was rather troublesome to settle them down, and it took a few days for everything to settle down. The folded mountain range was huge, and the Remnant Army numbered more than 20 million people. It was the largest army that Lu Yin had ever seen, but it couldn't really be called an army. It was very difficult for these cultivators to be managed like an army. As he looked at the cultivators from the Remnant Army, Lu Yin could only see their desire to live. They didn't have the iron will of a soldier. Mr. Guo had said that the Remnant Army was mostly made up of criminals from the cosmic trees who had been exiled here. These people didn't follow any rules, and each of them had their own methods of survival. Brother Long Qi, half-ancestor Ji Feng wants to see you, Hondo said. Lu Yi nodded and followed Hondo to the peak of the folded mountain range. Since the Remnant Army was mostly made up of criminals, the law of the jungle was in full play here. The closer one was to the peak, the safer it would be. On the other hand, the closer one was to Xiang City, the more dangerous it would be. The weak could only stay below and be slaughtered by Corpse Kings at any time, but the strong could protect themselves. As a half-ancestor, Ji Feng was naturally at the peak. Hondo, who is this half-ancestor Ji Feng? Lu Yin asked. Hondo replied, I don't know either. Half-ancestors have lived for too long, and they're not from the same generation as us. Perhaps Mr. Guo might know. Lu Yin didn't even know where Mr. Guo was. Ever since they had arrived at the folded mountain range, everyone had scattered. This wasn't because of the war, but because the Remnant Army had deliberately scattered them. It was normal for them to check if there were any spies among them. The closer one got to the peak of the folded mountain range, the more one could feel the pressure of a half-ancestor. There were 2 half-ancestors here, and there were many envoys below them. During the battle at Xiang City, Lu Yin had seen no less than 10 envoys, and all of them were extremely fierce and unapproachable. Although they were made up of criminals and couldn't take a single step out of the folded mountain range, the remnant army was still considered the most elite team, and they were strong enough to fight against the formation base. Not long after, Lu Yin met half-ancestor Ji Feng, the old man who had saved them in Xiang City. Junior Long Qi greets Senior Ji Feng. Lu Yin quickly bowed, and his tone was filled with gratitude and joy. Hondo did not enter, as all of the emissaries had already met with half-progenitor Ji Feng. It was precisely because of them that half-progenitor Ji Feng wanted to meet Lu Yin, as he was very curious about Lu Yin. Quasi-ancestor Ji Feng looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. You've only just broken through to the Enlighter realm, so how did you have the ability to save Zhou Tang and the others? Based on what? Lu Yin respectfully replied, I just want to live on. Half-martial ancestor Ji Feng nodded and smiled faintly. You're not arrogant, and you speak honestly. Little fellow, you're not bad. Lu Yin felt helpless. Why did every old thing like to call him a brat? It was so unpleasant. If Senior hadn't saved us at the critical moment, we wouldn't have survived. Junior thanks Senior once again. Lu Yin bowed deeply. Half-progenitor Machine Seal sighed. You were able to slaughter your way to my folding mountain range from where you fell, destroy 2 cities, and save more than 3 million people despite the risk of being discovered. Little brat, your spirit is commendable. There aren't many humans like you, and I heard that you even repaired the sourcebox array. Are you an origin array master? Lu Yin replied, I've mastered 2 sourcebox arrays, but because I've only unlocked a few sourceboxes, I can't be considered a true origin array master. Half-martial ancestor Ji Feng smiled. If you can master a sourcebox array, then you can be considered an origin array master. There are many lockbreakers who have reached the level of a lockbreaker but are unable to master a sourcebox array. They can only remain as 5-star boundless advanced lockbreakers for the rest of their lives. Your innate gift is indeed extraordinary, and it's no wonder that General Xia Yan told us to save you. Lu Yin finally understood that the remnant army had been mobilized under General Xia Yan's orders. The folding mountain range's terrain is steep, and with the cultivator's defenses, it's easy to defend and difficult to attack. This place is still very safe. Wait here for General Xia Yan to send someone down. It shouldn't be long before you can return to the second array base. Lu Yin asked, Senior, what about Senior Zhou Tang and the others? Half-martial ancestor Ji Feng replied, they might stay with my remnant army or return to the Star Alliance. We'll see how things go. Can't we go up on our own? Lu Yin asked. Half-martial ancestor Ji Feng smiled. Of course not. This place is considered the root of the mother tree, and it's the back of the mortal realm. If you want to return to the second array base, you'll have to climb up the mother tree. Let's not talk about how high it is, but Xiang Ho won't let you leave so easily. He'll attack the mother tree every once in a while, and anyone who tries to climb the tree back to the second array base will face a 90% chance of dying unless they're escorted by a half-martial ancestor. We have to stay here and guard this place, so we won't leave. If you want to leave, you'll have to wait for the higher-ups to send someone to receive you. Lu Yin bowed. This junior understands. Half-martial ancestor Ji Feng looked at Lu Yin deeply. Other than your status as a white dragon, you're also worthy of being valued by General Xia Yan. Kid, do your best to survive. Lu Yin bowed again. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. After bidding farewell to half-martial ancestor Ji Feng, Mr. Magnus watched Lu Yin leave. The rescued people can only be settled at the foot of the mountain. It's very close to Xiang City, and it's not possible to arrange for them to stay at a higher location. Lu Yin replied, there's no other way. Those are the rules here, and we don't have the ability to break them. Mr. Magnus' expression was solemn. Once the Corpse King attacks this place, it will be very difficult for those people to survive. Lu Yin did not know what to say. This was a battlefield, and anyone could die here. He could not help those people, and rescuing them from underground was already the most benevolent thing he could do. Above his head, the second array base's position deviated slightly, and a phantom array base appeared even further away. Lu Yin resided within the folded mountain range, and although it was quite a distance away from the peak, it was not that far. He was qualified to live here, but there were also people who came to cause trouble for him, and they were easily dealt with by Che Zhan and the others. In the blink of an eye, they had already been living in the folded mountain range for 10 days. Above their heads, the battle that engulfed the 5 array bases still did not stop. On this day, many black dots fell from above, and Lu Yin was shocked when he saw them. Were those people? Thump, thump, thump. The remnant army did not find this strange, as those who had been sent to the remnant army all fell down like this. There were no teleportation devices here, and as long as a cultivator was a Lammeter, they would not fall to their deaths. This time, more than 10,000 people had fallen, and all of them grimaced in pain from the fall, but they were all fine. Those who had fallen were all within the folded mountain range, but they were all scattered. In front of Lu Yin's eyes, there were more than 10 people who had fallen to the ground and were cursing. Those people got up and looked around. A burly man who was 4 meters tall pushed the people around him aside. Scram! Don't block my way. The people who had fallen with him were not easy to deal with. They looked at him with cold, bloodthirsty gazes, but they were also apprehensive of his strength and did not dare to retaliate. Humans lived in the astral tree domain, and it covered a huge area. For example, the peak of the White Mountain in the Central Realm was equivalent to a world of its own, and the people who had been born there were all different. The Fifth Mainland also had giants and people who had evolved scales, and this 4-meter-tall man was also equivalent to a giant. The man looked around and then stared at Lu Yin in front of him. Kid, this is the new city. Where's the city? Lu Yin looked at him. Were you sent here? I'm asking you a question. The man leapt towards Lu Yin and reached out to grab him. This person was ferocious, and it was obvious that he was not a good person. He was clearly a criminal who had been exiled. The people who had fallen with him all retreated, afraid that they would be implicated. When they had been imprisoned together at the second base, this giant had been a tyrant, and it was rumored that he had done many evil deeds in the Central Realm. When this large-scale war had broken out, everyone had participated, and there was no one to watch over them, so they had simply been thrown down. Above Lu Yin's head, the man's hand descended. With his height, he could easily grab Lu Yin. The man's hand approached Lu Yin, and just as he was about to grab him, Lu Yin raised a hand and tapped out. His fingertip collided with the giant's hand, and the man's movements paused. The ground beneath his feet cracked, and his pupils shrank as he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. Lu Yin opened his hand and grabbed the giant's finger. Speak properly. He then exerted some force, causing the giant to wail in pain as his finger was broken. The giant fell to one knee and was lifted up by a tremendous force before being tossed to the foot of the mountain. At the same time, many people above and below were thrown down the mountain. Most of these people who had been sent to the remnant army had committed countless crimes and were lawless. This time, they had learned their lesson. The remaining people kept quiet out of fear and looked at Lu Yin with eyes full of fear. Get lost, Lu Yin said indifferently. These people did not dare to say another word and hurriedly fled. Most of them had been taught a lesson, but there were also experts among them. There was an emissary among the people who had been sent here, and he had fought with an expert from the remnant army on the mountain range. However, he had been suppressed. Emissaries had to abide by the rules, and this was the remnant army. The next day, the suppressed emissary climbed up the mother tree, wanting to return to the second base. His heart was filled with selfishness. This kind of person did not even have the qualifications to join the Star Alliance, which was why he had been sent to the remnant army. No one stopped him, and he was allowed to climb up the mother tree. The emissary was still rejoicing, guessing that the experts from the remnant army might not want to fight him head-on, so he had a chance to escape. But not long after, a giant statue appeared in the direction of Xiang City, directly facing the emissary who was climbing up the mother tree. The emissary saw it and stared blankly at the statue. His eyes suddenly turned dull, and his soul seemed to be drawn away. His entire body went numb, and suddenly, his mind rumbled as his head exploded. He was completely dead. Lu Yin and the rest were stunned when they saw this scene. An emissary had died just like that. It's a pity that the Xiang Marquis has returned. This person's luck is bad. It looks like the war is over, half-ancestor Ji Feng's voice rang out, echoing throughout the folded mountain range. Under the mother tree, the people who had wanted to follow the emissary up the mountain did not dare to move. If the emissary was dead, how could they withstand the attacks of the 12 marquises? It was no wonder that no one had stopped them. Thank you for your support, brothers. I'll continue to update at 3 p.m. I've been updating for 5 consecutive days now. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 15-17. The death of an emissary was a huge deterrent, and the cultivators who had been sent here all became well-behaved. They all stayed at the foot of the mountain and tried to think of ways to advance higher. Lu Yin sat cross-legged in the mountain range and slowly absorbed the star energy. His last breakthrough had brought him to the Enlighter realm with 32 cycles, and now, he was working towards 33 cycles. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, his normal cultivation speed would take too long. Doing so would just be a waste of time, so he might as well cultivate his battle force. When he thought of battle force, Lu Yin thought of Zhou Tang's Warring States period. It was domineering and invincible, and he yearned for it. Battle force required boldness. He had broken through from 9 lines to 10 lines because he had been invincible during the Sovereign Tournament. At that moment, he had been at the top of his peers. Now, if he wanted to take his battle force one step further and reach the Warring States period, he would need a moment like this. He didn't know when that moment would come. Battle force required boldness, while a domain required cultivation and comprehension. Lu Yin had already reached the level of predicting attacks and had reached the spiritual transformation realm. The next step was to reach the void spirit realm, but this realm was somewhat illusory. When Shichen had said that there was an void spirit expert in Yixian Academy, and that he should find some time to go there. At the very least, he should find the threshold to comprehend the void spirit realm. His current strongest attack was the empty palm, and he also had the Night King's heaven opening technique for spiritual force attacks. He also had the general platform, the die, and the Reaper's transformation. He had many techniques, but the serious technique, 9-Yang Cauldron transformation, and Dream Finger could not keep up. When he returned to the 5th mainland, he definitely had to visit the Sirius sect and learn the entire Sirius technique. Although this technique might not reach the level of the astral tree of the 4 directions Libra technique, it was still quite useful. His greatest regret was that he had never had the time to visit the 9-Yang Cauldron transformation. This legendary battle technique was said to be invincible, and when he returned to the 5th mainland, he definitely had to absorb all of the cauldron chi. Lu Yin went through everything that he knew in his mind. This process was neither too long nor too short, as he had too many tricks up his sleeve. While he was thinking, a stream of water streaked down the mountain. Luin saw the color and the temperature. Was that urine? He was immediately enraged. He swept out with his domain and sensed a man holding a blade of grass above his head, leisurely taking a piss. Although the piss wasn't above his head and didn't reach his residence, this kind of feeling was truly disgusting. The man also sensed the domain. He looked up and frowned. Who is it? You've got guts, haven't you? How dare you peek at Grandpa 2 peeing? If you want to see, I'll show you. He then turned around and peed in Lu Yin's direction. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and the void trembled as cracks appeared in space that extended towards the man. The man was enraged, and he spat out the grass and put away his pants. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Which bastard dares to attack your Grandpa 2? Stand up for Grandpa Tuesday. Grandpa 2 will beat you up so badly that even your father will feel sorry for you." The man's voice was very loud and attracted a lot of attention. Most of them were from the people below. The place he lived was very close to the top. Most importantly, this person was not an emissary. Luin walked out with an ugly expression as he stared at the man. Your words will be your fate. The man was about to curse when he saw Luin walk out, but he suddenly froze and stared blankly at Luin. "Be boss?" Luin frowned. The man suddenly shook his head and rubbed his eyes. "No, although you look like him, you're not boss. Boss isn't as wretched as you. No, boss is more wretched than you. Kid, who are you? How dare you attack your Grandpa 2? This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. What kind of status does this place have? Go ask around. When has Grandpa 2 ever been a coward?" Luin took a step forward and arrived in front of the man. "I hope you remember your words." He then attacked. For some reason, Luin felt like beating this person up. The man looked older than Luin, but they were definitely not of the same generation. His appearance was average, and his facial features were normal. However, his eyes were very bright, and Luin punched them. The punch stopped less than 10 centimeters away from the man, and a palm appeared in front of him to block Luin's punch. A middle-aged man with a cold expression appeared as he stared at Luin. Shock flashed through his eyes as he bent his fingers and grabbed Luin's fist. Luin frowned and unleashed 350 stacks. The middle-aged man was shocked, and the void distorted as a rift appeared. Luin and the middle-aged man had used too much strength, and their arms both disappeared as they entered the astral source universe. There was a thump, and Luin retreated more than 10 steps before barely managing to stand. He looked at the man in shock. This person was very strong. The middle-aged man looked at Luin in surprise. "You're new here." Before Luin could speak, the man clamored, "Uncle, he beat him up. This bastard dared to attack me. Beat him up. Uncle." He glanced at the man. "Stop messing around. This person isn't simple. Even I can't break through his external items." The man was shocked. "That much?" Luin said to the middle-aged man, "You should know what the person behind you did. He wants to apologize to me." The middle-aged man replied, "Little brother, you can die at any time in the folded mountain range. Don't fuss over small matters if you can help it. Can you give me some face?" Luin nodded. "Since that's the case, I'll give you some face." "Wait. Even if you don't fuss over it, I'll fuss over it." "Uncle," he frowned. "I told you to stop messing around. Nobody has a good time here." The man snorted. "I'm just muddling along. In any case, I'm still going to die. Don't you think that this brat looks a lot like someone?" "Uncle," he had a complicated expression. "That person is already gone, and he'll never appear again." "I know, which is why I want to beat this brat up." The man gritted his teeth as pain flashed through his eyes, especially his forehead, which was visibly swollen. An indescribable pain engulfed his brain, and he clenched his fists as he glared at Luin. "Brat, if you have the ability, then take off your external items. Let's fight one-on-one." "Uncle," he growled, "stop messing around. You can't beat him. Your innate gift has been crippled, and you can't even beat the most ordinary and lighter." But then, he saw the swelling on the man's forehead and was stunned. His expression changed, and he dejectedly said, "Whatever." The man trembled from the swelling, but he still glared at Luin. "Brat, do you dare?" Luin laughed and put away the cloud landing robe. "Fine, I'll give you a chance." There was a thump as the man was punched to the ground. Luin was flabbergasted. This guy was too weak. How did he dare to provoke someone with such skills? How could he live in such a high place? The man didn't get angry after being punched. Instead, he laughed. Again. Thump. Again. Thump. Punch after punch, Luin lost count of how many punches the man had thrown. The more he punched, the happier the man became, and the swelling on his forehead slowly disappeared. "Uncle," he stood to the side. "This chapter is not finished. Please continue reading." He watched on with a complicated expression, but he had no intention of interfering. Fortunately, Luin had been on guard this entire time. After a long time, the man finally couldn't get up. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was as swollen as a pig's. The swelling on his head had completely disappeared. "Uncle," he walked forward and squatted down to apply some medicine on the man's face. He then carried him away without saying a word. "Again, come again if you dare. I'm not afraid of you. Don't even think about me calling you boss." The man muttered something that Luin couldn't understand as he gradually disappeared into the distance. Luin was confused by what had just happened. What was going on? On the other side, "Uncle," he placed the man down to rest. He sighed, "You must be very happy today." The man grinned. He'd clearly been beaten up badly, but he was truly happy. "You've endured years of mental torture. Don't give up. The next time it happens, go look for him. Just treat him as that person. Even if you're beaten up, you'll still be happy, Uncle," he sighed and slowly walked away. The next day, while Luin was resting, the stream of water appeared above his head again. This time, it was even closer to him. Luin walked out and saw the man who called himself Young Master 2 grinning. His injuries had completely healed, and he looked especially annoying. "Do you want to die?" Luin asked coldly. Young Master 2 snorted, "I won't fight you today. Let's be reasonable." Luin's lips curled up. "Sorry, but if you can fight, then don't talk nonsense. Or, let's talk after you've beaten me up." He then stepped forward and punched Young Master 2, but Uncle, he caught the punch once again. Luin was furious. "Senior, this person is clearly trying to cause trouble for me. I didn't pursue the matter yesterday out of respect for Senior, so please don't meddle in our affairs." Uncle, he was helpless. "Little brother, please forgive me. I can't just leave you be." Luin was so angry that he laughed. "It seems like Senior is determined to take advantage of me. Since that's the case, I won't hold back." He then prepared to activate the Crimson Radiant Sourcebox array. He refused to believe that he could be bullied in the Folded Mountains. "Hey, don't be rash. Let's be reasonable. We're all cultured people, so don't be rash," Young Master 2 hurriedly said. Luin stared at him. "Let me beat you up first." Young Master 2's eyes darted around. "Can't you wait for a month? I'll duel with you." Lu Yin frowned and looked at this person strangely before looking at Uncle He. These two gave him a very strange feeling. They didn't seem to have any ill intentions, but they were filled with malice. It was a disgusting kind of malice. What are you trying to do? Chat, young Master Tu smiled. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I don't have time for that. Young Master Tu sneered and then pulled up his pants. It looked like he was about to do it again. Lu Yin immediately used an emptiness palm, but Uncle He remained vigilant against Lu Yin. The instant the emptiness palm struck out, Uncle He reacted as well and prevented it from reaching young Master Tuesday. Little brother, we really just want to chat. We don't have any ill intentions. A month. He'll duel with you in a month. At that time, it doesn't matter how you fight. How about it? Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he felt helpless. He couldn't beat Uncle He, so how could he avoid him? The folded mountains were only so big, so he could only hide with a half-ancestor. However, a half-ancestor would not care about such matters. Lu Yin was thinking about how to use the Crimson Radiance to deal with Uncle He. Otherwise, his entire body would feel uncomfortable, as if he was being pestered. What do you want to chat about? Lu Yin asked indifferently as he calmly looked at young Master Tuesday. End of chapter. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.